All right, it looks like we are officially live. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Friday, February 25th public hearing of the Environment Committee. It is snowy and icy out there, and so silver linings here in this virtual process that we have, that we can have this public hearing go forward without any cancellations, delays, or disruptions, as would have otherwise occurred had we been in person. So I guess there are benefits to this process. We have a tremendous amount of people signed up to testify today, which is fantastic. And so we are going to be looking for efficiencies as we go through today. Earlier, Senator Minor and I were just talking about how it can be difficult. There is a lot to say on these topics, and we ask that testimony be kept to 3 minutes, which is really tough because we as legislators want to hear all that you have to say, and certainly there is a lot to say on any given topic. And so I just ask that everybody remember that they can also submit written testimony, and that all of the legislators that are on the committee and beyond the committee take time as they are reviewing pieces of legislation and legislative proposals to read that written testimony and really get an idea of folks on where they stand on any given issue. So please take the time to do that. Take the time to talk to your delegation and anybody that you can, email them. So I just encourage everybody to take part in the process as best they can, understanding that we are limited here in time. I'll go through some of the rules of the public hearing, but first I just want to turn it over to my co-chair, Representative Grisco, for any opening comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm good to go. Woo, let's party.
All right, thank you, Representative Grisco. And Ranking Member Senator Minor, any comments?
Good morning. I guess more of a question than a comment. I know that there are a number of bills on the public hearing agenda today, which the agency has weighed in on. And I know in the past we've had an opportunity to kind of work collaboratively with the agency beforehand, and if we were in person, certainly after the fact. It might be more expedient to not get into a back and forth with people in the agency to a great degree, given the size of our committee today, but I would be in favor of, I guess, if there could be an agreement with the agency that we could actually meet again on these bills and talk about how we might find our way to a positive solution on them, rather than getting into a long drawn out back and forth today. But certainly the chairs have the prerogative to allow questions to go as long as they want to. I guess so. My recommendation would be if we could get an agreement up front, maybe with the agency, if you folks thought it was appropriate, it just might cut down on the time for the first participants, knowing that they have a pretty good sized tribe signed up.
Yeah, thank you for that, Senator Minor. And I think what we've talked about, given the number of folks we do have signed up to testify today, it has sort of been tradition in the past to let the agencies not be limited by time. But in this case, in this virtual environment, with the number of bills that we have and the importance of hearing from the public on these things, we are asking that the agency limit their testimony to 3 minutes as well. Just as we do for the public, we will be asking the same of our elected officials. Please keep testimony to 3 minutes. And then we'll also be asking legislators on the committee to just be mindful of the fact that we do have a lot of folks signed up to testify today. We want to hear from as many people as possible. We recognize that everybody has questions, and you may ask a question and then think of another question, and we want to allow for that free flow as much as possible, but we also want to recognize our time constraints. And so if legislators also could please be mindful of that, try to keep to a 3-minute time limit, or potentially just one question per legislator per topic. That would be fantastic and would really keep things moving. And I think will help on what Senator Minor is referring to. Also recognizing that we do have access to have these conversations with the commissioner and the rest of the folks at DEEP and other agencies. And so we would certainly ask that we continue this dialogue.
What's going on? Are you in the room? Because I'm trying to promote you, and then I'm not sure you're getting a pop-up.
Madam Clerk,
Yes,
you are not muted.
I apologize.
So anyway, we'll just, that's getting a little bit into what I was going to talk about next, but let me first see if our ranking House member, Representative Harding, has any opening remarks.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and look forward to a good discussion today. There's a bunch of really important topics on the agenda that I know that the public is looking to provide their input on, and I think also will help us as legislators craft legislation that will benefit the state. So I'm looking forward to a robust discussion today, and hope everyone got in safe or is in the safety of their home on this icy day. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Harding. And I just want to mention we have our vice chairs with us today as well, Representative Palm and Senator Slatt, and Representative Grisco and I will be, taking turns today. I suspect we have a long day ahead, and perhaps our vice chairs may step in from time to time. You will notice legislators stepping in and out, going on and off camera. There are numerous public hearings going on, as is evidenced on the calendar today. And in fact, I have another public hearing going on myself this morning. So please be mindful. I see that somebody's sharing their screen. Is this for the for DEEP? Okay, thank you.
Now I want to go swimming.
Good first hearing. We're getting all the glitches out. So anyway, I will just go through again. We are going to limit testimony to 3 minutes. Our clerk will be helping, as well as the assistant clerks, in managing our time. So they will come on and interrupt just to give folks an idea of where they are on their time limit. Also, just reiterate, I would encourage legislators to limit their questions. If they can, keep it to one question, keep it under 3 minutes if possible. We have a testimony list, and those who signed up to testify before the time cutoff yesterday of 3 p.m. are on this list. We will be limiting it to those who were able to sign up. Certainly we have a long process, leading up to the public hearing where folks can sign up to testify. One important note is that once you are promoted by the clerk to panelist, you are going to need to click the join button. It's a blue button. Otherwise, you'll end up staying in the waiting room and you won't have proper microphone access. So that's really important for those who are going to be promoted to come in to testify, to make sure that they click that blue button, that join button, in order to have access. And so everybody on the committee can hear you. And then please just stay muted until testifying, and certainly please respect that 3 minute limit. Again, the clerks will help us with that. And with that, I'd love to welcome our Commissioner of the Department of, or DEEP, we'll just go with that.
Great.
Good
Well,
morning, Madam Commissioner.
good morning, Senator Cohen and Representative Grisco, Senator Slapp, Representative Palm, Senator Minor, Representative Harding, and all the distinguished members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to appear today virtually with many members of our DEEP team. We also have submitted written testimony on several bills. So in the interest of time, I will just say a thank you to Senator Minor. I think we would be very appreciative of the opportunity to continue the dialogue with the committee members, particularly with respect to Senate Bill 117 related to tree removal. I just want to appreciate all the time that legislators on the committee have been investing in this issue. This is certainly a high priority for DEEP. We know how important it is to balance public safety and providing access to our state parks and campgrounds with improvements that we can make to our process for addressing the significant increase in hazard trees across the properties that we manage, and to enhance our process in a way that can improve transparency and the potential to apply additional expertise to the identification of hazard trees in sensitive areas and circumstances. And to do so within our limited resources and staffing. And so I think folks who are interested in this topic will see that we did submit written testimony. I just want to underscore that we offered this testimony, to share some of our perspectives on some of the operational challenges. But at the same time, I hope it also comes through our commitment to working with the committee and with stakeholders in the public on ways that we can improve and enhance our process going forward. And so I will leave it there and say that we would be delighted to have the opportunity for more dialogue with the committee as we share the commitment and the intention to seek enhancements to our process. I also want to appreciate the committee raising Senate Bill 115, an act concerning extended producer responsibility for consumer packaging. We believe that this will be a major impactful program to save municipalities up to $40 million, reduce approximately 8% of the tonnage of municipal solid waste generated in the state. So a major step towards enhancing sustainability and self-sufficiency while lowering costs for municipalities, for taxpayers. This is a very promising game changer policy. And that coupled with 5139 and 5142 bills to apply extended producer responsibility approaches for tires and cylinders, we think would be a major step forward in helping address some of our waste disposal challenges in the state. So I will leave it there. I welcome any questions that the committee may have. And again, appreciate the opportunity to appear today.
Thank you, Commissioner Dyke. I see Representative Harding has his hand raised.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I do appreciate your comments regarding, a continued dialogue related to the tree removal bill. As you know, this is a priority of myself. I know Representative Horn, it's a priority of hers, and I know Senator Minor, it's a priority of his as well. And I think a lot of individuals throughout the state, not just us, and probably more people on this committee. So we something needs to be done. I think I would hope that DEEP would agree with that. How we get it done, that may be a further discussion. But I do appreciate your comments to have a continued dialogue. I think that's critically important. I wanted to talk about, so obviously you mentioned some of your concerns related to the practicality and the workability of the tree removal legislation. Do you have any similar concerns related to any regulatory responsibilities that may be related to the EPR bill?
Thank you for that, Representative. In terms of just maybe you could clarify a little bit more in terms of.
I'm just looking to see if DEEP sees any. Sees having any regulatory authority related to the EPR bill. I mean, do you see DEEP playing any particular role in that bill?
Mm-hmm. Let me actually, in the interest of time and to hear directly from our staff who've been working with stakeholders on this, let me invite James Albus, who's our Director of Policy and Planning and MMCA, to offer a few comments there. But we think overall, there would be DEEP would have a role in terms of some approvals with respect to the EPR program. We already do that with respect to other EPR programs in the state. But I will invite James to further elaborate.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Representative Harding. Just want to clarify, you're speaking of the packaging EPR bill, correct? Not there.
Yes, that is correct. I apologize.
Yeah, so the Commissioner is correct. The agency's role will be, approving a stewardship plan put forward by one or more stewardship organizations that could come up through the passage of the legislation. The agency will also be involved in creating an advisory committee for the stewardship organization that will consist of folks that are stakeholders that are involved in the industry and in the recycling world, environmental justice advocates, and others who can advise the stewardship organization, which will be made up specifically of the brand owners and others that are subject to the packaging EPR system. So the idea there would be to get more say into the process and more input and feedback to have a holistic view. So that would be the main roles of the agency. I'm going to ask Tom Metzner from my team, who's our resident EPR expert, to add on anything that I may have missed there.
Yeah, I don't think you missed much, James. We have one-time responsibilities up front, and as mentioned in terms of the plan, and then we have an ongoing, more minor administrative role as if the program is implemented. And we're looking at regional and third-party administrative to go with our other EPR programs to make it much more administratively efficient for the department.
I appreciate those answers. Madam Chair, but just kind of have a very quick follow-up, if I may. I know we're short on time.
Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you. So I'm just assuming that there's no concerns with staffing related to some of that administration. I know it sounds like DEEP sounds fairly optimistic that we'll be able to make this a rather clean and quick process and bring in other stakeholders to kind of take some weight off of DEEP in that regard. But I know DEEP has mentioned some concerns about staff shortages and some challenges related to other pieces of legislation that have been presented to them. I just want to confirm that I'm not hearing those concerns here.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that, Representative. And I really appreciate the concern for ensuring we have adequate staffing. We're in a very dynamic time, particularly related to the 2022 retirement cliff. Thanks to all of the attention and focus that the committee and has been putting on implementing solutions to address our waste disposal challenges here in the state. We've also been, busy with things like the bottle bill implementation, as well as our support for the Sustainable Materials Management Grant Program, our permitting streamlining that we've been doing to help accelerate investment in anaerobic digestion and other types of waste disposal solutions across the state. No question, it's been a very busy time for our department. I think with respect to the staffing, all the initiatives I just mentioned, and including if this bill is enacted, the responsibilities we would have for related to EPR, getting the launch of the EPR program are sort of tasks that would be intensive at the outset, and then would become less intensive in terms of staffing needs on a more permanent going forward basis. So we're managing a lot of these sort of one-time upfront responsibilities within our existing staffing. That's why we haven't really identified a need for additional FTEs or something like that on a continuing basis, because we're managing these different kind of startup responsibilities, and then they become more kind of routine and less demanding on our time going forward, if that's helpful. So in any case, I'm happy to elaborate, but that's why we believe that we can absorb that we would be able to absorb this responsibility within our existing staffing. And frankly, just looking at the payoff of making this a priority in terms of what our staff are focused on, anything that could reduce, MSW tonnage across the state by 8%, is I think a good thing for our staff to be prioritizing working on.
Thank you for your testimony and from everybody from Deep today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. My co-chair, Representative Grisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment and then a quick question. I would add my name to the list of people that are concerned about the process and ongoing process with the trees being taken down at the state park. And look, anything that has the word Housatonic in it, I'm interested in. So because having the caboose end of the river and the like, so add my name to the support of some sort of a solution coming out of this. And then second is the EPR bill on the consumer packaging. Granted that you did have industry participation in Nestle, Unilever, Mars, but they were willing participants. I'm interested in if you've reached out to like Amazon or someone else who would most likely have to adhere to whatever stewardship model is adopted.
Representative Grisco, I can jump in here. We have done some outreach to additional stakeholders, including the Consumer Technology Association, the Wine and Spirits Wholesalers of Connecticut. We've reached out to the haulers and others who would be subject to the EPR for packaging law. I think thus far we've had good conversations. We haven't quite made our way around to speaking with everybody quite yet. I will say in terms of Amazon, I did speak with their government relations team, and they weren't ready to provide feedback at this point in time. They are aware of these efforts. Connecticut's not the only state that is looking at a consumer packaging EPR program. And so they're certainly aware of the efforts around the country. And I think they're just standing back at this point. I think, it's something where, again, Connecticut's not the only state that's engaging in these efforts. So many of the folks who would be subject to these laws are aware of the national efforts and have we've had conversations over the last several years with them, not necessarily specific to this bill, but we are fairly aware of the needs and concerns of folks in the industry. But we're certainly able and willing to speak to anybody who does feel like they will be impacted by this bill. And again, we've already done some of that outreach, and we're going to continue to do so.
Thank you, Madam Chair, sticking with the one question protocol.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Oday.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Commissioner, thank you so much for your testimony. I'm just in reviewing, I know we've got one question, but my one question has two parts, and I'll just ask it this way. Your testimony says, Madam Commissioner, numerous stakeholders, including brand owners and environmental organizations, were involved in drafting SB 115. Who were they specifically, if you could tell us? And then as a follow-up to that, the task force in 2017, I read the report, specifically voted 6-3 not pursuing EPR for Connecticut. And Deep, obviously, I don't know if Tom Metzner is here on this at the hearing, but he was on that task force. And I'm just wondering why we're going against the task force with this, or what has changed, and who are the stakeholders that were involved that you identify in your testimony. Thank you very much.
I'll just say, just to start, I think two things that have changed. Number one, we have seen more states adopting EPR for packaging. And I think that there has been a growing recognition among brand owners and amongst, and so I think that is something that has changed. And I think another thing that has changed here within the state, I think there's more urgency and more kind of benefit that municipalities, businesses, and others will receive if we are able to move this type of a program forward. As we know that we've seen, increases in tip fees, challenges associated with the potential of losing waste disposal capacity here in our state. And so I think that's added more urgency and relevance to moving a solution like this forward. As other states have adopted different models, I think it's given us a little bit more of a sense of the types of models that would be most appropriate to provide the greatest benefits, incentives to reduce or increase the amount of recycling that would occur through this program in a way that would minimize cost to consumers. And so I think those are a few things I'll observe have changed. Let me invite James or Tom, who is on the call today, to then supplement in terms of your direct question in terms of the task force and those involved. Tom?
Thank you. Representative Oday, I was on that task force, as you mentioned, and that report is still on the Environment Committee website, and I would encourage people to read the whole report, including the individual comments and opinions of all the stakeholders of that report, and reach your own conclusions. Our conclusion was that EPR was a policy worth pursuing. Others disagreed, but I think if you look holistically at everyone's opinions, you can reach your own conclusion.
That do it for you, Representative?
Well, I didn't hear who the stakeholders, the new stakeholders, including brand owners and environmental organizations who were involved in drafting Senate Bill 115. Yeah. And if the commissioner could just identify the states that are adopting EPR, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
I can address, in terms of the stakeholders being engaged, it was Nestle Water, Dannon, Mars, and Unilever, and associations, the Flexible Packaging Association, which includes Connecticut companies like Davis Standard, and it also included American Institute for Packaging and the Environment, which has a number of national big name brands. So we didn't deal individually with companies, we dealt with larger associations so that we could have a broader reach. We also reached out and had discussions with the Consumer Technology Association, which represents the tech industry. So those were the people that we had the dialogue with. The Consumer Technology we consulted with afterwards. Those initial group were involved in the direct dialogue that we had with the brand owner as a stakeholder group.
And to speak to the other states that have implemented packaging EPR programs or are looking to, Maine and Oregon have laws on the books already. And I believe about 15 or so states are looking to implement bills this year. They're considering bills this year, just like Connecticut.
Okay, thank you. So, but how many have actually, so 15 to implement, how many have actually already implemented, if any? If I may, Madam Chair. Hey, Jim,
Representative, I think, yeah, no problem, Representative. I do believe Mr. Albus answered that in saying that Maine and Oregon have already have laws on the books. I don't know, Mr. Albus, do you have any other states to add to that list?
Those are the two states that do have laws on the books, and they are in the process of implementing the laws. But there are Canadian provinces that have had laws on the books for many years, as well as European countries that have had the same.
Mr. Albus, always good seeing you here. And thank you. And Madam Chair, and I appreciate that we've got a lot of people here. I have literally dozens of questions for the department. I understand, though, we're limited to one when I had 3 subparts. So I appreciate the indulgence, but I will reach out Mr. Albus and to the commissioner, and hopefully we can resolve a lot of the concerns that I have. Were all these stakeholders in favor of this bill that were identified? If I may, and that'll be my last question. Thank you.
We'd be happy to follow up with you, and I think you'll be hearing from various stakeholders in testimony today, but we're happy to follow up.
Okay, Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. I appreciate it. I'm gonna read more carefully your written testimony You touched on it quickly, and it's kind of a follow-up to Representative O'Day's questions. But since the task force, you had a goal of another study. I think you called it the materials management strategy for extended producer responsibility. Have you done that study, or is there a document, the materials management strategy document? If so, is there a cost benefit analysis to that study?
So I'll say, Dee, I'm not sure, you may be referring to the comprehensive materials management strategy that Deep completed. I believe it was in 2016. We have not done an update to the CMMS, that strategy, since that time. I think we've been really focused on, but that doesn't mean that we've been inactive in terms of evaluating policies. In fact, we launched the last year, the Connecticut Coalition for Sustainable Materials Management, CCSMM, to work directly with municipalities. We now have more than half of the municipalities in the state, 95 municipalities. And we launched an extended producer responsibility working group within that coalition to hear from experts, engage with municipal leaders who are on the front lines of managing municipal solid waste options across the state, and to hear different approaches that could be utilized. And so there was support within the CCSMM for advancing both EPR for gas cylinders and tires, as well as for EPR for packaging, and that was included in a menu of options that the CCSMM issued in about a year ago. So that has been a place where we've had a lot of engagement and looking at different approaches, and then based on that support from CCSMM on this issue, then we began the direct engagement with these stakeholders, with the brand owners and others, on looking at different models for EPR, including in those states that have adopted, like Maine, but highlighting, I think, an approach which you see reflected in this legislation, which we think better fits our needs and our priorities here in Connecticut. And so I'm going to just very briefly, Tom, I think there may be some additional study that you may want to speak to. But we feel that this is the most useful information for the committee and for others considering this, I think, comes from kind of working directly with stakeholders, assessing what the model could be that would work best here in Connecticut. And certainly, as we highlighted in our written testimony, we believe that this would generate about $40 million in savings for municipalities, as well by shifting the responsibility for managing packaging from taxpayers and consumers to those brand owners who are in the best position to try to redesign their packaging to make it more easily recyclable. And so that's the key to which we think this will deliver that cost benefit, as well as we estimate approximately 190,000 tons per year of municipal solid waste that's currently going for disposal would be diverted from that waste stream. And so that's where we believe that this will be significantly impactful.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I was just, I'm going from memory here. I thought last year you mentioned that you were going to do an updated study on that comprehensive materials management strategy. So I was kind of keeping one eye open for it, but maybe my memory isn't as good as I think it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Michel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Dykes, testifying today. So I'm unclear exactly about one part of the rules, and I'm sorry, I should have asked that before. Because as Deep is here, and they might have been involved in other bills, can I ask a question about another bill than 115 and 117 to Madam Chair, to the Deep?
Yes, Representative. So one question, we're trying to limit to one question per topic.
I understand that. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I'll just make comments on 115, 117, and just jump directly to a question for 118. I do have concerns on 115 in terms of the impacts on jobs, receiving a lot of emails. And on 117, I do have questions about how the licensure of an arborist works and those kind of details, but that can be taken offline. And then really, I do have a question on 118, which is the polystyrene bill. Did you, I noticed that there's something about chemical recycling in the bill, which kind of like surprised me. And I know I went ahead and supported the bill very quickly. This year I've been acting a little bit, doing this a little bit quicker than usual, but I'm concerned with the bill is that we have that in the language. Did you work with the environmentalists on this bill or solely with the industry? Because I have concerns about these bills, and I would think environmentalists would as well.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think that refers to the EPR. Your question is referring to the EPR for packaging bill, and I appreciate you raising this question regarding chemical recycling, because I know this is one that we've been, here having a lot of discussion with stakeholders about. So James or Tom, would you like to weigh in terms of clarifying the approach to chemical recycling that's contemplated in this bill?
Yeah, this is Senate Bill 118, not 115. Thank you.
If we're talking about chemical recycling, Representative, I think we're referring to Senate Bill 115. That's where that discussion has come up in context, and I'm happy to start. And Tom Metzner, if there's anything I missed, feel free to jump in. But Representative, we have had discussions about this particular provision with both industry and environmentalists. We feel that where we landed is an appropriate place at this point in time. But again, we're happy to continue discussions. Basically, what the bill does is we want to improve recycling globally. Plastics recycling is about 9% globally. That's very similar here in Connecticut. We're looking to make improvements to this system where we're recycling so little plastic overall, and we're looking at any way to do that. Mechanical recycling can be very challenging for recycling plastics. And there are some emerging technologies that you've heard referred to as chemical recycling or advanced recycling that really refer to a number of types of different technologies that can break down the plastics into its chemical components and then repurpose it as reusable resin. So we feel that pretty strongly that any process of the chemical nature that ends up changing plastic into a fuel and have that fuel sold separately for diesel or something along those lines should not count as recycling. And we believe that the bill reflects that. That's consistent with our position over the years, and I think that that's something that you've seen in other states as well that have considered packaging EPR and chemical recycling as part of that structure. Where we do see the potential for opportunity are areas where you can turn that plastic through a chemical recycling process into syngas or some other component that can then be turned into a resin that can be used. We feel that this is important because it will prevent the need to make new virgin plastic, save the carbon emissions related to that, and help meet some of the recycled content standards that I know many members of this committee and others want to see when it comes to plastic and other recyclable materials. It's our belief that without chemical recycling as a potential option, not talking about converting it to fuel, but converting it to other plastic, you're not going to meet those types of post-consumer recycled content standards that I know we all support. So that's kind of where we ended up based on what we've heard from both industry and the environmentalists. I know that there are some that still have concerns about this, and we certainly respect that, and we're happy to continue the dialogue. But I'm going to turn it over to Tom in case there's anything important that I missed in my comments.
I would just add that we're being consistent with Oregon state law and most of the other EPR bills. We're not out on a lead share. It's central to the Canadian stewardship model, they're addressing plastics holistically, especially as in trying to get it out of the ocean. And EPR is mentioned specifically as a strategy to increase recovery, and chemical recycling is allowed and as a means of reaching goals for recycling. And this kind of process within our bill, we're controlling very tightly. We have very strict definitions. And if you're going to propose chemical recycling to the department as an option, you have to fully describe it in a life cycle analysis kind of way, why it is the better option than anything that currently exists. So I think we take this very seriously. We did talk with all stakeholders. Unfortunately, we didn't land in the exact space equally, but there's just a bridge there right now. So we did consult and we did take this very seriously.
Thank you very much for those comments, and thank you for continuing the discussion with all stakeholders. I look forward to more comments on this bill by environmentalists later. And then I'm sorry, 2 more. I'm trying to limit it. I have a ton more, but I'm cutting down my questions. So I apologize for this. On HB 5140, an act concerning the hand harvesting of horseshoe crabs in the state. I just had a quick question because we're focusing on the hand harvesting, and I had received prior communications from DEPA on trawlers being authorized to land 20 horseshoe crabs. I think there's a limit of 20. Hand harvesting, I think, is limited to a lot more. But my question really focuses on a trawler rakes the seafloor over and over. That's what they do, and back and forth. And I would imagine they capture a lot more than only 20 if they are in the season, okay, and in the right spot. I would imagine they capture a lot more than 20 horseshoe crabs. And then typically trawlers discard all the life that they already probably most likely killed or majorly injured and discard it in the sea just so that they don't land over quota or with other species they're not supposed to catch. So my question is, should we not look into also how many horseshoe crab trawlers catch before they land and look into these numbers with the federal observers from those ships and look into all this? Because I think we have to consider all of the horseshoe crab harvesting, and there could be bigger quantities than we're actually assuming based on what trawlers land with. Thank you.
Just to go quickly, I'll introduce Justin Davis, our Assistant Director for Marine Fisheries, to respond.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Representative Michelle, for that question. I think you're absolutely right in respect to the fact that with what's going on with horseshoe crabs in Long Island Sound, we know absolutely there's been a decline. That scientific evidence is clear. We don't understand well what factors are contributing to that and the relative contribution of those different factors. So I think we do need to take a hard look at all the potential factors. You know, we are advancing a regulations package that will constrain harvest in the commercial fishery, but we can certainly take a look at discarding rates, what information is available for discarding rates in the commercial trawl fishery. You know, certainly the commercial trawl fishery does capture some horseshoe crabs, lands very few. Over 99% of the harvest we see every year of horseshoe crab comes from hand harvest, which is the focus of 5140. Connecticut Deep doesn't have any agency-specific observer programs where we have people on those boats to observe what's being discarded. But as you mentioned, there are federal observer programs that operate on some of these boats. So we can take a look at what information is available and potentially get back to you on what there is on information for levels of discarding in the trawl fishery. The one thing I'd add is that among the animals that get caught in the trawl fishery, horseshoe crabs are pretty tough. We catch them in our deep Long Island Sound trawl survey. They seem to do really well with being captured in a trawl. Maybe that they don't necessarily like it, but they do seem to survive really well post release. So they would be a species I wouldn't be overly concerned about discard mortality in the trawl, but we can take a harder look at it.
I appreciate that, just Mr. Davis, because I do think that we need to look at the bigger picture when we, and I appreciate actually I very much support this bill because we're definitely limiting some of the harvesting, but I do believe that we need to look at the numbers from the fisheries. And then for last, on Paul Pierrefo's, the SB Senate Bill 120, I just have a quick question, and I'm not sure who this would go to, but should we not try to eliminate also glyphosate? And I think there's other compounds, and I did send something over to the chairs, and I think the committee, but maybe only to the chairs. But I think we should be probably trying to eliminate more than just chlorpyrifos. The idea is, I'm trying to figure out, are we looking at the environment, or are we looking at the public health of those that play on the golf course and that touch the balls, remove their gloves with their teeth and all that stuff? Are we looking at a mixture of both? And if we are, should we not ban also glyphosates? And I think there's a couple more products that would look at also like, I think it's 1,3 or 4,2D, 1,3D, some of those materials. Thank you. And that's my last question, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Representative, we did not submit written testimony on this bill, but we'd be glad to, follow up with you. I think this is a public health issue for risk assessment, but we'd be glad to follow up offline.
Very much.
Okay, thank you, Representative Horn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and nice to see you, Commissioner. And I of course, I will stick to the one question, and it is on 117. And before I ask my question, I do want to thank both you, Commissioner, and particularly Deputy Commissioner Trumbull for being so available to engage on this really difficult issue for our community and thorny issue, I think, going forward. So I do appreciate your engagement on that. It's been helpful and appreciated. So my question has to do with the arborists. And so in your written testimony, I mean, the issue, of course, an issue in the Houstonic Meadows situation is that it appears basically, no level of review from someone, an arborist or equivalent, happened before the removal of this, entire stand of mature oaks. So we obviously are seeking to have some sort of level in there. You indicate in your testimony that it's not feasible to do what's proposed in the bill, but you do say you're giving particular consideration to the use of arborists. And so I wondered if you could draw that out a little bit more about what is feasible from your perspective and whether that requires additional staffing or what that looks like.
Yeah, I think that it's something that, we've been thinking a lot about. I think, just to be very brief, and we'll look forward to more dialogue with the committee on this. I think it's it's a positive practice, but within our existing kind of FTEs, within our existing job specifications for our park staff, who are the ones who are implementing some of the hazard tree removal process and doing the hazard tree removal identification for many of our park properties. That arborist certification is not part of the job specifications and requirements. So it's something we'd have to think through how we would acquire that expertise. There's a number of ways that we could think about doing that. If we were to utilize kind of third parties, what would that expense look like? How would we contract for that? How we would ensure that we would have those arborists available? I think hopefully what we're trying to communicate in the testimony is that unlike some kinds of tree trimming programs, there's sort of a time sensitivity to some extent for some of our tree removal processes after storms, after forest fires, after other types of events, to be able to provide for this analysis and this review in a kind of time sensitive way in certain circumstances. So I think those are some of the different things that we're trying to assess, but it's not currently a certification that many of our existing staff have. And so how we would be able to acquire those that expertise and incorporate into the process is something that we're really thinking hard about. I think another question that we were thinking about is, are there certain, to the extent that there are costs associated with retaining that expertise that could become significant to be able to manage it within our resources? Are there certain circumstances or certain types of areas of significance where focusing that or having that kind of expertise applied would be most beneficial? So that was kind of another again, like an area that we were hoping to have more dialogue with legislators and with members of the public and stakeholders about to the extent that resources are a limiter. So those are just a few. I hope that's helpful, but to tee up for further dialogue, I think those are some of the things we were thinking about.
So thank you very much for that. And I'm happy to be passing the baton to my good regional colleague, Senator Minor. But I would just say that if you are thinking hard about that, I hope that means that you will reflect those thoughts to at least the leadership of the Environment Committee as we work on this particular piece of legislation, because there is there's an issue that needs a resolution. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I made a comment earlier about getting a commitment from the agency to kind of dialogue with leadership about these bills. And in the time that's passed since then, despite the good effort, I think, on the part of the agency, it occurs to me that at least with Senate Bill 115, there are probably many, many questions that might need to be asked by committee members in public. And so I guess my one question on that bill would be, would the commissioner be opposed to an informational hearing so that committee members could kind of gather around one subject in advance of a vote on the bill, in the hopes that any changes to the language that need to be shored up or any understanding that they'd like to have prior to a vote could be accomplished?
Well, sir, I would say that we would certainly welcome. I think just to clarify, you're speaking to Senate Bill 115 on EPR for packaging?
That is correct. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of knowledge within the agency, and it's probably not going to come out all today. The desire to get the bill passed is certainly quite evident, but the mechanics of how to do it, I think, is where we're having some difficulty getting to.
Certainly, I think that would be welcome from our perspective. We know how precious the committee's time is with the short session. That's why we're so grateful that the committee raised the bill and also recognized this is a significant policy change. And we've been doing a lot of the legwork, but and have a lot of information that we would love to have a forum to dig in more on and to share with the committee from our perspective. So to the extent that the committee would be willing to make that time available, I think that would be tremendous. And I would also note that if the committee had particular questions that would be helpful for us to respond to or to prepare, some responses in advance, that might, if that's also beneficial, that's certainly something we could, that might help to advance a common understanding and build the record in advance of some kind of an informational hearing like that as well. But we would be delighted for the opportunity.
Thank you for that response. And I guess let me just offer a comment. In the last probably 6 or 7 years, have spent a fair amount of time concerning myself with the paint care program, which I think from the standpoint of collection and getting it out of landfills, getting it off the side of the road has worked quite well. But from the standpoint of advancing that concept, it seems to have stalled. And so as we look at EPR, one of the advantages that I think of having more of an in-house opportunity to discuss these items individually rather as a group is that it allows the legislature an opportunity to tweak them as you go forward. And I'm not sure how much of that would be lost as we look at an EPR program for tires, or we look at an EPR program for cylinders, gas cylinders. I think we've kind of, envisioned our way through those bills and have reached out to the industry in each case to try and figure out the most cost-effective way to do it. Doesn't mean it's perfect, but when they're identified that way, just like mattresses, just like electronics, pretty much the legislature knows where to go to try and fix problems that may not have been envisioned early on. So I guess that's just a general comment. As we look at all of these, that's the beauty that I see. Beyond that, in terms of the agency, as I said earlier, I do look forward to an opportunity to talk about Senate Bill 117 internally to see how we might work our way not only through that bill, but some of the other bills that the agency's offered comment on. Because I think there are experts within the agency that understand that what the public or we may be after with some of these House and Senate bills, mechanically, we've still got to figure out exactly how they may function. So I'll just reserve some comments for all the other bills on the agenda for later. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and I appreciate the good ranking member's suggestion to host a public hearing specifically on SB 117. I think that there's a lot of questions around that, and as the senator mentioned, some back and forth over what would be a good process to have in place when it comes to tree removal. I know Representative Palm has brought some concerns to light with respect to a different agency, the Department of Transportation, as well as this committee has heard other bills in the past related to the clear cutting of trees by the Department of Transportation. And so perhaps it's the committee's prerogative to have an informational hearing, perhaps not pertaining specifically to 117, which deals specifically with the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, but an informational hearing on the cutting of trees and what we need to do, the steps that we need to be taking as a state in order to be responsible about that. Again, I appreciate the good ranking member's suggestion. I think it's something that the leadership of this committee needs to have a discussion about on how to proceed with that. We certainly have an incredibly condensed timeline with which we're working here, but we want to make sure that we are getting this right for the future and to prevent what happened at Housatonic Meadows from happening in the future, and just to be mindful about the trees that we are cutting in the interest of both the environment and of public safety. Senator Minor, did you have a response to that?
Well, I do. I mean, if history serves me correctly, the DOT has successfully killed any tree bill that this committee has put out in the past. They don't really care, in my opinion, about the environmental impact of what they do along the highways. The difference and the distinction here, I would say, is that the public very much ventures to parks and campgrounds to be in nature, and that should be our focus. If the exchange, the quid pro quo, perhaps, for an informational hearing on SB 115 is an informational hearing on SB 117 within this committee, then I'm all for it. But the language that's crafted here doesn't include the highways. So I want to understand before we move on from here what the chair's intention is. The chair's intention to drag the DOT into the discussion about campgrounds and parks?
Well, in fairness, Senator Minor, the chair's intention wasn't necessarily to have an informational hearing in the first place. It's something that we as leadership had discussed and decided we were going to handle this bill differently. So it was a bit of a surprise to hear the good ranking member come up with that suggestion. I'm not opposed to the suggestion. I think we should talk about it as leadership. I only point out that an informational hearing allows us to move beyond just the actual bills themselves that we have before us. And if we want to have an informational hearing on tree removal processes, I suggest that maybe we make it a broader discussion. And that's all I'm saying. But I believe that this is a discussion that we should probably have offline as leadership and decide the best way to proceed. Because having the suggestion of an informational hearing, it was a little bit of a surprise to me this morning, probably to my co-chair as well. So we will have to decide, when we would put that on the calendar and what would be discussed at that informational hearing.
So thank you. And I just want to share with you the revelation of one question per member is very much a surprise to members of our caucus. So I was attempting to try and eliminate a battle over whether one question on something like tree removal or extended producer responsibility or any other item that's on this agenda is appropriate. In many other committees, or at least other committees I'm aware of, it's not limited to one. And then in the Appropriations Committee, after you've exhausted your questions, plural, quite often there's an opportunity to bring them back to a subcommittee. That doesn't exist in this committee. But in the virtual world, my understanding is this is your one opportunity to put things on the record. And for those that may be familiar with the fishing industry or anything else, one question doesn't necessarily get you there. And I understand there are a lot of people from the public that want to have an opportunity to testify. So I was attempting to make this easy.
I appreciate that. Just as I mentioned, I appreciate the suggestion. I think it's not a bad suggestion. I think it's one that we should discuss, probably not appropriate to take up the public's time discussing it here. But the one question I just would remind the good ranking member of a screening discussion we had on how to ensure that we were hearing and maximizing our time with all of the testimony put before us, recognizing that we as legislators have a lot of questions and can take up a lot of time going back and forth with various folks who are signed up to testify, trying to come up with the best way to not limit the discussion, but to recognize that we have a long day ahead and want to make sure that we get to everybody. And as the night presses on, many of the folks that have signed up to testify inevitably have to drop off. And so we're trying our best here. I am concurrently in the public hearing of Public Health and Children's, who is also similarly limiting one question per legislator. Others I've been in just this session has been a 3-minute sort of limit of legislative questions. Again, just trying to be as flexible as I can, just putting up sort of a guideline for us to follow, hoping that we can limit that. Obviously, as we've seen, I've been incredibly flexible with that, but trying our best here. Just if you can keep that in mind, Senator.
I certainly will. I do appreciate your interest in trying to be flexible, and I'm very thankful that the commissioner of the DEP already indicated her willingness to participate in a public informational hearing on 115, and I, for the record, would not be opposed to engaging the DEP on that subject matter on 117 with a public informational hearing as well. It certainly would set my mind at ease in concurrence with the two chairs before we move too far down this agenda, because otherwise then I'm going to be forced to be asking for an additional opportunity for people to raise their hand to ask an additional question, just the way they do in the rest of the committee processes throughout the legislature. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Minor. And I think that I've misunderstood. I thought you were asking for an informational on 117. I didn't recognize that you were referring to 115, which is why I was mentioning bringing in the broader topic of tree removal across the state by all agencies. And so I think this is something that we need to discuss. It's probably not appropriate for us to discuss it, during a public hearing process. It's something that we as leadership should have a conversation on. I absolutely agree with you that this is a huge topic and one that warrants a lot of discussion. We can see that we have a tremendous amount of testimony pouring in on Senate Bill 115 alone. And I hope as the day unfolds, we'll learn more and have the opportunity to ask more questions. And as you had mentioned, Senator, at the beginning of this public hearing process that we've undertaken today, we have asked Deep to be available to us for further questions, offline, so that we can go back and forth in a productive way and get all of the answers that we need that may come up along the way. Maybe they don't even come up today, but we learn more as we go through this legislative process. Representative Mashinsky, I see you have your hand up next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask the commissioner to comment publicly on the end of our waste disposal capacity in Connecticut. We were discussing this yesterday in the Energy and Technology Committee, and there was some confusion over whether MIRA will close July 1st of this year or July 1st of next year. In my mind, it's 1 year away is not much more breathing room. But in any case, if you could clarify when the solid waste crisis will hit Connecticut, because what I'm concerned about, of course, is the municipalities and the residents that live here having to pay to send waste out of state, maybe $150 a ton. And it's starting pretty soon. And that's really why the EPR bill is before us. But I'm not sure everybody in the public or the General Assembly is aware of the looming deadline. I wanted you to comment on that when you think it'll hit us.
Thank you, Representative, for that question. I think with respect to the question of when the MIRA facility will close, I think that's a question that the MIRA board or MIRA leadership would be best positioned to respond to that. For the committee, we don't sit on that board, and but we are in dialogue with many members of that board, and know that they have are working through a number of different measures, including an RFP and arrangements with haulers who could manage the disposal of the waste that's coming from the towns remaining in MIRA, remaining as customers of MIRA for the balance of the agreements that MIRA has in place with those member towns through 2027. Starting at such time when the MIRA facility would shut down. I think there's also a number of questions in terms of what the viability and the ability of that facility to continue to operate, much longer, given with lots of different factors there, including its insurability, its reliability, the continuing, the level of or the decline in investment that they've been able to make in maintenance for the facility, as well as whether there's remaining the sufficient amount of tonnage coming from the municipalities that stay with MIRA to be able to run the plant efficiently if it can be run reliably. So that's just a lot of different factors, but I think only MIRA as leadership or board members are best positioned to inform the committee with respect to the potential closure dates. But the other part of your question in terms of when the waste crisis will hit, I would submit that it's already upon us because we've seen many municipalities are experiencing a steep increase in their tip fees associated with these broader dynamics of the increased operating costs for the Mira facility has caused the Mira towns to see an escalation in their tip fees over the last couple of years to cover those costs. And that, of course, within the broader market for waste disposal facilities, waste disposal in our state means that other municipalities that aren't sending waste to Mira may also be experiencing higher tip fees as the market is adjusting to those increased increased costs. In addition, we know that as more municipalities are having to resort to landfilling their waste, sending it for disposal to out-of-state landfills, the cost of landfilling out of state is also something that's rising over time as more landfill capacity that's closer to Connecticut is closing. By 2026, we anticipate that 40% of the landfill capacity in the Northeast will close. And so waste will have to be exported, further distances, increasing transport costs to find a place for disposal. So from an economic standpoint, right, that aspect of our waste disposal crisis is already, I think, affecting towns and businesses in terms of increasing tip fees. At the same time, I think that we see that there's an increased awareness and interest among municipalities and providers of sustainable materials management solutions to look for ways to manage that or help to respond to that waste crisis. We've seen an uptick in facilities that are seeking permits and getting cited for anaerobic digestion. For example, we've had more than 50 towns that have expressed interest in participating in our sustainable materials management grant program to help divert food scraps and implement pay-as-you-throw type models and pilot those across municipalities. So there's a lot of activity going on. And I think that is responsive to that waste crisis, but certainly the closure of the Mira facility will bring that, whenever that would occur, will bring that, to the fore. So that's all to say, not as succinctly as I could have, but that I think the time sensitivity and the urgency to move forward these types of impactful programs like EPR for packaging that could reduce tonnage by 8%. And save $40 million in municipal solid waste disposal costs would be very, very beneficial.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I share your concern, and either municipal taxpayers are going to pay for this or the industry is going to help us reduce the cost. So, it's clear to me which way to go, but I appreciate your coming in to remind us of the looming deadline. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Harrison.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask the Commissioner, if I may, a question. I would like to know why lines 619 through 628 were included, and if she could provide some background for that. Thank you.
Representative Harrison, if I may, which bill were you referring to?
Oh, I'm sorry.
115?
115.
Got it. I will invite Tom Metzner or James. I know I'm going to scroll to the bill here.
Can you give us the lines again? Sorry.
619 through 628.
Looks like this is the unfair trade practices provision.
Yeah.
This is a provision that is included in Connecticut's various EPR programs, including mattresses and paint. When you gather a collection of industry players into one organization, this is kind of a necessary provision to make sure that they are allowed to collaborate for this stewardship organization. So it's something that has been included in these other laws, and it's the language is similar. Tom, if you want to expand on that, feel free.
It's consistent with what other states have done, and it's passed legal muster with the other bills that we've had.
Thank you for that answer.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see any other questions, but I have a question on the EPR bill as well, SB 115. We've been getting a significant amount of testimony, and I suspect we'll hear from folks today who have concern. I know I've gotten something from Voices of Women of Color, as well as some folks in the industry and even some legislators with some concerns that EPR will drive up consumer pricing. And I just wondered if somebody could speak to that a little bit, because certainly that's a concern.
I'd be happy to speak to that. I think, overall, first, I think it's important for us to acknowledge that consumers are paying higher costs right now as a result of, as I just, in the response to Representative Mashinsky, as a result of our waste disposal crisis and the increasing costs of disposal associated with the Mirror facility potentially closing, with the the loss of self-sufficiency, the need to rely on out-of-state landfilling. Those costs are passed on to taxpayers through their municipalities, or if they or through paying for the cost of disposal directly. Businesses are seeing those increased costs as well. That's being reflected again in the cost of living here in our state. So I think we have to be eyes open that when tip fees have been increasing from $60 per ton 5 or 6 years ago to where we are now of 110 plus, that is absolutely affecting consumers' wallets. And we do expect that over the next decade, again, with these broader macro trends of loss of disposal capacity within the state, the closure of landfills in the region, that those costs of disposal are going to continue to increase. And so one of the key ways that we can reduce those costs for consumers, for taxpayers, is by helping to divert and reduce the amount of tons that are sent for disposal through programs like extended producer responsibility programs. The mechanics of EPR programs really recognize that when manufacturers, when brand owners are made responsible for the costs of recycling and managing their packaging, it gives them an incentive that doesn't currently exist to design that material in a way that can be recycled more cost competitively. The beauty of competition in this marketplace will ensure that those brand owners are going to be motivated to help ensure that their products can be recycled and managed in the most cost-effective way. We know that this is, as we look at other jurisdictions that have adopted extended producer responsibility, that that kind of theoretical aspect of EPR has really borne out in practice. Tom Metzer, I know, can add some additional color to that, but I think that this is a really important point to clarify.
Senator Kona, there's a lot of misinformation that if manufacturers assume the cost of recycling in Connecticut, that they will pass that on through the cost of products on the shelf. This is just not true empirically. There's been a study done by RRS that looked at products in British Columbia and in the neighboring province, which does not have EPR, and found 77% were identical. There is no correlation between jurisdictions with EPR and those without it, that there's any difference in price. And the reason is very straightforward and simple. If you go to the Recycle BC website, they have the fee schedule. So in other words, if you make glass, you pay 28 cents per kilogram. That's your contribution, 28 cents Canadian. That equates to, in their estimation, fractions of a penny per product. It is incrementally too small to raise to cause the cost of the product to go up. So this idea that your grocery bill is going to go up is a myth. There's nothing to back that up. In fact, the studies and the pure way of its implementation. And I've got confirmation from the Europeans on this, confirmation from all the jurisdictions in Canada, that it has not impacted consumer prices at all because it's just too small.
I appreciate that response. I feel a sneeze coming on, which is why I'm pausing for a minute. But I do have one other question on another bill, and that is on SB 119, an act concerning climate resiliency funds and projects. You know, a portion of this would obviously be adding upon prior legislation on coastal resiliency reserve funds that towns may have set up and could provide for investment through the Office of the State Treasurer. But the other piece of this bill is about making sure that we're maximizing and leveraging funds that are coming in from the federal government. There's a significant amount, as we know, coming in from various avenues with respect to resiliency. And I guess my question is, how do we ensure that we are taking advantage of everything that we possibly can here in the state of Connecticut to address such an important issue, not only coastal resiliency, but inland resiliency as well? And is there a space for creating programs like they have in other states? I understand Massachusetts in particular has some sort of matching program for resiliency projects that may not be of such a large scale that we need to secure FEMA funding or other federal grants for specific projects, but maybe something that where we could leverage those funds from the federal government and create sort of a pool of funds, much like we have a matching program for OSWA, for example. So I just wonder your thoughts on that, Commissioner.
I'll just say generally, you know, I think that I applaud the committee's focus on, you know, enhancing municipal preparedness and highlighting the opportunities for DEEP to support municipalities so that we can maximize the amount of federal funding we can capture from the bipartisan infrastructure law and other programs to help invest in solutions that will better protect our communities from the impacts of climate change. This is and I think that you know, we in our testimony highlight that that not only DEEP but also many other agencies such as DOT and DESP, housing and others are you know, are going to be playing a role as they have the ability to interact with their federal counterparts to secure funding that can support climate resilient infrastructure as well, that, you know, in partnership with municipalities. We are appreciative of the committee's support for the $30 million in the Microgrids and Resilience Grant program that we're eager to work with municipalities to provide technical support, develop a pipeline of projects that could be ready, shovel ready for to compete for federal investment dollars. The support for Yukon Circa is enabling Circa to provide technical assistance to municipalities, including helping them to establish stormwater authorities, and another product of this committee's leadership to support, you know, develop matching funds to that could be leveraged with federal funding to implement these types of infrastructure projects. I'd be happy to work, or we'd be happy to follow up with the committee and with you, Senator Cohen, on the concept that you're mentioning. I think that we know that there are some very large, you know, significant dollar amount projects that could be supported through FEMA BRIC or other types of projects or federal programs. I think you're highlighting perhaps the need for revenue to support maybe a smaller projects, if you will, across the state, if I'm hearing your comment correctly. And that's something that I think we can take back and think about how some of our programs like the Microgrids and Resilience Grant funding, for example, might be able to play a catalyzing role there as well. But we are looking, you know, within our available resources at everything that we can do to help facilitate whether through technical assistance or highlighting, you know, opportunities to apply for federal funding, to help municipalities get to the front of the line for some of these federal dollars that are on the table.
Great. Well, I really appreciate that response and appreciate you all being here today to provide your testimony and also appreciate your willingness to have ongoing dialogue on these matters going forward since we are limited in our time here today. All right, so next on the list, we have Senator Kevin Kelly. Senator Kelly, are you with us? I think there are, my understanding from the clerk that there are both Senator Kelly and another person are coming in to testify, and just a reminder to those panelists that are being promoted that they need to click the blue button that says join in order to properly be promoted and to testify so that we can hear you on microphone. Madam Clerk, are we all set here?
Yes, sorry. Yes, Senator. I have Senator Kelly has accepted the promotion into the room, and Mike Downs, and as soon as he takes off his camera, then I'll rename Mike as well.
All right, great. Welcome, Senator Kelly and Mike Downs. Senator, are you with us? Oh, I see you. You're on mute, Senator Kelly.
Thank you.
And then Mike, I see Mike as well.
Sorry about that technical snafu. And thank you for the opportunity to be with you this morning.
Senator Kelly, is it, Madam Clerk, is it just me that's having trouble hearing Senator Kelly?
No, Senator, I'm having a little bit of difficulty. I'm wondering if Mike Downs has access to his computer and microphone, but I am hearing some delays from Senator Kelly.
Senator
I do.
Kelly,
I have
I'm
access.
sorry, oh, yeah. Hi, Mike. I'm sorry, Senator Kelly. I think there might be some connectivity issues. But Mike, if you want to step in the meantime, I'm assuming that you're testifying during, he's ceding his time to you.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Senator Cohen, Representative Grisco, Senator Minor, Representative Harding, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. And thank you to Senator Kevin Kelly for extending me some of his time. My name is Michael Downs, and I'm Chief of Staff to Mayor Laura R. Hoydick, the town of Stratford. And I'm pleased to take this opportunity to offer testimony on the mayor's behalf in support of raised Bill 5144. The bill raised by your committee will allocate $5 million to the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection for the purposes of removing and recycling debris from the Housatonic River near the town of Stratford. The Housatonic River winds through the entire state of Connecticut from Massachusetts in the north, emptying into the Long Island Sound in between the towns of Stratford and Milford. The waters of the Housatonic collect a significant amount of debris on this journey, and as a result, much of it comes to rest in the waters off of Stratford and washes onto its shores and beaches. The debris poses significant environmental hazards and creates a danger to navigation and recreational boating. Very often following storm surges, large debris will damage piers and moorings. While the debris originates from numerous points unknown north of Stratford, the town of Stratford has borne the expense and labor to clean up and remove the debris. This legislation will help Stratford clean up the debris that originates at points all the way through the state of Connecticut to create hazards in Stratford waters and pollute Stratford shores. The Stratford Parks Division of Public Works performs the bulk of the required work to clear such debris. An initial cleaning of beaches over 2 weeks each year is conducted with 4 staff members operating a loader, tractor, and 2 trucks at a cost of approximately $11,000. Beach grooming is conducted for 24 weeks ahead of Memorial Day to after Labor Day. Overtime and regular time to perform this work results in combined estimated expenses to the town of an additional $53,000 annually. Roughly 6 to 8 times a year, our Public Works Department must send a loader and a truck to Birdseye Dock to clear all the debris that washes up from high tides that flood the parking lot area, bringing water as far as the intersection of Birdseye Road and Beacon Point. In order to access the dock, the town scrapes the entire parking lot, bringing the debris to the transfer station. In addition, Shore Road at Bonds Dock is routinely covered by debris from high tides. The amount of debris on Shore Road reaches the point where it's not passable for foot traffic and requires the town to clear a path for pedestrians. Cost for this labor is $71 per hour and varies according to the amount of debris accumulated. Our annual expenses also include approximately $3,000 from labor for river cleanup, $8,600 to screen debris from the beach and disposable beach combings for $14,000. Our river cleanup collects roughly 1.5 tons of debris each year. Apart from the expected environmental hazard this causes, it impacts the breeding and nesting grounds of several important species, such as piping plovers, least terns, and horseshoe crabs. Despite our best efforts, as well as an annual Housatonic River cleanup event each spring where hundreds of volunteers come out to clean debris and trash from shoreline.
Sorry, your time is up. Representative Mr. Downs.
Yep. I just got one quick.
Yeah,
quick
sure.
thing.
Go ahead,
Thank
Mike,
you.
and just wrap up this thing.
The passage of this legislation will help keep the shores and the waters of Stratford clean, assist our community with the environmental stewardship of recreationally essential and ecologically sensitive areas that are important to our residents in the state, and help us more fairly address a problem that largely originates from other areas of the state. Thank you for your time and consideration of the bill, and hope your committee will vote favorably on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Downs, and thank you, Senator Kelly. I'm sorry for the technical glitches going on. I see my co-chair and the good representative of the town of Stratford has his hand up. Representative Grisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mike and Senator Kelly, for the testimony. And I could just reiterate the points that were made, having witnessed them myself. Actually, sometimes even the Deep's own maintenance of Wheeler Island washes down onto Birdseye Dock, and it's necessary to get cleaned up by our Public Works facility. So I can tell you that what we've heard is accurate, and look forward. Well, you probably know I support the bill since I co-sponsored it, but thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, I don't think I see any other questions from the committee. So thank you, Senator Kelly and Mr. Downs, for your time today.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thanks. Next on the list, we have Representative Jamie Foster. Is she in the room?
Senator, Representative Foster has texted me that she is in another meeting, I think testifying, and that she will be back shortly.
Okay, and do we have Representative Tremaine McGee?
Yes, hello, Senator Cohen, Representative Grisco, Vice Chairs, Ranking Members, and all esteemed of the committee. I come before you today to share my emphatic opposition to SB 115, an act concerning extended producer responsibility for consumer packaging. You will no doubt, without a doubt, hear from a number of people today how SB 115 is a regressive tax on low income and working families. And while others will go into broad strokes of implications of this bill across various sectors and the impact it will have on thousands of Connecticut residents who are already facing rising costs left and right, I wanted to share with you the impact it will have in my hometown and on my district in West Haven. I share with you this as a reminder that we can't consider legislation in a vacuum, and that bills we pass in the building have a very real and immediate effect on residents across our 169 towns and municipalities. The legislation we pass in this building impacts each and every one of our Connecticut's 3.6 million residents. I fear for the consequences a bill like SB 115 would have on residents of West Haven, especially coming off the heels of last year's bottle bill, which increased the bottle deposit by 50%, and in 2019's plastic bag ban, which residents are still paying for months after the statutory end date. Although it may only be a few cents, those few cents make a difference to the 19,886 15,000 West Haven residents on Social Security income to the 15,777,000 West Haven residents on Medicaid. It would add an additional burden to the stress of 3,544 students in West Haven currently eligible for free and reduced lunch. The students who have already grappled with stress as they see their parents and guardians struggling and suffering to make ends meet, these are the same students we are trying to assist with HB 5001, the bipartisan bill regarding children's mental health, which is also having a public hearing today. And yet here in this committee, we are considering actively adding another stress to thousands of Connecticut children and their families, because there is no stress quite like knowing where your next meal is going to come from, or overhearing the worries or anxieties of parents trying to afford their rent and utility bills, or just not knowing where money is coming from and having to navigate the world and in that awareness. It's an additional stress that no child should have to carry. From 2015 to 2019, 20% of West Haven residents were living under the federal poverty level. That means that for a family of four, families were bringing in less than $400 a week, money that has to be stretched for gas, groceries, rent, utilities, prescriptions, the basic things we need to survive every day. It is an amount that cannot sustain another environmental tax. These families cannot afford to budget for feel-good environmental legislation, especially legislation for a problem that does not exist in Connecticut. EPR programs are designed to handle hard recycle items and change behaviors toward the positive. In a state that currently ranks 5th in the nation in terms of recycling, it's difficult to see what behaviors need positive change. What needs to change is the number of students we have living under the poverty level, the number of students we have eligible for free and reduced lunch. That should really be our focus rather than adding additional finance stress and burden. I urge the committee to stop thinking of this legislation in vacuum and think of the economic effect it will have on the families who struggle the most in each of our districts.
Representative, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you. I just want to say, consider the burdens of these families, and I urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Representative McGee, and I really appreciate your comments. I think certainly we need to be mindful about taking into consideration our low-income earners and how legislation may impact them going forward. I did ask before you came on to testify, I'm not sure if you were listening when I asked about specifically the costs associated with any program like this, because we have heard from several individuals like yourself with concerns over the costs associated with this program. And Deep's response was, certainly that we are experiencing unprecedented tipping fees right now, our cities and towns, which is a cost that's borne solely on the taxpayers of each of our municipalities. And I heard you mention that we don't have a recycling problem. I may beg to differ on that, only respectfully, Representative, that our recycling process here in the state is only yielding, especially through mechanical recycling, I think 9%, maybe slightly higher in Connecticut. That's a global number, but is pretty abysmal. And so we are seeing exorbitant tipping fees and low recycling rates, true recycling rates as a result of that. And I think the department just referenced a study that was done in other places that had this EPR, where they did not see a cost increase, a consumer cost increase. And in fact, I think one would anticipate that if we could reduce what needed to go in the trash, that maybe we would see some relief. Just wondered your thoughts on that.
I'm sorry, I have 2 meetings going at once. I think one of the most important things to me, obviously, in thinking about my constituents is how this financially affects them and oftentimes targets them. And I think generally speaking, even when we talk about other states like Oregon or Maine, they don't actually statistically reflect I mean, I think our racial diversification as a state. And so when I have constituents who are concerned about the increase on environmental taxes, it's because they often feel like there is no voice at the table to bring forth concerns of low income families. And so I think, I think in the larger extent of this is, as much as we can do our due diligence to add to that voice and help to amplify that voice, then we're creating something that actually mirrors the people that we represent. And I know that because it's so vast and we represent so many different people, it looks different for all of us. It really does. But for my constituents, and especially in an area where there are a lot of students who come from low income homes, this is, a penny is small for someone, but for someone else who really, needs their finances, it's a lot. And so I've looked at research and, I've seen it like in other states, like I think there are 2 states that passed this legislation, but they haven't implemented a plan yet. And I think it was New York City where they hadn't seen really a result of it yet. So, this is just me being the vocal point for my constituents and, providing an aerial view of what West Haven looks like and what we're really in need of. And most likely not even only West Haven, but New Haven and Hartford as well, some areas of Hartford.
All right, well, thank you so much, Representative McGee. I really appreciate that. I'm totally clear on what the tax is at this point, but I think that, maybe as we explore more about this, we can all gain a little bit of understanding to make sure that we're being mindful of all of the residents of the state of Connecticut. So I really appreciate your input. I don't see any other questions, and I do see Representative Foster has joined us. Welcome, Representative.
Thank you so much, Senator Cohen, and I apologize for the delay. P&D, my speaking order was very different between P&D and environment, but we aligned, unfortunately. So thank you so much for waiting. I will be brief and then defer the rest of my time to my constituent. But my name is Jamie Foster, and I serve Ellington and East Windsor. And today I'm testifying against SB 115. Both my municipal CEOs and multiple businesses in my community feel that this will negatively impact their businesses and the cost of doing business for our municipalities. And so I am here carrying their voices to Hartford. And with that, I defer to Frank Antonacci, who can speak in much greater detail about how this will impact their business in particular.
Thank you, Representative Foster, and thank you to the Environment Committee for the time. My work in recycling started when I was about 8 to 10 years old. Salvaging 2x4s out of construction dumpsters that our small business at that time was servicing to help build our business right here in Connecticut. Since then, I've worked exclusively in the recycling industry, having every job from working on pick lines to driving trucks side by side to some of the hardest working Americans and residents of the state of Connecticut. I'm troubled to find myself today now at the leadership level of several hundred residents of the state of Connecticut who work hard tirelessly for all of you and all of us daily to provide the reliable recycling and trash services that we all enjoy in the state of Connecticut, to fight for their voice and also the voice of our industry facing a bill like SB 115 that will have negative ramifications throughout the state, throughout the industry, and for all of our residents and taxpayers if it were to pass. I'm also troubled by the fact that this is being pushed in a short session. A bill dropped in an environment committee with 1 week for the entire industry to prepare for, 1 week for all the constituents to prepare what this might mean. To the admission of DEP and the staff, it's a wide sweeping departure of current policy. And to push this forth without the studies that were asked for through a legislative process back in 2016, as well as DEP's own comprehensive material management plan, which laid out the necessity for the CMMS stated that DEP should study how EPR, if implemented, would impact Connecticut's recycling industry. I think it's been clear that that has not happened. On top of that, I represent an industry here in the state of Connecticut through Murphy Road Recycling as a chief operating officer that has over 4,900 employees and has $1.2 billion in economic impact annually, and that's only on the residential recycling side.
I'm sorry, sir, your 3 minutes are up.
I would hope to have a few more moments, if possible, to represent those men and women that'll be out tomorrow in the snowstorm to collect everybody's waste and recycle.
Thank you, Mr. Antonacci. I think that you have several questions here. So you'll have the opportunity to answer these questions. The ranking member, the good Representative Harding.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Representative Foster for representing her constituency so well and bringing forward constituents with some significant concerns here. And thank you, Frank, for your testimony today in addressing those concerns. You were about to finish up about how this would impact your industry, and I think that's critically important for us to understand. So if you wouldn't mind elaborating on how this bill would impact your industry and I'm sure in many ways. So please tell the committee how it would impact your industry.
I'm happy to do so. First of all, Connecticut's recycling industry is recognized nationwide, and we speak to it on a national level on our success. Nationally ranked top 5, top 3, depending on categories. So we should all be proud of what we do as recyclers here in the state of Connecticut. Our concern is that a time when we are seeing unprecedented private investment in recycling infrastructure. We're building a $30+ million recycling system in Berlin, Connecticut, that will be nationally recognized as the most state-of-the-art advanced recycling technology to handle residential recyclables ever built. It'll be right here in the state of Connecticut. At the same time that Urban Mining is building a state-of-the-art glass recycling facility in Beacon Falls to handle the glass problem. These were all investments that were encouraged by DEP in the CMMS plan in 2016, when they also recommended that they do a study on EPR. Since then, the private industry has fulfilled the CMMS by making these private investment dollars, and we are very concerned at the point where all these investments are being made, there will be an industry takeover by our regulator with another industry of the global multinational packaging giants.
Well, thank you for clarifying that, and thank you for your testimony today. It's very important to know how your industry is going to be impacted by this, and you being here is critical to that. So thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Oday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, sir, thank you for your testimony, and thank you, Representative Foster, for bringing up Mr. Antonacci. You had heard some comments about the cost. We've heard, and I have no idea. So I've heard that it won't be a significant cost, and there's been allegations that it would be a significant cost. Can you opine on whether or not there'll be a significant cost to consumers, households, and what you base that on, just to give me some context on what's going on?
Happy to do so. I think if you look at the totality of data that is available, it becomes clear, and also by using common sense. I did study economics in college and throughout high school. There's no such thing as a free lunch. So if we're looking to assess producers a fee, I believe that it will find its way down to the consumer. If you look at the study that I believe that DEP and Mr. Metzner referred to as the RRS study, I would ask everybody to look at the questions that were actually asked to conduct that study. I believe that it's disingenuous to say that the proper questions were asked in that study. If you look at other studies that come out of British Columbia, as by Mr. Chaz Miller, Dr. Calvin Lacken, and as well through our very own legislative task force that studied this issue extensively, I believe all those other studies will show conclusively that these types of programs add additional cost to the consumer. And I also look at our own programs that we have now. Whether you think they're successful, necessary or not, there's clearly an added cost to paint. There's clearly an added cost to mattresses. I find it very, very suspicious to find in this bill that they're looking to embed those costs in the producers, because they don't want the consumers to see why their prices are going up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I understand we're trying to limit our questions. So I would have asked Mr. Metzner about the British Columbia study. I was looking for it. I can't find it. My only last follow-up, sir, is just, is the British Columbia system working? I will say, and to my good chair's comments, I just visited my daughter in Berlin, and they have gotten rid of plastics. They've done a good job of limiting plastics. But I have never been to British Columbia, so I don't know if their system there is working or not. What can you tell us about that, if anything?
I could tell you that every independent recycler is now out of business. I could tell you that every independent collection company was put out of business. There's now one MRF operator, and there's one recycler and one collector. That's what's happened there. The cost of that program has gone up every single year, 15% a year. It has driven up costs to the consumer. It has reduced recycling rates. It has increased the carbon footprint of the industry. And I must use this as an opportunity to ask where the 9% recycling rate that was referred to by the chair came from. I've never seen that rate from DEP nor industry in the state of Connecticut. I don't believe that to be true. And so if we're making assumptions based on that 9% number, I caution us all.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the fact that we're going to be able to submit some questions to DEEP, and I will do so. And thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And Representative Betts.
Thank you and good morning, Madam Chair. To the speaker, did I hear correctly that the state was going to be doing a study in 2016 to evaluate the impact of EPR?
There was what was called the Comprehensive Materials Management Strategy that was authored and adopted by Connecticut Department of Environmental Energy and Environmental Protection, DEEP, that set the goals for the state. And yes, in that document, DEP stated that they should study how EPR, if implemented, would impact Connecticut's recycling industry. That hasn't been done. And I would also say I've read some other testimonies that this bill has been in the making for over a year. I'm here to say that despite our vast experience and expertise in this industry, handling all these materials and processing all of them or many of them to this point, we've never been consulted once until the bill was dropped.
Thank you. I have to say, I have some strong reservations about moving forward on this because the study, I think everybody would agree on because we'd all want that information. And the very fact that it has not been done, and then we're going to be moving forward with this in a short session, really doesn't make any sense. And it gives me the feeling it's just sort of being rammed through and we'll take a look at the consequences later. That's not the way government should be doing business. And obviously, in a short session, we're never going to get the information we need to properly evaluate this. So I'm more than likely going to be a very strong no on this, and I'm very disappointed that the process for moving this forward was not only not more transparent, but allowed us to have more time to be able to evaluate what the results of the 2016 study was supposed to provide. So thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate those comments, Representative. I will just say, it's certainly not my intention, nor is it my co-chair's intention, if I can speak for him, to ram anything through. I think we absolutely need to have a process on this. I have my own concerns with this bill. This is why we have a public hearing process. The process doesn't change short session versus long session. we still have the same amount of time allocated to a public hearing process. So, you know, and the process remains. We vote a concept out of committee. We hear the concept of public hearing based on language that's drafted. And then we need to vote as a committee whether or not to JF it or JFS the language to its respective chamber. So the process really doesn't change. We certainly have a condensed timeline with which to work with on the back end in order to get any legislation passed, and that absolutely is true. But certainly the time for debate is the same on the floor, it's the same in the public hearing. And so I would just point that out, and certainly here we are. We need to hear from everybody today and ask questions accordingly so that we can decide whether or not this bill warrants being moved forward. I see my co-chair representative. Oh,
yeah, if I could respond briefly, Madam Chair. I would have no problem with this, except the information that I think all of us need is not available, and really is the heart of the whole program itself. And if we do not have that information, which I don't believe we do, nor do I believe we'll be able to get it in a short time session, if we all want this, then why not get that information? Then we can debate it with some knowledge. Here, I feel like we're being very limited, and I just feel completely uncomfortable with the idea. I've seen both sides of this, and I think it's enormously important and will have a big impact on all our municipalities and towns. And with all due respect, I don't see how you can take a concept like this and move it forward with so many more questions. It seems to me almost impossible to do this with any real understanding or awareness of how it's going to impact everybody. But I appreciate your point of view, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. To my co-chair, Representative Grisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick follow-up for Frank. The $30 million plant that you referenced, would when that comes online, do you see it increasing tipping fees?
No, in fact, we're investing. Listen, every business, look what's happened to Mira. I think there's been, first of all, a false correlation here with the MSW issues with the recycling issues. They are divergent issues, and I'm happy to spend a lot of time discussing that. That's what we do here every day. They are divergent issues, okay? But I will use Mira as an example of what happens if you do not regularly reinvest in your capital infrastructure. And that's what this is. And we are investing money into our facility to ensure, as the state would like, that we have the best, most resilient and reliable recycling system in the country. And we believe by utilizing technology and our experience that we can build a system that's just better and help actually drive down the cost of processing recyclables. You know, and I would actually, when this first came on the radar, it was back in 2015, 2016, and you'll see probably in some testimonies about National Sword, what happened with National Sword and how it decreased the value of recyclables. That's absolutely true. That's what happened. At that time, when I spoke to leaders in the legislature, I advised that this was a cyclical downturn and it would return. It has returned. The recycling markets have returned. I would ask all of you to ask your municipal leaders if they have also seen that the recycling markets have returned and driven down the cost of their budgets. So the short answer, Mr. Grisco, we also have a recycling facility in Stratford as well. And the facility in Berlin will not raise tipping fees. It'll stand to stabilize them and lower them. And also, as Mira goes potentially closes, I think what everybody has seen as those towns have gone out to RFP are many responses, dozens in the Mira RFP process, and 7 or 8 in some others. And all of those towns are enjoying lower tip fees now as a response to those RFPs. So I believe there's a little there's a little lag in the information flow on what's going on with waste tip fees as well as recycling values and tip fees.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify, Mr. Antonacci, that I had mentioned a recycling rate to Representative McGee, who had testified earlier, and you referenced that. That's a global plastics recycling rate, which, as I understand it, is improving slightly with advanced recycling practices. But we've been cited that 9% of plastic is actually recycled globally. But again, my understanding is that that's improving. I do have questions, but I do see Representative Mashinsky has her hand up and likely has a question for you.
Yes.
Yeah, I have, first, I will agree with you, Mr. Antonacci, that you should be involved in DEP's discussions. You are a player in the waste handling and recycling, and you definitely should sit at the table. So I'll just say that first. But just as I fight for the right of the bottle redemption folks to sit at the table too, when we are discussing their future. So you should be there. But I believe your plant handles a different portion of the waste stream than what is now handled by Mira. And, you know, obviously I'm concerned for all the residents, my town and the other towns, when Mira closes and we suddenly have to face the fact of taking waste Pennsylvania, Ohio, or Louisiana at $150 a ton. I don't think you handle exactly what Mira handles. Am I correct?
Again, two divergent issues on the waste side and recycling side. SB 115 handles recyclables, the traditional blue bin recyclables. So that's a separate issue. As far as your question on, do our facilities handle the same type of MSW Mira does? Yes, we do. In fact, many of our facilities and other private industry players, when Mira has had disruptions in the past, serve as their safety valve on being able to handle those materials.
Okay, and, but after it goes through your plant, then what? Does it go out of state?
It may.
Okay, well, that's what I'm getting at. I want you at the table, but if the end result is that the material is still shipped out of state at a very great expense to the property taxpayer, I don't think we're winning here. This is why the Environment Committee puts pressure on the producers of consumer goods, because they can help us reduce what has to be shipped out. That's why we're leaning on them, and we're not trying to lean on you necessarily, but we're trying to lean on the makers of the products. There's other bills here, right to repair. That's another example of a bill where we try to lean on the producers to help us produce less trash, and then everybody benefits. All my residents benefit, the residents of West Haven and any of the other towns, they all benefit from lower costs. So it's better for the environment, of course.
Excuse me.
Just finishing up that it was also better for the earth. If we're not, you know, one of the substitutes for China on the mixed recyclables is some of the countries in Africa. They're now getting enormous loads of mixed recyclables that they hand pick through, and they hand wash pieces of plastic to try to make a living. So the stuff that was going to China in some cases is now going to places like Senegal. So you know, yes, it's a way of handling our waste, but it's not the best way to have somebody hand sorting garbage in Senegal. So the Environment Committee ideally would have more thought put into the front end so that we aren't producing this much waste. I need more coffee. And but thank you for the role you're playing now. And I hope that we can address that in the bill, where you get a right to sit at the table and be in on the future plans for the state. I think that is appropriate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And if I could just remind all the members to mute themselves if they're not speaking. There's a little bit of feedback coming through. And Mr. Antonacci, So we had met at the beginning. Oftentimes, legislators are approached, and leadership of the committee is approached to meet with various individuals on perhaps topics that might be coming down the pike in the committee. And as such, Representative Grisco and I were asked to meet with some folks in British Columbia, and it was during that meeting, if I recall correctly, that we asked about the haulers, and our understanding is different from that which you portray, which is that the haulers in British Columbia were very much in favor of this legislation. In fact, are benefiting from it at this point, and that there are more than one collector involved. But again, that's just information that was presented to us. So just curious if the hauling industry benefits from recycling, why would this be a problem for your industry in particular? Wouldn't it, in fact, potentially create more jobs if the stewardship organization were to contract with the haulers and work together with them in terms of increased recycling practices and hauling those materials?
Well, so I don't think that's what the bill says in front of us. I think that comes down solely to the selection of the PRO, which is exempted from antitrust regulation, has been discussed, and also Connecticut unfair trade practices. So that obviously alarms us. We are also believers in the free market. We believe that the reason why we are investing what we are in the state of Connecticut, we also just bought a facility in Representative Grisco's area as well. The reason why we're doing that is because we believe that that's the right thing to do in our competitive market and to provide the best services. We think that in some of those other jurisdictions, those kind of competitive forces are negated. And we would prefer to be in a market that allows market participants to compete for the best of the consumers. And especially here in Connecticut, and I think Representative McGee said it well, it's 169 different towns with 169 different needs. And when we talk to our chief elected officers today about how we're going to approach this snow day, we do it on an individual basis. And I caution, if we hand over our collection and processing system to the Mars of the world, Unilevers of the world, who are you going to call when it snows? And we need to delay a day of service, or we need to make up on Saturday, or somebody's transfer station can't get plowed out. These are individual needs that we know as a local company in these markets, as well as all the other industry local players that service these municipalities. So we believe it's a false narrative to say this will be better for the haulers, and therefore I believe it will not be better for our municipalities or our residents as well.
Okay, so just to clarify that statement, so your concern is that these brand owners or the stewardship organization wouldn't in fact include the haulers in the process at all. You're worried that they'd be completely pushed out of the process.
That's one of our concerns. Our main concern is that we're operating an extremely complex and mature system that continues to be able to, our materials change on a moment's notice. And if we are not left to be able to make our decisions as a private business, and we're going to have to go through a PRO system and then to a board to decide how we want to handle these materials, we're going to get caught behind the 8 ball. It's a duplicative system that doesn't need to be in existence. So that's the concerns.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to testify today and answer all of our questions. You got the pleasure of being the first in the industry to testify and got bombarded with the most questions, I suspect. So appreciate it. And I suspect that many of the legislators may reach out for additional questions as well.
Madam Chair, can I make one clarification for the record?
Oh, please do. Yeah.
I think Representative Mashinsky surmised that what I was saying is the materials coming out of recycling facilities are going out of state to the landfills. That's not true. The materials that we're talking about, and I think it was just a misunderstanding, the materials that we're talking about that are covered under SB 115 are currently managed through curbside recycling collection, which go to curbside recycling MRFs, like what we are building and adding to our investment in Berlin. Those materials predominantly go to domestic recycling markets and other recycling markets around the world to be recycled. And we do that at a higher level than most every other state in the country. So I just want to make sure that we don't, again, correlate two divergent issues. Recycling is one thing. We're talking about recycling blue bin materials here, not MSW black bag materials. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Antonacci. Appreciate it. Okay, next we have Cindy Lloyd on the list. Is Cindy with us? Thank you, Representative. Madam Clerk, do we have Cindy Lloyd with us?
Do you show her in the room?
Oh,
yes.
Hi, Ms. Lloyd. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, or good. Yes, good afternoon. Time flies. Thank you for having me. My name is Cindy Lloyd, and I'm here to stand with the voices of women of color in solidarity with the citizens of the state of Connecticut, of whom will be negatively affected by SB 115. I plead you to look closely at this bill and understand, though with all of its well-intended assertions to enhance and refine the recycling system established here in the state of Connecticut, sadly, it shall not.
Hey, Jamie.
I stand with those who want to enhance recycling initiatives in any community that will lend itself to the healing of the land, reduce growth of our landfills, and reduce the negative effects of these products, thereby providing a better community for ourselves, our children, and their children respectively. Yet with its well-intended aspirations, an EPR program raised in SB 115, the actual effect of this bill, if it becomes law, will be an increased financial burden upon the average middle to lower income household in Connecticut. From the potential job loss to the increased cost of consumer goods, that paper and packaging products, AKA the PPP, that fall under the recycling initiative proposed. It's already been shown that programs like this have cost taxpayers on average $700 annually or more. For some, this is nominal. For others, this is critical. We cannot be so ignorant as to have a Marie Antoinette, let them eat cake mentality, even if unintentional. Additionally, the loose parameters of the new EPR system that lacks clear definition in this bill concerns me as to the potential risks of disintegration of many small to mid-sized recycling businesses that currently work effectively with the towns and cities to create successful recycling programs. Factually, Connecticut has one of the greatest levels of recycling participation in the country. The closing of these businesses, as previously mentioned, means losses of jobs to our neighbors, many of whom which are already suffering the effects of COVID and struggling to make ends meet already. The unclear parameters of who will run this program, state or private oversight, also gives me great pause. What entity is going to govern the participation and collection of revenue from multitudes of businesses that shall be responsible for compliance with the stated assessment system that is supposed to fuel this initiative? I don't trust big business to comply with the concepts in this bill, as they are not clear and therefore give too much latitude to a corporate entity to self-govern to their own benefit and not the people. Again, while I support most any initiative that will make way for a better system that will aid the recycling efforts in our state, this bill has too many holes, too many what ifs, too many unclear concepts that can easily be taken advantage of without proper and clear direction for implementation and oversight. I plead you to stand with me. Yes. Yes. Thank you. I plead you to stand with me and do not support proposed bill 115. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lloyd, for coming out to testify and taking the time today. I just had a question. Your testimony and some of your colleagues submitted testimony on specific dollar amounts. Can you just dig into that a little bit more and tell us what, I think there's a $700 increased cost referenced. Would you be able to speak to that and where that number is being derived from?
Specifically, no, but receiving information from different sources that have been studied show that the increased cost can come by way of increase to consumer goods, which was previously mentioned, that we know sometimes big businesses will share the increased cost to themselves by way of the consumer goods that they put in the stores. I'm sorry? Oh, somebody's mic is open. Okay.
Everybody mute their mic, please. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Lloyd. I apologize.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you. So with this occurring so quickly, I kind of looked around and receiving fact sheets and things like that coming from different studies that have already been previously mentioned by some of the more subject matter experts on this call today.
Okay, so it's really not something that's been definitively studied, or there's no specificity around that number. It's just sort of an estimate of what we think could happen.
I think it has been studied, and the information I received when receiving general fact sheets around these programs that have been studied put that number out there. But I'm happy to reach out to you with some of the more specific information for your future consideration when you're looking at whether to support this bill or not. Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. We'll move on to
I wasn't muted. So.
the next. I'm sorry. We've got Melinda Johnson. Hi, Melinda. Welcome.
Hello. Good morning, Senator Cohen. Thank you for this opportunity, Representative Grisco, to address the Environment Committee on this important matter. My name is Melinda L. Johnson. I'm a resident of Hartford and the Director of Community Engagement and Advocacy at the YWCA Hartford region. In concert with many voices and in solidarity with the voices of women of color, I testify in opposition to Senate Bill 115, an act concerning extended producer responsibilities for consumer packaging. YWCA Hartford region considers this issue through both a racial justice and gender equity lens. We are concerned that this bill presents economic consequences to Black and Brown and lower income communities, whether intended or not. The raised bill takes aim at vulnerable consumers during an unpredictable pandemic, which has displaced workers while grocery prices are on the rise. The state of Connecticut, currently ranking in the top 5 in the country of recycling, created an infrastructure that manages recyclable materials both responsibly and efficiently. A study of a proposed EPR and PP legislation in New York showed an increase of 4% to 6.35% on packaged materials. Large national companies will not absorb this cost. It will be passed to consumers. This kind of increase hits lower income residents the hardest. It is apparent that introducing an EPR or PP system into an already best in country recycling system will not create a better recycling system. Alternative actions could include strengthening ties between municipalities and private industry to continue to improve collection, assist material recovery facilities who have invested in systems to process and market this material. We implore the Environment Committee to reject Senate Bill 115, an act concerning extended producer responsibilities for consumer packaging. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I see Representative Machinsky has a question for you.
Sure. Thank you for testifying, Melinda. I'm a fan of MCA in my town and try to help them as whenever I can. But I have to ask you, doesn't the Y care about the $150 a ton tipping fee that is going to be hitting us very soon? I mean, doesn't that cause expense for low-income residents? It's going to come out of your town, your municipal fees and your municipal taxes.
There are many overlapping concerns, but when it comes to this particular bill, we recognize that whether intended or not, that this cost laying directly on consumers is a foreseeable issue. There have been environmental bills in the past where there was not an intended cost to consumers. Nevertheless, when it came down to how big business does business, that cost rested back on consumers. And so when we think and consider from our lens in the Hartford region, when we think about young mothers, mothers of color, individuals in single family homes that are raising their children, and the cost of increase that has already gone on in groceries, we recognize that this can be a negative impact to how people put food on their tables on a daily basis. And so our emphasis and our focus on this committee dismissing this bill comes out of concern for what this will be as an impact to those communities.
So you are saying that you don't consider $150 a ton tip fee to be a problem for your community? Is that what you're saying?
No, I am not saying that. I am giving emphasis to our concern regarding this bill and the additional costs that can come on consumers as a result of this bill.
Okay, but what if the additional cost was very small and it could alleviate $150 a ton tip fee, which will fall on your community in a very short time? So what if this cost was greatly less than $150 a ton tip fee for your trash?
I think you would have to qualify what is less and what is considerably less to an individual who has less to work with to begin with. I think, one of the considerations that has to be given is that Connecticut is one of the wealthiest states in the country. And when we create laws, oftentimes they are not created through an equitable lens. And we don't consider that while we are one of the richest states in the country, that there is a vast difference in income levels amongst families, that not only do most of the wealthiest families live here, but additionally, most of the poorest. I myself sit in one of the poorest districts, one of the poorest zip codes in Connecticut. My church is housed there. And to consider the tipping fee against what this cost will be on a daily basis for a mother that's trying to feed her children, I'm not comparing the two. I'm asking that considerable emphasis be given to the way that this bill is currently drafted and how the cost that companies will not absorb will then have to be impressed on consumers.
Okay, well, I just want to reassure you that those of us that are interested in the bill are trying to reduce costs for people that live in Connecticut. Everybody, Hartford, Wallingford, West Haven, whoever it is, we're trying to reduce costs for everybody. And that is the reason why this bill is here. We're facing a looming deadline of the loss of our in-state trash handling capacity. And we are trying to avoid dumping a fiscal responsibility on our residents. That's really the reason for the bill. So I hope you can see that we're trying to reduce costs for people when we put this bill in.
Well, thank you for that reflection and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Ms. Johnson, for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Susan Messino, Trinity College.
Hi, good morning. I apologize. My video isn't working on this computer. I'm assuming you can hear me because no one's telling me that they can't. So I'm a professor and a research scientist at Trinity College. My PhD is in biology, and I'm a joint appointment in neuroscience and psychology. And most of my research funding is on epilepsy, autism, and pain. But a major focus of my work has been brain health, and more recently, nature and brain health. I'm speaking to Bill 117 on hazard tree removal, and I strongly support this bill as well as a broader look at this issue for multiple reasons, including community resilience and public health, including mental health. Public land and public trees is also an environmental justice issue, and I will be also testifying on the bill on children's mental health, and I'm going to be focusing on prevention in my comments. Some of you may know that last year I was co-chair of the Science and Technology Working Group of the GC3. We had a highly interdisciplinary team that focused on essentials and multi-solving, and we wrote a positive report on preparing for and addressing impacts of climate change while solving other problems at the same time. And some of these rock bottom essentials are clean water, healthy natural systems, and healthy brains. And right now we have a match among financial responsibility, science, and public opinion. And as a policymaker, it doesn't get better than this. And I really urge you to make a comprehensive and common sense tree removal policy a high priority. We need our public lands for so many reasons, and we need better policies before the infrastructure money flows into our coffers and makes things worse. There's really no guardrails on this system right now. And I want to be very clear, as we were in our report, there are good reasons for removing trees, truly hazardous situations, research, in some cases, just getting wood. But this should be informed by science and done by appropriate professionals. The public deserves to know what the reason is. There should be evidence for that reason. And there should be a recognition that there are negative consequences. And I'm convinced that reasonable people without conflicts of interest would agree on at least 80% of this work. But right now, there is really aggressive pushback to changing any habits or simply aligning with science. It's honestly been terrifying to me, both personally and as a scientist. And I'll just wrap up by underscoring two things. We need an ethic based on first do no harm. We're spending money going in the wrong direction. More than ever, people need places they can fall in love with and can use to support their physical and mental health. We have that in Connecticut, but it has no protection. We need to celebrate our crown jewels of iconic trees and these gorgeous forests we have, the most carbon dense, beautiful forests in New England. The other issue is we need to recognize the negative consequences of what we're doing. So sometimes it's necessary, like surgery, but there are negative consequences. And one of the biggest negative consequences is right now, most of the trees we cut from our public land in Connecticut are exported, trashed on site, or simply burned. The public is paying for this. And if DEEP cares about the environment and jobs in Connecticut, there should be a
sorry,
major
but your
shift.
time is up, Miss. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you want to just make a closing statement, Ms. Messino, that would be
Oh,
great.
sorry. Like I said, I mean, I have nothing to gain from speaking up. I'm doing it because I know we need to get really quiet and really focused and figure this out. And I really thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I see Representative Palm has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Ms. Messino. Thank you for your testimony. I am, this has obviously struck a note with a lot of us. And I'm wondering if you are of the mind that what happens to the wood once it is cut from these trees should be part of the equation in determining our processes as we go into the future with hopefully revising them. In other words, what happens to the actual wood when it is no longer a tree? Currently, it's come to our understanding that some of the contractors can haul it away and sell it. In your opinion, does that provide incentive to cut more trees?
Well, I'll just say that, you know, someone's making money on all of this and the public is paying for it. So I really feel like if we have better local systems for wood that comes down in storms, for municipal wood, for wood from public and private forests, we do need, you know, my opinion is we need to have differentiation among forests that are used to generate wood, forests that we need for long-term research. We really don't, there's so much we don't know. And forests we just need for people to be able to count on that are dominated by natural processes. And I think everyone in Connecticut should be upset if we're spending public money exporting, trashing, and burning our public wood.
Thank you very much for that. I don't know that anybody else has mentioned the different uses or the different inherent natures of kinds of forestry. So thank you for that. That's an interesting thought that I'm going to think about. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And thank you so much, Ms. Messino, for being with us today. Appreciate it. Next, we have Lauren Gardner. Hi, Ms. Gardner. I see you there.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Lauren Gardner, and I'm a current graduate student studying policy practice and social work at UConn and have over 12 years of experience in autism services and education. Today, I'm speaking in favor of Senate Bill 118. I am also newly married to an engineer who works at Connecticut's only food waste recycling facility. It is commonplace in our home to discuss Connecticut's rapidly diminishing capacity and waste management capabilities, and as a newly married couple, the threat climate change poses on our plans to start a family. Polystyrene, the focus of this bill, is commonly known as styrofoam. While polystyrene is often viewed as a cost-efficient material for food service, it is evident that the overall cost of managing its waste and its impact on our environment and our health far outweighs any benefit of this material's use. Polystyrene is created from crude oil, a non-renewable resource, and is the only plastic based on styrene, a toxin and a likely carcinogen. It is not recycled in Connecticut and takes up excessive space in landfills. It is lightweight and prone to blowing away, breaking apart easily, and ending up in our waterways and oceans where wildlife can mistake the material for food, often resulting in death. Rather than biodegrading, polystyrene further breaks apart into microplastics. Microplastics are so pervasive that they are beginning to be found in our table salt and the fish that we consume. This is especially concerning considering recent studies on the effects of polystyrene microplastics have shown effects on organisms at every biological level, damaging DNA, causing cell death, affecting reproduction, and resulting in population decline. In regard to use of polystyrene trays in Connecticut schools, it is important to consider the message we send to our students when they throw away single-use trays. An international study released last year indicates an overwhelming amount of children and young people experience climate anxiety affecting their daily functioning and have lost faith in their legislators and governments for taking action against climate change. With readily available and sustainable alternatives, there is no need to continue the use of polystyrene. I hope that Connecticut will join the 9 other states and the growing number of United States cities in passing this important legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this critical issue and for your time, and I hope that your committee will vote favorably for it.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gardner, and appreciate your testimony and your connection to waste management in the state of Connecticut, as well as your commitment to the environment. So I really appreciate your testimony. As you likely know, this bill is no stranger to the Environment Committee, and we've been working with several of the stakeholders to make sure we get it right and work to move it forward. So I appreciate your testimony with us today. Oh, I see. I'm sorry, Madam Vice Chair, Representative Palm has a question for you.
Thank you. It's just a quick comment, Lauren. I just want to thank you for your advocacy and for inspiring other young people to get involved. You guys are really what is going to make the difference. So just wanted to give you a shout out. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Seeing no other questions, we will move on to the next person signed up to testify, who is Carlos Gutierrez.
I don't see him as being in the room and or in the waiting area to promote. So the next person that we do have is Francis Brady.
Welcome, Fran Brady, BYOCT and constituent of Madison, Connecticut. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Cohen and Representative Grisco and the members of the Environmental Committee. I will be commenting briefly on 2 bills, first on the EPR for packaging and then on the EPR for tires. BYOCT would like to express support for the overall concept of Senate Bill 115, EPR for packaging, but respectfully, we cannot support Section 1, lines 79, 80, and 81, and we would ask that this bill not be moved forward as written. This section contains a whole new definition of recycling. It states, quote, recycling for plastics includes a fuel that is converted to a raw material that is used for manufacture of new products, unquote. Since when has any fuel been good for the environment? The wording in these 3 lines is not tight enough to avoid the commercial production of fuel. And I would respectfully challenge Deep's earlier characterization this morning of the definition of chemical recycling in the Oregon law being similar to what is being presented here. This is not EPR, this is the lack of responsibility. And it must not be allowed. Plastic fuel waste to fuel, also known as advanced recycling, and more technically as pyrolysis, are energy intensive, experimental, and have yet to be fully proven on a commercial scale. Putting it another way, pyrolysis is like the boiler of a locomotive that needs to be constantly fed with plastic to keep it going. And because this process creates a low-cost fuel, this bill will encourage more plastic production and not discourage it. This is an imperfect solution. You are listening to plastic manufacturers instead of your constituents. Ban single-use plastics. Don't allow them to become the next cheap fuel for our cars. I now would like to comment on HB 5139, EPR for tires. First, I need to clarify that I'm speaking only on my personal behalf and not for the Connecticut Recyclers Coalition, who I'm a board member of. I would like to express support for the overall concept of 5139 EPR for tires, but I have concerns about the lack of clarity around how the state will manage to control the improper management of toxic raw materials that are present in all tires. I'm a retired chemist, and I've walked the trails of Hammonasset Beach State Park for over 10 years. Recently, I have discovered a pollution site at a beach due east of Hammonasset Point. At this specific site, hundreds of shredded rubber pieces wash up on the shore daily, pictures of which I have shared with you in my written testimony.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brady, your time is up.
I had 5 more seconds according to my clock. I'll wrap up.
Thanks, Ben.
The rubber pollution we are witnessing is a graphic example of what could happen elsewhere. These chemicals pose a toxic threat to Connecticut's vibrant coastal fishing and shellfish industries, nor should they come in contact with our children on playgrounds. So my last line is, thank you for the opportunity to comment, but please remember to treat these tires as the toxic time bombs that they are. Don't trust the tire manufacturers. Please codify that they are disposed of properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. And I really appreciate, as somebody who lives in obviously the 12th district and represents our community, I appreciate all of your hard work and investigation into the dumping of these tires in previous years, long ago. And I know this is just unfolding. Even though you've been at it for years, it's really more information continues to be forthcoming. And so really appreciate your advocacy there. Before I ask my question, I'm just going to turn it over to my co-chair, who I see has his hand up, Representative Grisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Francis, how do you feel about the reuse of the tires in asphalt? Do you think that still classifies it as a ticking time bomb, or was that something that could potentially, well, it's being done in other parts of the country already, but do you view that with such disdain as the ticking time bomb statement you made?
Right. Well, first of all, I'm obviously not an expert in asphalt, but what we do know is that tires contribute to microplastics, and every time it rains, the amounts of tires or vehicle tires that wear out on top of that asphalt get washed into streams and into the Sound. Now, I don't know if there's been studies regarding asphalt and whether or not that with water and time that it slowly goes into the streams and waters. If it does, yes, I'm concerned about that then.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. So I have a question on 115, and you mentioned specifically section 1, lines 79 to 81, and the chemical recycling process. My understanding is that mechanical recycling isn't working. Do we have a situation? Is there an advanced recycling practice that we could, get behind environmentally that isn't the creation of fuels? I mean, obviously, I too would love to see us ban single-use plastics. That's my own opinion, certainly not the opinion of this committee, or I wouldn't dare speak for everybody else. But I also recognize that plastics have become incredibly prevalent, and that's not what we're talking about here today. We're talking about methods of waste reduction And, our current practices are not working for us, including the practice of mechanical recycling. It just hasn't been shown to really, end up in true recycling at all. And so I'm just wondering, I don't know a lot about advanced recycling processes. I think there's a wide spectrum of those processes. And I'm just wondering if there's something, you suggested striking section 1, what would be the process, that these manufacturers or brand owners or stewardship organization would use to recycle the goods that would be in this EPR proposal?
Well, again, I'm not an expert on all those processes. I have been exposed to some of the more prevalent ones, particularly ones around pyrolysis. And what my concern, this is Fran Brady speaking, my concern is that a large company such as, and I apologize, I mean, we could talk about Dow, we could talk about Shell, but we can talk about Exxon. Exxon has a partnership with a company that does pyrolysis, and if all the waste plastic were to go in through that process, which it costs billions of dollars to build one of these plants, if all the plastic was to go through there and all of it was to be heated up and broken down into its basic hydrocarbons, and all of that was then 100% was to go back into plastic manufacturing, I would have some sense of okayness with that. However, what happens is that the way this definition is written, it's not guaranteed that 100% of all the stuff that gets broken down will go back into 100% plastic. And so what's left is what they love to sell, fuel. Now, the other problem is it doesn't really address the fact that it will not stop plastic production. And the same industry that is promoting this pyrolysis is building dozens and dozens of plastic plants around the world, and they want an outlet. They want to continue to make that stuff so that it's sold and then ends up in our, somewhere on the ground, or eventually back into this, they're going to call it circular, back into this potentially fuel producing process. So it's a nasty cycle, and no one's guaranteeing that it's going to be 100% used as a plastic.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments, Mr. Brady. I think we certainly have a lot to figure out in this bill. That's only one section, but certainly wouldn't want to do further damage to the environment through these chemical processes, but also recognize that, sometimes in order to take a giant leap forward, you have to make this incremental change to this, mechanical versus advanced recycling. And so, all of these things need to be weighed out and understood better. And I certainly don't have the expertise on this. So I'm hoping that we have more folks here with us today that can shed some light on how this all works and what the impact is to the environment and beyond.
If I may just make one final comment, please challenge them on the life cycle analysis. Make sure you have an independent company validate whatever the plastic manufacturers are saying about how good this is to the environment compared to other methods. You need an independent life cycle analysis to prove what they're saying is better for us.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Eric Hammerling from Connecticut Forest and Park.
I don't have him sent.
He's in the waiting room.
Oh, fantastic. He just arrived then. So let me go find him and bring him into the room.
Thank you.
It looks like he accepted the promotion to the room.
Terrific. Hi there, Eric. How are you?
I'm doing great, Senator Cohen. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak today. Good afternoon, members of the Environment Committee. My name is Eric Hammerling, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Forest and Park Association. I'm here to express support for SB 117 regarding hazard tree removal at state parks and SB 119 on climate change resiliency funds. Over the past decade, I've chaired the State Vegetation Management Task Force created by the Two Storms Panel, chaired the forest subgroup of the Governor's Council on Climate Change, and most recently chaired a diverse group of organizations to develop policies on resilient forests for Connecticut's future. All of my efforts have been based upon the premise that trees and forests provide a wide variety of socioeconomic, ecosystem, and other benefits, and that we all share an important responsibility in how we steward their future. SB 117 raises important considerations about the need for both greater transparency and increased professional expertise when making determinations of tree health in state parks and campgrounds. Of course, this bill is inspired by recent events at Housatonic Meadows State Park. DEEP's communications in advance of the removals at Housatonic Meadows may not have been mandatory, but better or earlier community outreach and planning would have likely resulted in a better outcome. And determinations of tree health were done by park managers without guidance from professional arborists who may have recommended different actions. DEEP is responsible for the licensing of professional arborists, and the department should find a way to engage arboricultural expertise in determining whether a tree is a hazard or whether its health can be improved with reasonable measures. Unfortunately, SB 117 does not provide sorely needed additional resources to DEEP to help manage state parks and campgrounds where they've been under-resourced for years. The report to the legislature on DEEP staff resources that this committee wisely called for shows a growing imbalance between DEEP's decreasing workforce and the increased responsibilities of implementing new laws and other pressures. For example, park staff have declined by over 50% to the current level of 83 FTEs from a high of over 200 FTEs in the mid-1980s. Over the same period, there are more parks. Park visitation has almost doubled. This growing imbalance is not sustainable. Addressing potentially hazardous trees is a very important issue because we hope to find the right balance that both keeps people safe and recognizes the many values of trees that we want to retain. But if state parks don't have additional resources to help with this and other issues, you might see an improved approach to tree management on one hand and a diminished ability to meet other park visitor needs on the other. If there is another opportunity to provide more input on this bill or issues around compensatory reforestation on other public lands, I look forward to it. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Eric. Thanks for taking the time to come in and give the testimony. A couple of hands are raised here, so we're going to go to Representative Horn first, followed by Representative Mushinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Eric, for being here today and for many days that you have opined both verbally and in writing on this issue. It's been really extraordinarily helpful. I wanted to ask so earlier, and this may have been part of the commissioner's written testimony, but she verbally, in a discussion about arborists and how to think about getting arborists involved in this, this decision-making about hazardous trees, raised the idea about the possibility of engaging third-party arborists. And in addition to of course, the cost and staffing issues, which you've already mentioned and we're all very aware of, I wondered if you had an opinion about whether that would be feasible and workable to engage third parties, have DEEP work with outside arborists to opine on this.
I appreciate the question, Representative Horn, and obviously for your involvement in making sure that the issues that were raised as part of Housatonic Meadows are addressed through the legislative process. So thanks to you and Senator Minor on that very much for raising these issues. I would say that it is certainly feasible to have outside arborists give advice to DEEP park maintainers and park supervisors who are responsible for making determinations on hazard trees under the current process. I think that would actually help with right now, as you have seen at Housatonic Meadows, there is a lack of trust in what is being done at parks with regard to hazard trees. And so, having professional outside licensed arborists who wouldn't be accused of being, making decisions based on their connections to DEEP versus their professional credentials, I think would be a wise way to go about it. Now, I know that some of the recommendations in SB 117 would require an awful lot of work, which to me says there would be an awful lot of money that would have to be available from somewhere to have those third-party arborists provide input. I don't know how much that would be and how much is available for that purpose, but that is an issue. But again, to your question, I would recommend that third-party objective licensed arborist involvement is a good idea.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Horn. Next, we have Representative Mushinski.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask, why are we still having the precipitous drop off of DEEP staff on the parks? Eric, you and I worked together on the bipartisan bill to save the parks by giving them consistent funding, and through the $5 a year fee on the driver's licenses. And I mean on the registrations. And that was supposed to stabilize the hiring. So what's the reason why? I mean, we all agreed on the fee too, what the fee ought to be to do the stabilization. So did we do our math wrong, or is the money being used for another purpose, or what's the reason why we don't have enough staff if the bill is already law?
Yeah, thank you, Representative Mushinski, for the question, and obviously for your leadership on issues around park funding and support. I would say that the Passport to the Parks program, when it started, I guess originally passed on Halloween 2017 and started being implemented in 2018. It has been a wonderful support to operations and maintenance for the state park system, but it has not led to additional staff being available. What it has done has helped to level off the staff that was precipitously in decline for many years leading up to 2018. So essentially, we have leveled off over the last few years at around 83 FTE. But as I noted in my testimony, we once had over 200 FTEs dedicated to state park maintenance. So I would love to see the administration be investing in additional numbers to support state park operations and maintenance. There is available support within the Passport to the Parks to support that. And I would encourage, and we certainly have encouraged in the appropriations side of the legislature, that is something that needs to happen.
Okay, thank you for that. And I won't take up any more time on that question, but I would like to talk to you offline about that and how we can fix that in the Appropriations Committee.
Of course, happy to. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Mushinski. Next, we have the Vice Chair, Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Eric. This is a little bit of a strange question, and I'm not in any way trying to put you on the spot, but as we talk about the value of these trees that have been lost and will continue to be lost, especially if we don't get our process straightened out, do you and your colleagues have any way of assigning a monetary value to a tree in a forest, the way when you go to a nursery, you can look at a 6 foot tall lilac bush and say, okay, that's worth $175, or there's a way to, certainly nursery people have a way to gauge relative value based on size, age, and the variety. Is there any way to figure out what a tree is worth as a machine of cleaning the air, of providing habitat, of all the things that trees do, not to mention mental health, as several of the testifiers have brought up. Is there any way to put a dollar figure on the value other than the value that we know to come from the environmental and psychological benefits?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, Representative Palm. And there are significant ecosystem services that are provided by trees that there's been research over the last several years about how to do a better job quantifying. There are some tools. For example, there's a tool called iTree or iTree Tools, which allows you to look at a group of trees and be able to project from that, what are some of the benefits in terms of air quality improvement, in terms of less public health issues, in terms of how much carbon is sequestered and stored. And it actually does put a dollar value on the combination of ecosystem services, and it's pretty amazing what the value of just one tree can add up to. One of the things that is always important to keep in mind is the value of a tree that has been around for 100 or hundreds of years is very different from a tree that would replace it if it were removed and replanted. So there needs to be some consideration of a replacement, not just of the stems of trees, but of the ecosystem services that they provide. And there is a lot of a growing body of economic studies around what values trees provide to us, and it is considerable.
Well, thank you for that. And the reason I bring it up is that I think that we in government are too quick to assign metrics and value to certain products and services, but not to the interweb that we know as the environment. And when you start to take out one of those links and others collapse, there is real damage done. And I would just, sometimes the Capitol operates on a very economic metrical basis. And I would just love it if advocates could at some point figure out what the value, if these trees were on the open market, what that would be to all the things that you brought up. So I appreciate very much the depth and breadth of your thinking. And I think that's something that I'd like to talk to you another time about. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Palm. And I would say that there have been studies done too about all of the jobs associated with people who do work in the woods, both as foresters and harvesters, and on that side, as well as the natural services that are provided by trees and forests. So would be happy to have a follow-up conversation with you.
Thank you so much, Representative Palm, and thank you, Mr. Hammerling. I don't see any other questions for you today, so thanks for taking the time to testify. Next, we have Tara Cook-Littman. Tara with us? Hi, Tara. Welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Tara Cook-Littman, and I am most importantly a mother, and some would say a tireless food and environmental policy advocate. I'd like to start just by thanking this committee for raising SB 120. I'm incredibly grateful to be here before you again, as the last time I was here was March 6th, 2020, and we all know what happened after that. So much has changed, but unfortunately, pesticide regulation in Connecticut has stayed stagnant, which is of course understandable considering everything the state has been facing. But now is the time for Connecticut to take action. We all know that protecting our health and the health of the planet is more important than ever. Since March 2020, the federal government has banned chlorpyrifos on food crops. Unfortunately, that doesn't protect Connecticut residents because we know from a FOIA request that 90% of chlorpyrifos used in Connecticut is on golf courses. There are many safer alternatives, and the science is clear that the threat to the environment and the health dangers to those living near golf courses and those applying chlorpyrifos is just too great to allow its continued use. Additionally, the 2016 Pollinator Protection Act was an important first step in regulating neonics, and Connecticut was a leader then, but now we are falling behind. New Jersey recently passed a law to ban neonicotinoids on all non-agricultural plants, and New York and Maine are poised to be next. We support the intent behind SB 120, but the current language does not actually achieve the goal. So we have provided suggested JFS language that tracks what our regional neighbors are doing, and we hope that you'll consider that language. It would be so easy for this body to punt to an agency at the state or federal level to regulate pesticides, but I implore you to take action. The people of Connecticut have empowered you to protect us. DEEP is severely underfunded and is not tracking the use of pesticides in Connecticut. And the federal government will always have certain reviews in progress, but we cannot wait for the federal government to take action. Those who oppose pesticide regulation want state and local control until it's no longer convenient to their position. I want to again thank you for this opportunity and urge you to support SB 120, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cook-Littman. I do see Representative Michelle has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Tara Cook-Littman, for being one of the champion advocates on this issue. Just a quick question: Would you support the bill if we actually added more materials to be prohibited, such as glyphosates in particular?
Well, thank you, Representative Michelle, for being one of our strongest champion legislators. We're very grateful to you. And I did hear your question earlier in the hearing to someone else about adding glyphosate or other pesticides. So this is what I would have to say. Right now, we're very focused on neonicotinoids and chlorpyrifos because the science is so outstandingly obvious. And because this is what other states in the region are doing, in the future, we should certainly be discussing what other chemicals are presenting clear danger to the environment and to people. But right now, we're really focused on chlorpyrifos and glyphosate. There are other things, however, that DEEP in this committee could be doing to strengthen pesticide regulation in the state. One of the things that could be done is digitizing the filings that all of the pesticide applicators need to do. Right now, it's still on paper form. I had done a FOIA request again since 2020, but unfortunately, because of COVID, I didn't feel comfortable going to DEEP to look through the paper filings, and nobody could provide me with the information I was looking for, which was where is chlorpyrifos still being used and where are neonics being used. If this information was more transparent and available to the public, then I do believe that people who are using it would think twice before applying. But right now, there's just no transparency, there's no tracking. And that to me would be a fantastic way of moving toward better regulation in the state of pesticides overall, rather than just trying this whack-a-mole approach where we do one pesticide at a time.
Yep, no, I really appreciate your comments. Stanford did a broad ordinance on banning all non-organic pesticides, and I recommend the committee looks at the language. And also another comment in response to, in terms of glyphosates, I believe that there's plenty of court cases actually that shown public health issues. I think there's a lot of information there as well. I appreciate it and look forward to the ongoing conversations on banning those toxic products from our state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I see Senator Haskell has a question.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And Tara, thanks for your continued advocacy on this issue. You made reference in your testimony to the health repercussions of these pesticides, both chlorpyrifos and neonicotinoids. I'm wondering, I'm thinking though that it's really helpful to sort of dig into the specific health consequences that these pesticides can cause. I know that I've learned a lot in delving into those details. I'm wondering if you, excuse me, if you might be willing to share one or two specific public health consequences of failing to regulate these pesticides.
Sure. I really appreciate your question, and I'm happy to touch on it, but I do just want to point the committee to testimony that will be following me from scientists and individuals who have a science background that can really answer those questions for you, right? I'm a concerned mom. I read all the studies, so I have them in my brain, but I just don't know that I'm the right person to answer those questions. I would rather you hear from the professionals in the scientific arena who can really provide that information for you. So I don't mean to punt the question. I just know that there are people following me who are better at answering those questions than I am.
Perfectly understandable. No problem at all. Thank you so much, Tara. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Great
Thank
to see
you, Senator.
you.
I also, I have a question, Tara, which we received some testimony that I read through, and I don't remember, I think it may, have been from the Pollinator Advisory Committee, but I sifted through several pieces of testimony on this. And there was something about the non-ag use being too broad. There was a concern that it was too broad and that there are other indoor uses of neonicotinoids in pest control, that used in pest control for cockroaches, and I forget what other, maybe termites. I don't want to misspeak, but there were some other uses that would be caught up in this and perhaps not have a good alternative use. Just wondered if you could speak to that a little bit, and if you think the bill is just as strong if we put in some language that would clarify what it is that we are trying to do here.
Absolutely. So I just want to direct you again to the sample JFS language that we have provided that we think will actually clear up some of the broader concerns that the non-agricultural language not include certain things. Like we've heard there was concern about pet products. And so the suggested language does exempt any pet products. And we're certainly open to hearing other concerns that we may not have thought of that are not intended to be included in this bill. Absolutely. So if there's any indoor pest issues that that need to be exempt, that's something that we're totally open to, and we don't believe will weaken this bill that is really intended to keep neonicotinoids off lawns, off golf courses, which again, had we been able to fulfill the FOIA request, we would have been able to be very specific about where we know it's being used in the state. But from past FOIA requests, we are presuming that the majority of where neonics are being used would be taken care of, even if you add some of those exemptions.
Okay, really appreciate your help and your advocacy around this. Thanks so much. I don't see any other questions. So next we have David Greenstein. David, are you with us? Oh, I see you. Welcome, David.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is David Greenstein. I'm a vice president of Lake and Tyre East, and I've held that position for over 20 years. Lake and Tyre East has been responsibly recycling discarded tires in the state of Connecticut since 1978. We employ approximately 175 employees and occupy and operate in 2 buildings in West Haven that equal 100,000 square feet. Over the years, Laken has invested millions of dollars in transportation equipment, sophisticated tire shredding equipment as well. Laken currently recycles approximately half of the state of Connecticut's annual scrap tire generation of 3.5 million tires. The problem in Connecticut is not the existing recycling system. It is the illegal acts of a group of tire thieves scavenging through retailers' scrap tire holding bins, selecting the good tires, and then dumping the rest. Creating an EPR system for the tire industry in Connecticut will not stop the illegal actors. A new EPR system may, however, have unintended consequences and disrupt the current efficient and cost-effective system. For those reasons, we oppose the bill as currently drafted. However, we are here to work with this committee and other stakeholders to find a solution for illegal dumping. The proponents of HB 5139 are concerned about the tires that are illegally dumped. Municipalities are concerned about the management and cost burden of tires collected and managed at local transfer station. So are we, but we believe that the extent of the problem must be quantified before the legislature changes the system. Information about the number of illegal dumped tires and the number of tires municipalities are left to manage is anecdotal. To that end, we are working with the Housatonic Resource Recovery Authority and their executive director to create a data collection system that will be in place next month that would provide all interested parties with data which could be used to determine the scope of the problem and the cost to local communities who end up dealing with unwanted tires. We would welcome the participation in the data collection effort from other solid waste management authorities and/or municipalities. With this information and stakeholders working together over the next 9 months, we pledge to come back to the Environment Committee with a legislative proposal to address the costs and burdens to local communities of disposing of discarded tires. The plan would also include some common sense legislation to address the illegal actors who dump tires in waterways and other areas around the state. It would include a manifest system that tracks the chain of custody of discarded tires. Such a system would not only continue to ensure the legal disposing of scrap tires, but also reduce the illegal activities. Lastly, Lake and Tire has successfully worked with DEEP in our efforts to install a tire mulch line. This proposal sets forth the installation of equipment to turn scrap tires into rubber mulch. Lake and Tire's parent company, Liberty Tire Recycling, is in much need of tire mulch and is currently in a sold-out position. It is Lakeland's hope that DEEP considers the application expeditiously. The proposed mulch line will recycle approximately 4 million tires annually. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Greenstein. I see my co-chair, Representative Grisco, has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, David, for coming on. And I find myself in the same position as some of my colleagues previously with too many questions, but I will keep it to maybe one or two. When you say recycle tires, there are visions of, oh, look, they're all, remade into new tires. But what are actually done with the recycled tires that you are shredding, and what are they used for?
Yeah.
Or is the term recycling just getting it out of the waste stream?
Sure. Today, since the Exeter Energy plant closed in Sterling, Connecticut, the only option is for tire-derived fuel at the paper and pulp mills up in Maine. And it should be noted that it displaces coal, and it it burns cleaner than coal, and it burns more efficiently than coal. But geographically, that is the only market available to us today. And therefore, Representative Grisco, we're pursuing the tire mulch line.
And then, if I may, Madam Chair, with a follow-up, so you're asking the committee to give you a year to work on a solution, and then come back to the Environment Committee next year with your solution?
Yes, we're asking for that time to truly quantify the problem, not only the amount of tires, but the cost to the state and its residents. And we'd like to come back in 9 months with a solution.
Were you able to hear, I know I'm breaking my own rule here, but were you able to hear Mr. Brady call tires a ticking time bomb and being toxic? And do you agree with that position?
No, in fact, it has been proven that tires do not have a leach effect, meaning that as water runs off tires, it does not take the tire particles with it. And there have been numerous studies on the impact of tires in playgrounds and athletic turf fields. And every single one of those studies come out that it is not a hazardous material.
Madam Chair, I have to stop. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, it's difficult to hold to this rule. I agree with you, Representative. And Representative Piscopo, do you have a question, sir?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony, David. I appreciate it. As you try and seek out other means of usage of tires, I remember this last year, and it seems some of our surrounding states were actually putting them in a hot mix of asphalt. They were going on their roads. The roads were lasting longer, quieter, better endurance, and all that stuff. It seems that some of our surrounding states, I think Massachusetts may put it in a hot asphalt mix and just put it in the roads. Are you looking into that area with our DOT? Is there something we need with regulatory changes, or?
It is something that we have considered. And not only has Massachusetts done it, but New York has done it. And the freeze thaw climates of New England, it expands and contracts. But we have not been able to get a lot of headway through the state on this.
Thank you. It seems like a promising avenue, and maybe we can work on that in the near future. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And Mr. Greenstein, I would just ask that you referenced illegal dumping as being the main concern, at least from your standpoint, with respect to tire recycling. Obviously, we don't want these tires being dumped where they shouldn't be. What do you have some thoughts on? Are you talking about imposing penalties on illegal dumping that would incent the recycling of the material, or are you talking about creating an easier process by which folks could recycle their tires, and perhaps adding additional communication around tire recycling, or maybe some combination of those?
Well, again, we're looking to define the extent of the problem. And I'm sorry, could you just ask the question again?
Yeah, you were talking about the crux of the issue as you see it as really being about illegal dumping. I think you mentioned some bad players. And so I'm just sort of trying to understand what your thoughts are on fixing that piece of the process. I mean, when you're talking about coming back to the table a year from now with a plan, are you sort of envisioning that it would involve stricter penalties for illegal dumping, which would incentivize the recycling process to take place? Are you talking about adding communications or creating an easier process by which folks can recycle their tires, or something, or a combination of these? I'm just wondering what you're thinking as an industry representative, perhaps, of where this could go in the future.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, and all of your possible solutions are ones to be considered. While the legal dumping is a law enforcement issue, I think we can narrow it down through a manifest system. And a manifest system will track tires from the beginning of its end of life to where it goes. And if we see end of life tires in a particular geographical location not matching up to the manifest system, then we can bring in law enforcement to help us track down these bad actors that come in the middle of the night and scavenge through tires.
So can I'm sorry, just a follow up to that, is a manifest system, would that involve some sort of, I mean, that sounds like each tire being individually identified with some sort of serial number or something. Is that what you're referring to?
No, just counting the number of tires. And we do that every day right now. When we go to our local town fair or Costco, we pick up their tires. We know exactly how many tires there were. If we match that up with how many tires the retail store has sold, those numbers should be very close to each other. And that could identify a possible situation where tires are being illegally dumped.
Oh, I see. So it would be really sort of geographically locating where there may be more illegal dumping as opposed to, okay, got it. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Greenstein. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, My understanding, do we have Chris Erb, Madam Clerk, or Kieran Alexis?
I don't have them in the attendee at this time.
Okay, and what about 26, Richard Madonna?
I don't have Madonna at this time either.
Okay. How about number 27, Dan Felton? Oh, I see you, Mr. Welcome. You got moved up.
I'm glad I was ready. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Cohen, Representative Grisco, and members of the committee, thank you very much for your time today. For the record, my name is Dan Felton. I am Executive Director of AmeriPen, the American Institute for Packaging in the Environment. I am here today to speak neither for or against raised bill, Senate Bill 115, but to offer some comments on it, and I have submitted written testimony as well. AmeriPen supports packaging producer responsibility and policy solutions that are results-based, effective and efficient, and equitable and fair. We have spent significant time on this exact issue raised in Senate Bill 115. In fact, today we are currently working on, I think it's 37 bills across 18 states on this same issue. So it's a very passionate issue for AmeriPen. We really do appreciate all the time that DEEP and stakeholders have engaged in development of SB 115 in collaboration with significant constructive input from AmeriPen. We believe that additional language and amendments are needed to ensure that the program envisioned by SB 115 can be effective and efficiently implemented and achieved over the long term. So again, today we are taking a position of neutral with amendments. We look forward to continuing the collaboration with this committee, DEEP, and others to discuss this important policy in Connecticut. In the spirit of that collaboration, the written comments I submitted today highlight some outstanding concerns and proposed solutions, including the definition of producer, the performance and service standards outlined in the bill, reduction rate goals, and the stewardship registration process, I should say. AmeriPen recognizes the need to expand and innovate the recycling system in Connecticut and appreciates the hard work that DEEP and other stakeholders have put into SB 115. We remain very committed to being a partner to find the right path forward to increase packaging recovery and recycling in the great state of Connecticut in a shared, meaningful, and responsible way. Thank you for your time today, and I know you have a long day today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Felton, and thank you for taking the time to testify in front of us today. It's heartening to hear that you're willing to give us some suggested language and going forward to be an asset. We have a couple of hands raised in the room here. We'll start with Representative Oday.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, sir. I have not had a chance to read your testimony in great detail. I do appreciate you making yourself available. And in an interest of going as quickly as possible, in comparing the proposal that we have here in Connecticut, Senate Bill 115, I see that you suggest a number of amendments, and so that's why you're neutral. What states have done this type of legislation well, or proposing it well, that you would have us more mirror, if that's an appropriate question?
Yeah, thank you, Representative Oday, and that's a completely appropriate question. As mentioned earlier by DEEP, there's only been 2 states that have enacted laws currently into place, and that is Maine and Oregon. Maine, in our opinion, is not producer responsibility, and I would not point anybody towards Maine. The Oregon law is better, but we do see some additional room for improvement, thus the conversation we've been having with DEEP. There are 2 bills in Maryland that AmeriPen actually has come out over the last 3 weeks in support of, because we feel it's even further in the right direction. But again, the conversations we've been having with DEEP on behalf of all our members have been productive.
Thank you very much for that, and I'm glad to hear that you're having productive discussions with DEEP. It warms my heart. So thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Representative Oday. warms my heart as well, as it appears that Deep is taking those comments to heart and would seem to be on the same wavelength with AmeriPen at this point. Our next, well, we're going to go back to our Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Felton, for your testimony. And I will just echo the sentiments of my colleagues here in saying that we appreciate the fact that you are working with our DEEP on this and working to really get it right. And I think that that's the intention of everybody, that if we move forward with something like this, that we want to be sure that we get it right and not have unintended consequences. Now this is purely speculative, and I recognize that you mentioned 2 bills in Maryland that AmeriPen is in favor of. You also mentioned 18 other states working on this. Do you have any sense of whether there are certain states, especially in our region, that look like they would be moving forward? Like they seem to have good momentum and something to really look out for, because certainly when we talk about these waste issues and you know, what's happening in neighboring states, we're often, you know, looking to take a regional approach on things like this.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. That's also a fantastic question. And, you know, this time of year, it's a bit of a crystal ball looking to figure out what state might move forward. I will say that in the Northeast, we have a significant conversation going on in New York that's been underway for, I think, 2 years now. There is standalone legislation as well as in the governor's proposal. So we're paying very close attention to that. I would not dismiss the possibility that something could happen in New York. We have bills in Vermont, Massachusetts. I'm probably forgetting a couple others up in the Northeast, but again, Maryland, not in the Northeast Mid-Atlantic, where we would like to continue to see that move forward. I will say that I also appreciate your comments on the regional approach as more states are coming online with laws or looking at this as a possibility for their state. We're exploring as well some regional approaches. If programs are going to move forward, we do see some value in states collaborating with others. We're not sure what that might look like. That's brand new for the United States, but we do think there's value in that conversation in the future.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. Just before we go to Representative Harding, a housekeeping quick. I know that Chris Erb is indicating he is in the waiting room, Gaia, and I also see Richard Madonna in the waiting room. We skipped over them. So
yes, we didn't skip over them. They weren't in earlier, but I will certainly promote them in right now.
Beautiful. Thank you. Representative Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank you, sir, for your testimony. Mr. Felton, thank you. The question I have is that you mentioned it briefly. I just want to make sure I understood you right. I think you had said that, you know, Maine's program, I think you said, is certainly not EPR. So I think that's what you said, and I just want you to clarify, you know, if you can, if that is what you said, what is their program then? What type of program do they have?
Yeah, thank you, Representative Harding. They have what is unique in a couple of respects. The state will embark on a contract, a 10-year contract through an RFP process with a single producer responsibility organization. That is unusual. The producers do not have an opportunity to develop the fees and certain attributes of the program. And it really is simply a shift of the existing cost today. Producers will fund 100% of what's being done today in Maine as far as recycling goes, but not have an opportunity really to shape that system. Whereas a shared responsibility approach we've seen in many jurisdictions, it's a collaboration between the municipalities, the environmental organizations, the packaging industry, the state itself, to work together to increase packaging, recycling, and recovery. And the Oregon program is more indicative of that. Certainly, they went through a different process, but Maine, I think it's just false to call it producer responsibility. It's just a simple transfer of the costs from one entity to another with no change.
That's good to know. And thank you for that information. I want to thank you for your testimony today. It's been very informative.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Representative Harding. seeing no other hands raised, Mr. Felton, thanks for the information and the recon on this, and we appreciate your willingness to work with DEEP as we go forward.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
We're going to go back now since individuals.
Representative, so I did check. I did type in Chris Herb and Karen Alexis. I'm not seeing them. I am seeing Richard Madonna. I have tried to promote him several times, but he's not accepting and clicking on the blue button. I just need him to accept to join.
He has his hand raised in the attendees.
He does.
Please stand by.
Richard, if you can hear us and you can click that blue join button, then you'll be promoted into the room and we can hear your testimony.
All right.
Looks like he accepted it.
Okay, beautiful.
So I was here, thanks for including me. I was here to talk about the horseshoe crabs. Is this the right time?
Your time is now, so.
Speak or forever hold my peace. This is
Speak for 3 minutes or forever hold
3
your
minutes.
peace. Yes,
Okay,
go.
thank you very much. So my name is Rich Madonna. I'm a resident of Guilford, have lived in the Sachem's area for almost the last 3 years and lived near Trolley Road and Joshua Cove. Became quite aware of the horseshoe crab harvesting the first summer I moved in. Avid photographer, I spent a lot of time at the beach, and it was that late May, and a harvester pulled up in his pickup truck with 3 50-gallon drums and began to just pull out horseshoe crabs and fill up his truck. Once the bins were full, he started to fill the flatbed of the truck. And so I started to do a little research, talk to the neighbors, and understood that although what he was doing was within his rights and he did have the right permit, all the neighbors who had been here for many, many years, some 20 to 30 years, had said they've seen the numbers decline. I will tell you, in the 3 years I've been watching the population, they've declined in that time. I've gotten to know the harvester. He's a resident of Westbrook. Westbrook does not permit horseshoe crab harvesting on their beaches, so he comes to Guilford to collect his harvest. And he has said he's been doing it for many decades and has seen the numbers himself decline. He doesn't feel it's his harvesting. They do pull these out while the horseshoe crabs are mating and trying to lay eggs. And so he'll pull them out 2 or 3 together and throw them in the truck. And I've had conversations to explain that it feels like it's unsustainable harvesting. He does not feel that that is the case, but has admitted that the numbers and his catch has declined. He has also told me that the amount of money he makes on these is several $1,000s over a summer. And with 12 permit holders, it just doesn't feel like there's a tremendous economic impact, as these are being used for bait for eel and conch. I've started to round up my neighbors. Most of them have written in support of this ban on the horseshoe crab harvesting by hand as an attempt to get the population to rebound. So that is my testimony today.
Well, Mr. Madonna, thank you very much for that testimony. I too have heard similar things and have seen the social media posts of the harvesting, somewhat over harvesting of the horseshoe crabs in the past. And going forward, I know that DEEP has spent a lot of time on developing regulations to significantly curtail what can be taken and the type of year, time of year that it can be taken. So I don't want to make light of that and the effort that DEEP has put forward to pull back. But part of me thinks that we're at a crisis moment that maybe an outright ban like New Jersey has might be called for. So again, just hang out here for a second because Senator Cohen has a question for you.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And not so much a question, just a comment for Mr. Madonna, who is also a constituent. And want to just thank you for your advocacy around this, because I suspect from the number of pieces of testimony that we received from Guilford and the area that your advocacy and attention to this matter has made quite an impact, and may potentially make a difference as we move this proposal through the legislative process. So I just want to say hello and thank you for taking the time to testify on that.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for making this an issue today. I appreciate your support.
Thank you, Mr. Madonna. Thank you, Senator Cohen. Seeing no other hands raised, we're going to move on to did we get Chris Herb in the room, Gaia? He's telling me he's in the waiting room. I don't know.
Check again. I do not.
Okay.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me just make sure. He's not populating when I do a search on him.
All right, well, we're not going to stall here for a moment. So let's go to next is Jonah Lepar.
Hello, I'm here.
There you are.
My name is Jonah Leeper, and as a middle school student in the town of Simsbury, where I started a school environmental club, I am submitting this testimony in strong support of Bills 118 and 120, which would ban the use of polystyrene trays and containers in school lunches and restaurants by 2024, and restrict the use of chlorpyrifos and neonicotinoids for non-agricultural uses, both of which are toxic pesticides and a threat to our soil, groundwater, wildlife, pollinators, and health. First, I'll testify in favor of Bill 118. As a student in Connecticut, I've seen firsthand the gross amount of waste generated through the use of styrofoam trays in school lunches, which by their very nature are non-recyclable and non-biodegradable, and so will always end up being burned, put in landfills, or deposited into the environment. No matter what, this contributes to the pollution of land and water, affecting ecosystems and wildlife, as well as using huge amounts of fossil fuels and toxics.
Betsy, how are you? No worries. So,
Madam Clerk?
Gaia,
Yes?
you got to
I'm
mute,
sorry.
please.
Sorry.
Toxic synthetic chemicals in their production process. The use of polystyrene in direct contact with food is also a public health threat, as the World Health Organization recognizes styrene, the primary component of polystyrene, as a carcinogen. If I were a parent, that would not be something that I would want anywhere near my kids' food. Many major cities, such as San Francisco and Chicago, 3 states, which are Maine, New York, and Vermont, and numerous counties throughout the US, have already banned the use of polystyrene because of its environmental and health impacts. It's time that Connecticut does so as well. Next, I'll testify in favor of Bill 120. Chlorpyrifos is a pesticide that was once commonly used in agriculture, but has declined in recent years due to state and municipal bans. Its use in food production was finally banned in August of 2021 by the EPA due to its neurotoxicity. Despite this, non-agricultural uses of chlorpyrifos, including in yard products and on golf courses, remain, which is what this bill would ban. Chlorpyrifos is also very toxic to many birds, fish, bees, and other invertebrates, such as the earthworms, and has the potential to linger in the soil for long periods of time and contaminate groundwater. Neonicotinoids, a pesticide well known for its toxicity to bees, is the other pesticide that this bill would restrict for non-agricultural uses. Unlike chlorpyrifos, neonicotinoids are still in widespread agricultural use today in the US. This pesticide has been shown multiple times to be lethal to bees and other invertebrates, as well as polluting land, air, and water. For these reasons, this bill would be a step in the right direction in the fight to preserve Connecticut's biodiversity and ecological integrity. Thank you.
Jonah, you give me hope going forward. So thank you for spending some time. And if you can spend a little bit more time, I had just a question for you. Earlier in our testimony, we heard from another individual, a younger individual, and I'm going to ask, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm going to ask you, do you feel a certain amount of climate anxiety, and do you, I don't want to have a speak for your peers at this time, but are you getting involved because this is something that you enjoy, or are you getting involved because you're looking at the future going, we got a problem here?
Both, I think.
Both? Okay. And is this something that is discussed between you and your peers going forward, or?
Yeah, I started an environmental club at my middle school for the peers to get involved in this.
And how many members do you have?
Well, we have 10, maybe like 6 or 7 that attend regularly.
Nice. Nice, very nice. All right, Diane, we stick to my own rule, and we're going to go next to Representative Palm. She has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, my first question was really the same as yours about the climate despair that I think a lot of kids feel. But Jonah, I just want to thank you for showing up and for your excellent research skills. What were some of the sources that you used in doing your research?
I submitted a written testimony too. That includes all the sources, but some of them I used the Department of Environmental Protection, the state of Florida, some environmental research organizations, but I think you can access all the sources on the written testimony. I have a citation page.
I will. Thank you. I look forward to doing that. Thanks for a good job.
Thank you, Representative Palm. And again, Jonah, you give us hope and keep up the great work. And we look forward to seeing you testify on environment and energy bills in the future. Thank you. All right, next we have on our list is Irene Scribilo. Scribilo, I was close.
Close enough. Good afternoon to the distinguished members of the Environment Committee. I'm asking you to support HB 5140, an act concerning the hand harvesting of horseshoe crabs in the state. I just want to preface that I'm here not as a lobbyist or an activist. I'm here as a citizen who respects nature and believes in science. Assessments show that the population of female crabs is a fraction of what it was 30 years ago, even 10 years ago on the Connecticut coast. The dwindling numbers do not bode well for birds like the red knot, which are under siege by climate change. It's not just birds that are going to suffer. The crabs have a blue blood which contains a substance called limulus amebocyte lysate, which is called LAL for short, thank goodness, which clots in the presence of bacteria. The crabs are valuable in the pharmaceutical industry, which uses the blood to test for contamination of drugs and medical equipment. Some of the crabs, 10 to 30%, will die in the process of this bleeding, but the numbers harvested for pharmaceutical use is but a fraction of those harvested or killed as bait. There's no synthetic alternative to LAL, which has saved the lives of millions of people. I'm one of them. I have had a congenital heart defect that needed surgical correction. The blood of the horseshoe crab saved my life by ensuring sterility and safety, and continued protecting me and so many others by ensuring the sterility and safety of COVID shots. Since the 1970s, horseshoe crabs have been harvested in a substantial number, 500,000 annually for bait, which I believe the gentleman prior to this also addressed. It's used for bait by the American eel and snail fisheries. I understand the importance of the health of small businesses, but these fishermen have alternatives. They can use any protein source. A great substitute, and I've seen this actually used, is the invasive Carcinus minus, a small red-green crab that seems to be everywhere in the Sound. You can just put your hand in the water and pick them up by the dozen. Spoiled shellfish discarded from suppliers can also be used, as whelks are not really fussy eaters. You can even feed them roadkill. As I said, they're not fussy. Last summer, I saw crabs being cut up to be used as bait in Brantford. The fishermen had hundreds of these animals in blue 55-gallon buckets in the back of 2 pickups, all for one boat. It wasn't a large boat, maybe 35 feet, and it was headed out for a day trip. This is a waste of life-saving resource. If the species continues to decline further, it won't just be an issue for conservationists and birds, but for anyone who's dependent on the use of pharmaceutical products and medical devices. Protection of the global horseshoe crab population is essential for the continued safeguarding of human health. Please support HB 5140 as written. Oh, and I just want to say thanks for all your patience. I was on the appropriations call yesterday, and I think I fell asleep around 11:30, so thank you.
Don't tempt us. Thank you, Irene. I appreciate your testimony. We have a question for you from Representative Palm.
No, you don't, Mr. Chair. I forgot.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, no, she's falling asleep already. Okay, thank you for your time.
No, thank you, Irene, and thanks for your patience.
Sure.
Okay, and next we have Kelsey Wentling from the Connecticut River Conservancy, followed by Brianna Jackson.
Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kelsey Wentling. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm here on behalf of Connecticut River Conservancy to support House Bill 5143 and 5139, starting with an act establishing an Office of Aquatic Invasive Species, or AIS. There are two invasive plants that are of particular concern to us on the Connecticut River. One is hydrilla, the other water chestnut. Both of these plants proliferate readily and rapidly and can take over entire ecosystems along the river. AIS are, of course, a threat to the health of the river, change water chemistry, and destroy habitat. And this also has implications for anyone who wants to fish or recreate along these waters. AIS are also a threat to businesses. I've talked to marina managers and owners who have had to close part of their businesses because hydrilla has so thickly grown, it's closed out part of their slips. It crowds out boaters and anglers who want to get into tributaries and coves. At this point, managing the hydrilla infestation in the Connecticut River is estimated to cost at least $25 million. Had we invested in education and outreach before this got out of control, the cost would be just a fraction of that. Now we need to go ahead and make those investments before things like hydrilla get into other water bodies throughout the state. So this bill is a really good first step to do that, but some of the language needs to be changed in order to increase funding for DEEP's clean, drain, and dry programs, increase funding for wash stations, and include a special license plate to generate funding for these outreach efforts. I'll just finish up by saying this office is absolutely essential in order to create a coordinated approach to managing AIS, to reduce redundancies between different organizations working in the field, to collect data, and to standardize best practices. Moving on to an act concerning EPR for tires. Each year we host a cleanup with hundreds of volunteers who remove hundreds or even thousands of tires. This issue has not gone, nor has it declined in any way. Illegally dumped tires obviously are a burden on the environment. I won't get into that, but they're also a huge cost for taxpayers. As it's set up right now, when you go to dispose of your tire, there's a barrier to do so sustainably because there is a cost associated with getting rid of your tires. This creates an incentive to dump your tires illegally. As a result, towns up paying thousands of dollars to clean and dispose of tires. I also want to be clear that tire dumping and tire stockpiling are two different issues that should not be conflated. Happy to talk more about that. And then finally, EPR for tires is proven to be successful in European countries and provinces in Canada, where tire dumping was eliminated. Several US states do have hauler license or state-run programs. These are funded by levying taxes on people, and they don't actually speak to the heart of the issue. So EPR creates the incentives for producers to figure out how to create a more sustainable product and eliminates this incentive to dump tires illegally. Thank you.
Kelsey, thank you. Representative Palm has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Kelsey. Thank you very much for coming before us today and for your wonderful work. The Conservancy does amazing things with few staff and resources that you have. In your opinion, is the Connecticut River sort of like the canary in the coal mine in the sense that hydrilla is moving inland through the tributaries? Because I find that a lot of my colleagues who live farther in other parts of the state don't really know about it. A lot of people have never heard of it.
Yeah, thank you for your question. And thank you also for all the work you've put into drafting this bill. I would say that's a good analogy. So hydrilla has completely taken over segments of the Connecticut River, but that's a threat to every water body in the entire state because the way hydrilla spreads is it can fragment, get attached to someone's boat motor or trailer. They put that boat in another pond or lake, and all of a sudden you have this huge costly issue where if we extend the amount of education and outreach we're doing, we could prevent that from happening in the first place.
And since so often I think those of us who identify as environmentalists feel as though our interests are pitted against business, unfortunately, it feels to me as though this is an issue that has garnered a lot of interest from marina owners, boat owners, people who, even if they don't otherwise have an interest in ecosystems. In your experience, are you hearing from boaters ranging from, kayakers to pleasure craft owners?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll say, myself out on a kayak, there are parts of the river tributaries and coves that you can't even get to anymore. They're just totally matted over. There's no way you could get a boat into them. And then as far as businesses go, marinas or anyone with a waterfront business, they might have to reduce the capacity of their entity if they can't accept as many vessels into the slips or to dock at their docks. And then I'll also throw in there, I've heard from homeowners, especially along the lower river, who are concerned about property value decline if they cannot access the river from their home, or if this has implications for water quality and suddenly this house that they've bought is less of a productive investment.
Good point. Mr. Chair, I forgot about the one question rule. I apologize to my colleagues and to the viewers. I get a little bit worked up on the subject, so I forgot that. I was only supposed to ask one. Sorry. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. We have a question from Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for speaking with us today and all the work you're doing on this issue. I was curious, this kind of came up upon my radar when I was first elected. How much worse is the situation now than when it was first discovered a few years ago in the river?
Good question. So I am somewhat new to this position, but hydrilla was first founded in 2016, I believe, in Glastonbury. And at the time, it was probably a manageable infestation. At this point, we have well over 800 acres of hydrilla along the Connecticut River, and the Connecticut Agriculture Experiment Station has done a great job of monitoring that. And I think they're hoping to continue to do that, but it's exploded throughout the river in a very short amount of time.
And just a brief follow-up, if I may, do you know, has it spread to any other water bodies in Connecticut at this point, or is it still isolated within the river, if you will?
I'm not totally sure if this particular variety of hydrilla has spread to other Connecticut water bodies. What I can say is that our counterparts in New York and in Vermont and Massachusetts, they have people who check boats as they enter their states, and they have found our specific variety of hydrilla on boats transporting across state lines. So it is not a stretch of the imagination to think that it is getting into other Connecticut water bodies.
Thank you for the info. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other hands raised, Kelsey, thank you for your testimony and your continued work. Gaia, we're going to do another housekeeping. In the waiting room, there's an individual with a hand raised. I don't see that individual listed on our testifiers, but maybe you can backtrack on that as we go to our next person, who is Brianna Jackson.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. My name is Brianna Jackson from Trumbull Sustainable Youth, and I'm currently a sophomore at Trumbull High School. I will also be speaking on behalf of Reshma Code and Curtis Bleakley, who are also members of Trumbull Sustainable Youth. The first bill I'd like to discuss today is Senate Bill 115 regarding extended producer responsibility. It is unfair that we as consumers are left to deal with all of the plastic waste that is created by companies. It isn't our responsibility. Companies should have to either find sustainable ways to get rid of their plastic waste or stop using plastic entirely and find more eco-friendly options. All of this plastic waste contributes to plastic pollution, which is a huge issue, negatively affecting our water, our ecosystems, and human life as well. I help out at the town of Trumbull's monthly recycling drive, where we collect various items such as cosmetic containers, dental care products, and most of all, plastic film or stretchy plastics. This bill would not only make our job easier as the collectors and sorters of these items, but also the lives of the citizens who are kind enough to drop off their waste items. Ultimately, businesses need to be held accountable for their products. It is easy to ignore the dire need for change when you do not have to acknowledge or experience the consequences of your actions. This bill would push producers to factor in waste management costs for their products and possibly even incentivize them to make longer lasting products. The amount of waste we generate in the United States continues to rise each year, yet we are not increasing our recycling rate to keep up. This bill can help fix that issue by pushing companies to use a greater amount of recycled materials or redesign their products to make recycling more convenient. For example, creating new aluminum products from recycled aluminum saves more than 90% of the energy it would take to produce new metal. Businesses need to realize that production is not linear, it is a continuous cycle, and they need to know that they cannot outrun their products. The second bill I would like to talk about is Senate Bill 118 regarding polystyrene trays in schools and polystyrene containers in restaurants. It makes me so frustrated to see hundreds of styrofoam trays being used at lunch, knowing they won't get recycled or reused. They simply get used once and then get thrown away. Oftentimes, the trays are carrying pre-wrapped items, making the trays completely unnecessary. This again contributes to plastic pollution, which contributes to our overall climate crisis. Additionally, eating off of polystyrene is harmful to us as it contains PFAS chemicals and the hazardous chemical styrene that can leach into food and eventually us. All of these chemicals are not meant to be in human bodies, so why are we still allowing students to be eating off of them? Due to these chemicals, polystyrene trays have been linked to an increase in cancer, vision and hearing loss, loss in memory, and nervous system issues. To have someone suffer from an unavoidable cancer, to have someone lose their vision and hearing, all because of a lunch tray, is truly tragic. Moreover, as a consumer in my community, it frustrates me to see food packaged in styrofoam when I am well aware of the dire consequences it has in our environment. I understand that styrofoam products are the cheaper option, but how can you put a price on the health and safety of the public and the fate of our planet? I would like to ask your support for both bills 118 and 115, as I am in full favor of them being passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Brianna. Thank you for taking the time to testify in front of our committee. Let me ask you a question. Have you expressed your views and the views of the peers in your group to your school or to the cafeteria attendants as far as how you feel about using the styrofoam trays?
We have been trying to do that for a while, but we are trying to still figure out the best approach to do that. But yeah, we're certainly working on that.
Thank you, because one of the issues is cost, and the existing product that the school system probably already has waiting to be used is an issue, plus the potential increase in cost for the alternative tray. So it's something that the committee is trying to balance as well. So seeing no hands raised, Brianna, thank you again for taking the time to testify. And hopefully we will find the right language to make this bill move forward.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Frank Zikas and Brianna, I think, not Brianna, Gaia, we have Chris Wagner in the waiting room, who I think is actually Chris Herb.
Oh, that would be wonderful. Would make a lot of sense. Help a great deal. Let me promote him, and then we'll confirm when he enters the room. And Chris Wagner, if you can hear me, I just promoted you, and you'll just need to accept that, and we can move you over.
Huh,
somebody's speaking, and I just need them to mute, please. And then so Chris should be in the room. I see him unmuted and off camera. I can't see him. Maybe you can, Joe, but it's Representative.
Well, he's waited this long. He's going to wait for one more because I already announced Frank Zikas. So Frank, please, if you're here.
Yes, I am here. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, very good. Yeah, thank you very much for hosting this public hearing, and also to all the representatives on the Environmental Committee for listening to our testimony. One thing that I appreciate was an earlier comment about the value of a tree, and I'm glad they're trying to quantify that value. But essentially, the prices, price of a tree is essentially it's priceless. I mean, if we didn't have trees, none of us would even be here. So I just want to make a quick comment about that before I get going here. I do want to support Senate Bill 120, as Jonah also had supported earlier. Any kind of measure that we can ban the use of neonicotinoids, I fully support. I did send in some written testimony on neonics as well from the Friends of the Earth. It's a very comprehensive set of information about neonicotinoids. And one thing I am curious about though is that at some point, I think the state and hopefully the rest of the United States will consider banning this use on agricultural uses as well. Just banning it on non-agricultural uses is a good start, but I believe we need to do it for agriculture as well. This has been done in Europe. There's all kinds of incredible, terrible impacts from neonicotinoids, as you probably have you heard here today, on birds and insects and our pollinators, and it gets into our groundwater. So there's so many adverse impacts from neonicotinoids. I do think that we should look at this in the future for agricultural use ban as well. And also regarding Senate Bill 117, I do support that raised bill as well. I did send some comments in on this, written comments as well. Perhaps when we're contemplating the employment of arborists to oversee these hazardous tree removal projects, that maybe the arborists are have some kind of tree risk assessment qualification. And I also think that forest ecologists should be employed to assist in evaluating what's going on our state DEP controlled properties, because they are the ones with the scientific knowledge about the health of forests, and their scientific research is not being, I don't believe, is being taken into account by the DEP Forestry Division. And regarding that Senate Bill 117, I know currently the it's basically adheres to state parks and campgrounds, but what about the state forests and also the wildlife management areas? Those areas are also being heavily timbered currently, and I do wonder if those areas that are controlled by DEP should get included in the bill, or maybe in a future bill. And then just lastly, if there's any hazardous tree removal done on state DEP properties, that a replanting plan should be required as well. And obviously that replanting plan should be with native plants. And again, I think it should be done in consultation with forest ecologists. And since I've got a few more seconds here, this is basically a pandemic going on. It's not just a COVID. It is.
I'm sorry, but your time is up, sir.
Oh, okay, excellent. Okay, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you for sharing your views with us and for your electronic testimony. I don't see any hands raised, so thank you again for the testimony. Next, we're gonna circle back to Chris Herb, or Chris Wagner as your alias, and we will go from there. Chris.
Quite bizarre. Thank you very much for, I apologize for whatever confusion occurred, but my name is Chris Herb. I am the president of the Connecticut Energy Marketers Association. We're a trade association that represents 600 family-owned heating fuel retailers in Connecticut, most of whom are in their third and fourth generation. Our members employ 13,000 people throughout the state. We request that the committee remove refillable cylinders from House Bill 5142. I want to be clear that our comments are only directed to 20-pound propane cylinders that are typically used and to barbecue in your backyard, not the 1-pound disposable propane cylinders. Our members do not sell or deal with these in any way. So I just want to make sure that our comments are preferenced, that we are a very different type of product. The bill's statement of purpose is to provide a stewardship program for the return and recycling of certain common consumer gas cylinders. And we believe that the existing exchange program that is already in existence meets the goal that this bill seeks to accomplish. In other words, we're already doing this. These exchange programs are located at virtually every grocery store, gas station, hardware store, and dozens of other retail locations throughout the state. Many of these exchange programs also serve as collection points for non-proprietary propane tanks that are no longer wanted. Given the change to the increase in consumer awareness about this free service, we can address this issue and what the bill attempts to tackle. And we have already started this process. We believe that the creation of a bureaucratic process will cost consumers money and will not fix the issue that is primarily caused by disposable tanks. We believe that consumer education and cooperation between municipalities, the state, and our industry to remove tanks will solve this issue faster and at no added cost. Including refillable tanks in this legislation would increase consumer costs, and the industry would have to have expenses from administrative and bureaucratic reporting requirements that are in this bill. 20-pound refillable tanks are portable and may come from out of state or leave our state, making it very difficult to track. Stewardship programs typically apply to manufacturers of products who are based outside of the state, and this bill seems to accommodate those companies who produce non-refillable tanks. Our industry is made up of local retailers who live and work in our community, and we want this to work. Since last year, we enhanced our efforts to educate consumers about how they can properly dispose refillable tanks. We've created a website and consumer education materials, and we have contacted transfer stations, municipalities, and we've proactively taken tanks that are in circulation away for free. I want to be clear that we are not asking for we are only asking for refillable cylinders to be pulled out of this and not disposable ones. With that, I appreciate any questions you might have, and we do again formally request to remove the word refillable from House Bill 5142.
Oh, thank you, Chris. And now I'm sorry that I let you back in.
I thought you would be.
Now we've been working with Worthington over the last off session, and quite well actually. And I'm very happy to say that I don't think it's our intention to affect the refill process that is currently successful, but when the time comes for an end of life of a refillable container and canister or cylinder, if you will, that needs to be worked in. And I think the language that we have in here now that's been vetted by quite a few people accomplishes that. So seeing no other hands raised in the room, thank you, Chris, for your patience and for your testimony, and we will move on to the next person, which is Michelle Ebert.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Okay,
great. Hi, I'd like to thank everybody on the Environment Committee for listening to my testimony today. I am Michelle Ebert, but I go by Wilder Ebert, he, him pronouns. So I am testifying in support of Senate Bill 115, the act concerning extended producer responsibility for consumer packaging. I bring this testimony before you as a home infusion patient. I'm a disabled person, and I'm just one of thousands across the state who receive home infusion services to manage my medical health conditions. When these services began, I was told to simply put all of my plastic waste generated from the packaging of these supplies directly into my trash for disposal. Testimony I have submitted in writing will show that the type of waste, the quantity of waste, and the reasons for such waste, despite being medically related, are not biomedical waste and can be recycled. However, due to the type of plastic packaging, this cannot be put into the regular recycling stream. Connecticut does not have a solution for this type of plastic packaging, although there are resources available which I have researched and included in my written submission. The issue with this waste that currently falls to me, the patient consumer, to find an appropriate solution for proper disposal. In speaking with DEEP in search of a solution, I learned that the home infusion industry was not on the radar as an industry that supplies this type and volume of plastic packaging in the state of Connecticut. There are two major infusion companies in the state of Connecticut that provide services to approximately 30,000 home infusion patients with no disposal methods given to them. I generated approximately 350 pounds of waste in 1 year, and there are patients that have more tubing and more supplies than I do that could generate 2 to 4 times more waste than me. These companies do provide sharps container by law for proper disposal of sharps, needles, and biomedical waste materials that do come into contact with bodily fluids, but no solution for the volume of plastic packaging that comes with the rest of the materials. The proper recycling of these materials to be regulated under an EPR responsibility, and so that there is proper waste collection system, and additionally should be mandated and required services as part of my insurance, just like sharps containers. I'm an avid recycler, and I'm one with concern with the environment and our climate. I could not in good conscience put 350 pounds of plastic waste into the trash. I will continue to collect it going forward, while hoping right now that a Lee Sawyer grant that's being worked on at the municipal level will help with these costs that I've incurred while waiting for legislative action. I use the services that I located and submitted in my written testimony I was able to get a loan and purchase the product to remove them and sent them off to a location in New Jersey called TerraCycle that collects just about anything in what they call their all-in-one zero waste box. And it cost me $1,600 to do so. And I don't think that that cost should be mine. I think it should be included as part of my services that I receive as far as my home infusion supplies, just like Sharps containers, and that cost should also be covered by my insurance as an appropriate way to dispose of those types of materials other than putting them into our waste stream. I've listened today to a lot of testimony regarding the Senate Bill 115, the waste stream, the cost, terminology that I'm not necessarily familiar with, but I know that urban mining is coming online for glass disposal. We can also use Stericycle in the state of Connecticut for the little glass bottles that don't have a home for me as well, but they're not online for that reception yet. And I also know that we're shipping tons and tons of waste out of the state of Connecticut. I know that we're closing down the incinerator, and I'm concerned about where this garbage is going. If people like me are told to put this into their trash, that's pounds and thousands of pounds of plastic and medical waste that doesn't need to be in our waste stream at all. The tanglers and other things that hold up our responsible processing of waste and contribute to excess waste having to be shipped out of the state of Connecticut. So
thank you, Ms. Albert. Your time is up.
I just want to say that I thank everybody for listening to my testimony today, and I support Senate Bill 115 with my testimony, and I would welcome any questions.
Michelle, thank you for your testimony, and thank you for being an avid recycler as well. And we look forward to reading your electronic testimony at length. And I don't see any questions, any hands raised for questions. So appreciate your patience and have a good rest of the afternoon.
Thank you so much.
All right, next we have a Shelley Sayward, followed by Jason Patlis.
And Shelley had to step off the link, so she might be back. Step off.
All right, then we're going to go right to Jason Patlis, followed by Stephanie Clark.
Hi, thanks, Representative Grisco, and thank you to the leadership and membership of the committee for the opportunity to testify before you. I hope you all know, I trust you all know the Maritime Aquarium at Norwalk. I hope even more that you visited us recently. There's a lot of new, wonderful things to see in the aquarium. Our mission is to inspire people of all ages to appreciate and protect the resources of Long Island Sound and the ocean beyond. And we do that through the exhibits that you all know, but we also do it through our education programs and our conservation initiatives. So testifying before you today on a handful of bills that you are considering is very much part and parcel of our mission, and represents the work we do. I want to briefly offer comments on 5 of the bills that you're considering. Written testimony has been submitted earlier. Just briefly, 2 of the bills, bill number 118 and 120 to ban polystyrene products, and then bill 120 to ban chlorpyrifos from some of its uses. We strongly support. This is each of these bills are a narrower version of what the committee's considered in the past, and I think addresses some of the concerns that's been reflected in past testimonies, past hearings. So we're very supportive of these 2 bills going forward. Raise Bill 5143 to create a new office for aquatic invasive species is also one that we strongly support. Invasive species are often overlooked as an economic and environmental disaster that they represent. Management of invasive species often falls through the administrative and bureaucratic cracks, and having an office to look at these issues in a coordinated, consolidated way is very important. 2 other bills that I want to comment on, Raise Bill 5141 on forage fish. Forage fish are critical for the marine ecosystem. They're at the base of the food chain on which so many other species depend, on which we ourselves depend. The federal government's trying to do a lot to manage forage fish, but they really reside and spend most of their life cycle in state waters, nearshore coastal waters. For the state to act is really critically important. DEP has some revised language that they are working with the committee on. We endorse the refinements that they're making, and we do endorse removal of Section 2, which relates to licensed bait dealers and possession of forage fish. This bill really is, and the purpose is really to limit harvest of forage fish. Last bill on horseshoe crab and hand harvest of horseshoe crabs, raised bill 5140. We strongly support conservation of horseshoe crabs. We recognize that they're in dire straits and that their populations are declining. But DEP, again, has put a lot of effort into the regulatory package that the legislature is now considering. We'd like to see that package take effect, be implemented, be monitored by the legislative, by the General Assembly, and then further actions taken after we have a better assessment of how the regulatory framework does. And with that, I'll take any questions. Thanks for the opportunity to testify.
Jason, thank you for the testimony. Are you guys still raising the little buggers down there, or what? Is that still going on?
We sure are. We're doing several different studies to address exactly the issues that this bill is trying to address. We are cultivating horseshoe crabs from hatchling to subjuvenile and subadult stage, and that's being done in one of our horseshoe crab labs. We're also doing studies to monitor metabolic and behavioral impacts with limited bleeding, which is what the biomedical community is doing to, again, better understand the long-term implications of those activities on horseshoe crabs. So we've got a number of different studies that we're taking on at the aquarium.
Well, with that being said, why the support of the deep regs instead of the outright ban?
This is largely a function of the deference to the administrative process and the agency in charge. They have put a tremendous amount of research into the package that they have submitted. There's been a lot of study that's gone into it. And having worked in the federal administrative side as well as the legislative side, I respect the deference that belongs to the agency to see if what they propose works, monitor it closely, and then to the extent we don't see any improvements in horseshoe crab populations, then take subsequent deeper regulatory measures, and then have the legislative body weigh in if the administrative body is not doing its job. And our impression is that DEEP is moving forward on this in the way that they should be.
Thank you, Jason. We have another question for you from Representative Michelle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have two short questions. One on Bill 5141, which is the act concerning the protection of certain fish species. I just, every year we have these bills on fishing to limit or expand or whatnot. And I keep seeing like the gear that we use in the state of Connecticut. And it's kind of a side question, because in the section 1, instead of the commissioner determining the size or length of, for example, long lines, would you not support like an outright ban on long lines and seines and fishing practices that are usually not that are indiscriminate and capture a whole variety of life, of sea life?
So I'm sorry, Representative Michelle, is the question why is there not a prohibition on certain types of gear? Is that the question?
No, the question is, would you support to eliminate some of the certain fishing practices that are indiscriminate when it comes to marine life?
I would need to look at what would be proposed a little more with more detail. Fisheries regulations depends on gear type, depends on time, depends on geographic scope. All of those need to go into account in terms of crafting a regulatory regime that maintains sustainable populations of commercial and recreationally harvest fish. So it would be difficult for me to say off the bat, especially for Long Island Sound, that there's any particular fishing gear or type that should be banned outright a priori without some further study or some more detail.
Right. I mean, I appreciate the answer. I was just going to say there's a ton of information on some of these fishing practices, as long lines, seines, or trollers. Moving on to another question, to another bill, the horseshoe crabs bill. I heard you say that you do believe in deep the process of deep monitoring and enforcement. However, we are looking at less and less deep personnel in the next couple of years, which I think also kind of comes in the way of enforcement and also monitoring practices, because we have so many programs in the state. So, I'm just questioning maybe the full, not confidence, but because I'm be good at doing some of the stuff they do, and then there might be criticism and other stuff, but just us counting on managing all of these different programs and counting on them and then monitoring and all those different things. I mean, I'm just wondering if you're not concerned by the fact that, like, moving forward, that deep can or cannot handle those.
I think it's a fair concern, Representative Michelle. I think the monitoring and the oversight of this committee and the assembly will be critical to make sure that the regulations are actually doing what they are intended to do. I think from the testimony that we heard from several earlier witnesses in terms of the easy harvest that exists, in terms of hand harvest under a full moon when horseshoe crabs are coming to shore to nest, would be addressed very directly by the deep regulations. I think greater restrictions than that, uncertain how the benefits would be if the core harvest that we see now, that we believe is what's undermining the population, would be addressed by the deep regulations. I think I will add this as well. I don't know if it's an issue for the local population in Long Island Sound, but the greater impacts of horseshoe crab harvest really come from the biomedical industry. And there's just a great need to study what those long-term impacts are in terms of sustained mortality over time with continued bleedings. There's just not a lot of data on that. And as we see populations across the eastern seaboard decline precipitously, that's where the large take is, and that's where a lot of the effort for research and study needs to be placed.
I appreciate it. And I will use your own words that precipitously lower, the numbers of horseshoe crabs are precipitously going down. And I would be for more stringent regulation, but I do support the bill, and I thank you for your comments. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, whoops, we have Representative Chafee.
Sorry for the late hand raise there. Just a quick question. In terms of the horseshoe crabs, do you have any information on what the breakdown is of what they're being harvested for? I know a previous speaker made it seem as if most of them were being harvested to use for bait fish. I was just wondering what you think about that.
So I don't know the numbers well, Representative Chafee. I can look into it and get back to you. And I think some of the witnesses later on are more expert on this issue than me, and would have that, might have that data, namely Robert LaFrance and Peter Oster. But I can certainly follow up as well. My understanding is that most of the take for the Long Island Sound populations are the hand harvest takes for bait fisheries, and that the biomedical harvest is taking place outside of Long Island Sound populations.
Thank you. Yeah, if you could follow up with any information you gather, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Other Hands raised. Jason, thank you again, and we'll see you soon down there at the Maritime Center.
Yep, thanks for all of your support and the great work that the committee's doing. Take care, all.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Stephanie Clark.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I just thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts today. And I'm not sure who is manning the Zoom, but both my first and last name are misspelled. And the pronouns that are usually part of my ID, it says she, he, it was she, her. So if you want to just take those all out, that's fine. But both my names are misspelled. My name is Stephanie Clark. I live in New London, and I did submit written testimony on SB 115, an act concerning extended producer responsibility for consumer packaging. And I'll be sharing some excerpts today. I stand in solidarity with the voices of women of color in strong opposition to this bill. The state of Connecticut currently ranks in the top 5 in the country for recycling, created an infrastructure that manages recyclable materials both responsibly and effectively. Earlier this morning, Commissioner Dykes implied that upon passage of this legislation as written, brand owners would be forced to shift their production or packaging practices. And also in response to Senator Cohen's question concerning the resulting financial impact on consumers, the commissioner referred to increased taxpayer costs via municipal tax increases that folks are already experiencing. And her colleague, Mr. Metzner, I believe I'm hoping to pronounce his name right, stated that this shift in practice for these brand owners would not result in increased prices for consumers. The notion that these large brands, these producers, would suddenly be benevolent and absorb the cost of a dramatic shift in their production without shifting the cost to consumers is laughable, respectfully. This legislation has already been determined not to benefit the environment. As Representative Oday referenced earlier today in his question to Commissioner, the Connecticut legislature's own EPR for Packaging Task Force reported that an EPR for packaging program would not increase recycling and furthermore would not need to lead to less toxic or more recyclable packaging in the state. I'm concerned about how this increase will hit lower income residents the hardest, particularly during this pandemic when unemployment skyrocketed. Products are already seeing a dramatic increase in prices, and some products are also scarce. I'm also concerned about having this legislation advance during a short session, and that might deprive residents who would be most impacted by the legislation an opportunity to be part of the process. And I'm grateful to have the luxury of both working from home and being able to put in an extremely last minute request for PTO so that I could be present with you all today. I'm also extremely concerned that low-income community members will be forced to make even more challenging decisions concerning their food and beverage purchases. Already working with extremely limited economic resources, these residents will be even more likely to purchase less expensive and less healthy food options. And we are, I imagine, aware of how these less healthy food options, time's up.
Yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Clark. Thank you.
That's okay. Thank you. I just want the consumers to be considered, please.
Well, thank you, Ms. Clark, for your testimony, and thank you for taking the time, the PTO today to listen, to have us listen to your thoughts and your concerns as we try to navigate the path forward for this bill. So I don't see any hands raised in the room. So again, thank you for your testimony, and we are going to move on to the next person, who is Christine O'Neill, but I don't see her in the room. Am I wrong, Gaia?
No, you're absolutely right. We don't have Christine
Okay.
O'Neill. So the next person would be number 38.
Yes, Anthony DeSimone. Anthony, you're muted if you can hear me.
How's that?
Beautiful.
Well, thank you again. My name is Anthony DeSimone. I'm the executive director of the New England Tire and Service Association. We currently have 585 member locations, 91 of which are located in Connecticut. Testifying today in opposition to House Bill 5139, creating an extended producer responsibility program for tires. The proposed program included in Bill 5139 would dismantle the current system and reverse progress and advances made in the tire collection and disposal industry. It would mandate and enforce a new, unwieldy, burdensome, costly, and unlimited bureaucracy in place of an established, efficient, and proven tire waste management system that currently exists in Connecticut. Among other negative consequences of such a program, tire costs will increase to fund the new system. Funding requirements and expenses in the form of fees, levies, or taxes will ultimately be borne by the consumer and the residents of Connecticut. Scrap tires and scrap tires from other states will find their way into Connecticut, creating additional problems that do not exist today. Currently in Connecticut, the scrap tire collection routinely follows a customer purchases new tires. They typically will leave their old tires with the retailer that installs them, either free or for a small fee. Retailers will then pay the transporters to deliver them to the recyclers. Most Connecticut tires are delivered as engineered tire derived fuels to main pulp and paper mills. The extended producer program is more appropriate, I think, where collection systems for products such as paint and mattresses are not in existence. The EPR program has no enforcement, which is the main problem of illegal dumping in the state of Connecticut. EPR does not solve the issue of growing markets for scrap tires. Markets for scrap tires are critical to stop the illegal dumping and prevent stockpiles. Currently in Connecticut, roughly 3.5 million scrap tires are generated in Connecticut each year. There has been no quantification of illegal dumping of scrap tires to our knowledge in Connecticut. The Connecticut River Keepers have reported that they have removed less than 14,000 scrap tires from the state waterways over the past 24 years. So that brings the amount of tires less than 0.5% that are being dumped illegally.
I'm sorry, Mr. DeSimone, your time is up.
Thank you.
Mr. DeSimone, thank you for providing your testimony. I have a couple of questions myself. So when I go into my tire company to get new tires, and I pay a fee, what happens to that fee that I pay for disposal? It's kept by the company, and then there's no follow-up to where the tires are going, correct? Correct.
Correct.
Yeah, so you're asking to say that you're gonna, this is going to cost more money for consumers if we do an EPR. I would say you could use the fee you're already collecting to make something happen in a positive nature. And the other comment I would like to make is, you may think 14,000 tires in a river is 0.5%, but it's 14,000 tires in the Connecticut River. And if it was 14 tires, yeah, I would agree with you. I'd go out there and take them out myself. But 14,000 tires is nothing to try to statistically wipe away, in my opinion. So hopefully you heard the testimony from one of your colleagues, Larkin Tire, earlier with a desire to try to quantify how many tires we're talking about here in the state of Connecticut and move forward with a solution. Because burning tires in a pulp mill in Maine is, to me, not recycling.
Well, if I may address one thing or several things that you brought up, Representative Grisco. The fee is not kept by the tire retailer. As I said in the statement, we have to pay, our members pay to have those tires removed by people like Lakin. So they're not picking them up free of charge. And we believe that the cost of running an EPR would far exceed the cost of what we're paying tire recyclers now. The other issue is, I'm not minimizing the amount that there are 14,000 tires, but I don't see how the EPR addresses that issue. We would be more than happy to join the discussion on how to come up with a better plan. We just don't think that this is the better plan. And the 14,000 tires are not a year. That's been over the last 24 years. And again, I'm not minimizing the amount because we, and our members are not the people that are dumping those. The people that are dumping those are the ones that I think my fellow member from Lakin addressed as tire thieves. They are rising, our expenses for our members as well, because they're taking out whatever good tires there are and then making a mess. The good thieves are the ones that take them all. The bad thieves are the ones that leave the mess for the retailer to clean up. So we are happy to talk about better ways to dispose of tires. And believe me when I tell you, we would love to see more markets made available for the use of scrap tires. Right now, the only scenario, and I think the gentleman from Lakin brought that up, is the wood burning plants up in Maine, and they do burn clean, a lot cleaner than what they're presently using. So.
Well, I look forward to working with you on a solution as we go forward. Seeing no other hands in the room up for questions, Mr. DeSimone, thank you for your testimony and for your expertise.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Take a breath. Our next speaker is Annette Gaynor, followed by Kimberly Stoner. Here we go. I see you.
Hi, I see you as well.
Oh, good.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Annette Gaynor, and I stand in solidarity with the Voices of Women of Color to testify in opposition to SB 115. I listened, been on entire morning and listened to all the comments and everyone testifying. And, I realized that in much of the comments, there is a lack of information that has been shared or vetted through the committee. Apparently, last year, 2021, the committee was tasked with, had asked to go back and take a look at the proposal that they're making. And as a result, we're here today with the proposed bill of SB 115, and it wasn't properly vetted. Having conversations with the brand companies, and not all companies, that impact not only just the companies, but also the consumer, that's unacceptable. It is a disaster waiting to happen because there is no proper oversight projected in the bill. So you have many aspects that are uncovered and not properly vetted, but yet this bill was proposed. I did hear that, the question of let's have some more informational hearing, and I support that. We can't just put bills out and not have it properly vetted and have the information readily accessible so that we can be more informed in making our decisions. And currently the decision is for us and our low income families within the Hartford area is that this is not a benefit to the consumer. Now, the committee it seems to me that they need to go back and have more conversations with the companies and find out other options for them to be able to better source this than having those companies put it back to the consumer. Now you have the companies such as Amazon that had limited conversation. There was no real direct conversation, and I heard that today with the Amazon. There should be more conversations. There should have been more conversations with all waste. There's just such a gap between what actually may happen and what is being proposed. So we talk a lot about, and I'll need my little glasses. There's unnecessary duplication in the program for recycling paper and packaging products for groceries and households. Packaging producers, national companies would be required to create and run entities without any oversight. We don't need that. I mean, you have many avenues that there should be oversight, and we're just going to have companies just do whatever they want. And then as a result, we're going to feel it, the consumer, and especially the low-income consumers. The entities will be funded by a fee assessed in a multitude of everyday items cost to the consumer, and the entity will have no oversight by the local authorities. And those things are my concern. I'm concerned about the consumer, which is myself. I'm concerned about all that we are faced with currently, having people still unemployed. Gas, the petroleum prices are going up, grocery prices are going up. We have to be more passionate towards the decisions that we're making wholeheartedly and not just make decisions in a vacuum.
Thank you, Ms.
So,
Gaynor. I'm sorry your time is up.
Thank you. I asked today that we oppose SB 115.
Ms. Gaynor, thank you for your patience and your testimony points. Well taken. I don't see any hands in the room raised. So again, thank you for your testimony. Next, we're going to move on to Kimberly Stoner, followed by Mike Payne.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Stoner, Dr. Kimberly Stoner, agricultural scientist at the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station, and I am representing the Pollinator Advisory Committee and speaking on SB 120. I've also submitted written testimony. The Pollinator Advisory Committee shares the goal of this legislation to reduce the use of chlorpyrifos, a pesticide highly toxic to bees and, more importantly, with risks to human health, specifically neurotoxicity and effects on brain development in children. We also share the goal of reducing the use of neonicotinoids that are highly toxic to bees and persistent in soil, spread widely in ground and surface water, and also highly toxic to birds in concentrated form on treated seed. However, we cannot support SB 120 as it is currently written. I've been in consultation with both the advocates for this law and with Diane Jorsey of the Pesticide Management Division. And this law in its current form does not do what the advocates wanted it to do and does a lot of things that they did not intend it to do. So I go into some detail in the written testimony about that. I've attached the recommendations of the Pollinator Advisory Committee. We would be happy to work with the Environment Committee on legislation that would protect pollinators by reducing threats from pesticides and also other threats to pollinators from parasites and pathogens, and would benefit pollinators by creating high-quality habitat. Our recommendations highlight the need for evaluating pesticides based on their whole range of risks and benefits by reestablishing the Pesticide Advisory Council, which already exists in state statutes and would draw on the expertise of multiple state agencies. We also note that almost no information is available on pesticide use in Connecticut, as Tara Cook-Littman talked about. We recommend setting up an electronic system of reporting pesticide applications similar to those used in other states, and I give examples from New York and California in the written testimony so that policy can be based on current, accurate knowledge of pesticide use in the state. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. And we're happy to work with you on a better bill.
That being said, Dr. Stoner, I had one quick question. If you could just give me one change that you had listed in your electronic testimony to the bill that you would suggest.
Okay, so right now the bill would make, because it restricts all non-agricultural uses of neonicotinoids, it would make a whole lot of non-agricultural uses on the general market restricted uses, including the products that people put on the backs of their necks of their dogs and cats to control fleas and ticks, termite products, products for carpenter ants, cockroaches, all those. So what a lot of people who testified about this bill didn't realize is that these neonicotinoids are already restricted use pesticides for uses on plants. So they think that they're testifying to ban these, but actually the law is that the bill that you have is making them restricted use pesticides for all non-agricultural purposes, but they already are restricted use pesticides for use on plants. So it's doing things you didn't intend to do, and it's not doing what the advocates wanted it to do.
Understood, Dr. Stoner. Thank you. I see a couple of hands raised in the room. First, we're going to go to my Senate co-chair, Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Dr. Stoner, for your advocacy on this issue and also for your time on the Pollinator Advisory Committee and your recent report that I have been poring over, especially as we're discussing this bill. So the timing was right. I am a little bit interested. Is there something, I've read through your testimony, and I'm just wondering, it looks like there's the recommendations of the advisory committee. Do you feel that in addition, I understand that the advisory committee would like us to codify the recommendations. I just wonder, with respect to this bill, is there something that we can do to specify, to allow for the non-ag indoor uses as opposed to the non-ag outdoor uses, perhaps on lawns and things of that nature?
Yeah, so talking to the advocates for this, who were working on this bill, what they wanted was to have the neonicotinoids not just be restricted use, but to actually be banned for use on lawns. And I think also perhaps being banned for other kinds of cosmetic plant applications. And that would be fine. There are examples in some of the bills that have been proposed in other states, like in Maine. There's a pretty well written bill, which I thought had passed, but may only still be in the proposal form, that would ban the uses on plants, that takes out the whole problem of the indoor uses and the structural uses. And it also allows for uses for emerging invasive pests, because I think that's also important, that there are things like spotted lanternfly or emerald ash borer that are really pretty critical in terms of control in the environment, and that the neonicotinoids would be very effective in use in controlling those specific kinds of situations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And we have a question now from Representative Mushinski.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Kimberly. I wanted to ask you about the chlorpyrifos.
Chlorpyrifos.
Well, that one. Anyway, the folks that testified earlier today said they had done a freedom of information request, and they found out that most of it was used on golf courses. And if it's restricted on plant usage, are golf courses not considered a plant use?
So, so there's several different things here. So, chlorpyrifos is a different chemical from the neonicotinoid. So it's an organophosphate. It's in a different category.
Correct.
It is already a restricted use pesticide. It's actually just been, it's being phased out by the EPA for use in agricultural situations that are involve food. And they're reviewing it for further restrictions right now. So right now, chlorpyrifos can be legally used on golf courses, and it's really a human health issue. I personally, not speaking for the Pollinator Advisory Committee, because it's not really about a pollinator issue, but I personally would be in favor of eliminating its use on its remaining sort of cosmetic use on golf courses and cosmetic plants. Yeah, there are other. I think there are alternatives to it.
Okay, that's why I asked the question, because part of what you said implied we didn't need to do anything because it's restricted use. But since it is used heavily on golf courses in Connecticut, and golf courses will shed it into the nearest waterway eventually, then it remains an outstanding problem in my mind.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. And thank you, Dr. Stoner, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mary. I don't see any other hands raised, Dr. Stoner. So thank you for your testimony and for your expertise.
All right, thank you. I'm happy to talk further with the committee as well.
I'm sure you'll be hearing from us. Next on our list is Michael Payne, followed by Representative Gibson.
I believe I am unmuted at this point, sir.
Correct.
Okay. My name is Mike Payne. I am president of Payne's Recycling and Rubbish Removal, located out in Simsbury, and also chapter chairman for the National Waste and Recycle Association. I am proud third generation in the hauling industry, and we have a family business that's been around since 1929. You already have my testimony in opposition of Raise Bill 115. I am not going to read that. I respect this committee's time too much to rehash that with everybody, but I will try to give you an executive summary, if you will. In 2016, the Connecticut legislature had the forethought to establish a task force or a committee to look at this very EPR issue. That committee's held lengthy testimony and ultimately came out with a 6-3 vote against implementing EPR. Some of the reasons real quickly were that the cost at that point was over $400 per ton for each ton that ended up being recycled you get to that number by taking the total tons they recycled and the cost of implementing that. I have been told I do not have the documentation, and I will reach out to my people to get documentation to back up these statements, because I don't want to just be somebody that talks about stuff. Right now, that number is over $600 a ton, primarily from British Columbia. You have heard today that this bill would save municipalities $40 million. Not every bit of recycling that goes on in the state is funded through the municipalities. It does all come from the residents. And whether they have municipal collection, private collection, or a hybrid form of that, they are ultimately paying that $40 million number that you are talking about. We currently went through a very bad period for a couple of years after the China sword, as you heard earlier, and that caused recycling costs to go up dramatically. That number has come down equally dramatically because it is a cyclical issue. Anytime we try to address recycling, we really need to look at developing end markets. And EPR, just in Connecticut, I personally and professionally do not believe will solve our problem, because we are not going to get all of the companies, be it Amazon, the local grocery store, or Mars or Unilever or anything else, to do different packaging just for Connecticut without looking at a much bigger regional initiative. Another point that was made is, while there are two bills that have been passed, both of those bills required a task force to study this and come up with recommendations to then bring back to the legislature. I think that is hugely important and something that really should be done. I didn't start a clock on myself, so if I get too close, please let me know and I will hush down. I have to admit.
I'm sorry, but you got the right time, Mr. Payne. You were right on schedule. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'm happy to answer whatever questions. The one thing I will add is we're not able to meet with DEEP, and that is on my agenda. We've had some staff changes, and I'm happy to commit to meeting with them to try to come up with a better piece of legislation for the committee and the state. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Payne. And don't go anywhere. Senator Cohen has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you so much, Mr. Payne, for being here to testify today. I'm just going to ask you the same thing that I asked Mr. Antonacci, which is, do you see a space where the haulers and a stewardship organization can work in concert with one another to help this waste issue within the state of Connecticut? And what I mean by that is, like, I think I heard earlier about some concern, and I think I'm hearing it a little bit in your testimony as well, about whether this creates sort of an existential crisis for the hauling community. And I'm just wondering, because we heard differently when we were, brought this information early on. I'm just wondering if you believe that there can be, that everybody can coexist, that this could be beneficial actually to not only residents of the state in helping to solve the waste crisis, but also to the hauling community.
I think there are two parts to that question, or I'm going to answer it in a couple of parts. One is separating out the waste from the recycling. We currently have recycling that, for the most part, is managed by private businesses. And you heard Mr. Antonacci talk about them investing millions of dollars to, frankly, create better recycling outcomes and reducing, or actually able to handle more recycling. I don't think there's any disagreement that the more we can reduce our waste stream by recycling more is a good thing. It is at what cost? It is, I'm going to answer it this way. My family business started in '29. We actually had a family farm, and we started out collecting garbage that we fed to the pigs on the family farm. Here we are 90 years later coming back to food recycling. It's taken a long time for us to get there. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but the waste stream has changed, and it is not. And I've done some pilot programs at my work, and we have not seen the 30% reduction that many people talked about. Can we reduce it more? Yes. Should we reduce it more? Yes. What is the cost to do that? And I'm in the business of hauling stuff. Some of it's nice, some of it's not so nice. But at the same point, I can haul anything, anywhere, but at what cost? I would not be supportive of a non-privately run. I'm more skeptical of a non-privately run recycling entity that is not driven to do a better job tomorrow than they did today. And that is what the private industry did. That's why they're investing those millions of dollars. I hope I answered your question. If not, please come at me again.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. I think you did. I think it's a complicated question and one that maybe we don't have the answers to, but it's evident that you are one of the stakeholders here, and everybody needs to be at the table. So I have concerns about what you say about not being at the table, obviously very early in the process here. And, you know, I want to make sure that all voices are heard, and that that we can eventually land on a good proposal, whether it be now or sometime in the future. So thank you again for taking the time to testify, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And again, thank you, Mr. Payne. Seeing no other hands raised, we're going to move on to the next individual, who is State Representative Bobby Gibson.
Good afternoon. Senator Cohen, Representative Grisco, and members of the Environmental Committee. I thank you for this opportunity to share with you my opposition to Senate Bill 115, an act concerning extended producer responsibility for consumer packaging. As an educator, I have supported many bills such as this legislation in the past. However, I'm afraid that this legislation will have a negative impact on low-income families, and especially families of colors in our urban communities. Senate 115, Bill 115 is an example of a bill that is well-intentioned, but will have disastrous consequences if implications if passed. EPR programs are not unfamiliar in Connecticut. We have such programs in place already for items which are difficult to dispose of in an environmentally friendly way, such as paint and mattresses. These types of programs hold manufacturers responsible for ensuring that these items are safely disposed of with little to no impact on the environment. EDR programs are usually funded by surcharges on items at the time of sale, which go to funding statewide take-back programs aimed at keeping these types of harmful waste out of the state's landfills. Senate Bill 115 would expand this concept to everyday packaging and paper products. The packaging stewardship program established by the bill would be funded by a fee assessed on a multitude of everyday items. And that the key difference is between coexisting or existing Connecticut EPR programs and the one proposed in Senate Bill 115. While Connecticut families may only purchase a new mattress every 8 years and architectural paint every 5 years, the items covered in Senate Bill 115 are purchased by families regularly, which means the fees assessed on the items would hit consumers each and every time they go to the grocery store or run errands. Although we can all agree that more needs to be done to protect our environment and reduce landfill waste, we cannot do so at the expense of working low-income families. It is unconscionable to do so as we emerge from a global pandemic and economic crisis, when we continue to see endless lines at food banks and when many families are still struggling to make ends meet. Keep in mind that these fees would be assessed on top of rising inflation and food costs, as well as a number of environmental fees.
I got most of my points.
And plastic bag ban. Senate Bill 115 would be a fee assessed without cost. Connecticut currently ranks in the top 5 in the nation for our rate of recycling. Our robust recycling infrastructure manages recyclable materials in a responsible way, and the list of mandated recyclables already included virtually all consumer packages. The state's recycling system continues to adjust to changing waste streams in order to always recover the greatest amount of material possible. This is reflected in our single stream recycling program, which has made more of an impact on litter and has increased recycling more than any other program implemented in Connecticut. In conclusion, the bottom line is that Connecticut residents do not need to have fees assessed on something they already do. Recycling of packaging and paper products in Connecticut is easy and convenient. Senate Bill 115 would only add an economic burden to families who are already struggling in this program It is a program for a problem that does not exist in our state, and I urge the committee to oppose the bill. I will finally say that this bill will, in my opinion, Mr. Chair, would adversely mainly affect the elderly and the youth. I mentioned families, low-income families and communities of color, but this expands from state to the borders of the state. And I will say this also in conclusion, the purpose of business is to make money. So regardless, someone is going to be take on this cost. I heard earlier, someone testified earlier about the fees or the amounts will be minimum, so it's not going to drive up anything. But well, whether it's a penny or a half a penny, someone's going to pay for this. So again, I'm in opposition to Senate Bill 115. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
I was going to say that. Thank you, Representative, for your testimony. And you have a question from Representative Mushinski.
Yeah, to my colleague, Representative Gibson, I just wanted to ask you, Bobby, aren't you worried about the imminent closure of the mirror plant? So we will be shipping the what was formerly burned out of state, and that is expected to cost $150 a ton.
Yes,
doesn't that worry you?
That is a concern, but however, what's more of a concern are the constituents who have reached out to me in opposition of this bill. You know, we've done some good things in the past couple of years. The bottle bill, the plastic bag bill, you know, we've done some good work. And, you know, I'm environmentally concerned as well. I definitely am, especially being a former science teacher. But when it comes to our constituents possibly having to pay more, that is where I have a concern. So this right here is a great idea, but the fact that we may have to pass this on to our constituents, that really worries me. And I haven't seen anything or anything hasn't been brought to me that will change my mind or has as far as giving me data. I have not been, no data have I seen. I've read the bill. No data has been brought before me that would say that it's not going to raise the cost to the consumer.
Okay, my only point is that this may be less expensive for consumers than having to ship waste to Pennsylvania or Louisiana or Ohio, which is our other option when Mira closes. And I know there was unfairness for a long time where waste was handled in Hartford. It was also handled in my town. And we were taking the burden for other towns around us. And I know you don't want to ever go back to those days, but we still have a physical problem. We have a physical problem that is looming. It will come upon us very soon. And then all of a sudden, all the prices will go up for shipping waste and our constituents will start screaming at us. And that's right around the corner. So I just wanted to keep that in your mind, that it's not an imaginary problem, it's a real problem. And as soon as that facility closes in Hartford, the problem is going to smack us in the face. So I just want you to keep that in mind too. It costs to our constituents.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you, Representative Gibson, for your testimony. And I see no other hands raised, so we're going to move on to our next person, who is Sean Moore, and that'll be followed by Christian Allen.
Good afternoon, Chair Grisco, Chair Cohen, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Sean Moore, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the U.S. Tire Manufacturers Association, or USTMA, in opposition to House Bill 5139. USTMA is the National Trade Association representing the 12 major companies producing tires here in the United States. There are nearly 1,900 Connecticut jobs directly supported by tire manufacturing. Our industry generates about $75 million per year in state and local tax revenue for Connecticut, and we have a direct economic impact in a state of nearly $278 million. EPR is wholly unnecessary for managing scrap tires. As was said earlier, there's already a well-established system for collecting and managing tires, though USTMA does agree that there is room to improve on that system, and we want to be a partner in finding the solution. That's why our industry supported legislation that was heard in this committee last year to more effectively regulate scrap tire haulers and develop sustainable markets for recycling tires. It's unfortunate that Connecticut has not adopted policies that have been shown to be effective in other states and is instead pursuing an approach that no other state in the country has adopted. My colleague, John Sheeran, is USTMA's expert on all things end-of-life tires. I believe he's about 4 speakers behind me in the queue, and he will speak further as to why EPR is inappropriate for tires and how to address this issue more effectively. I'd like to dedicate the rest of my allotted time to focus on our industry's commitment to sustainability and how scrap tire management fits into that. For USTMA and our member companies, safety and sustainability begin with tire design and sourcing raw materials. It carries through to the design of more benign facilities and our emphasis on worker health and safety. It's why our members have invested billions of dollars to design tires that enable vehicles to operate more safely and more efficiently. And it's why USTMA has taken the lead on promoting sustainable end-use markets for tire recycling. Since 1990, we've supported tougher state laws and regulations to ensure more robust scrap tire management. We've convened state and local governments to identify precise problems and, more importantly, solutions to those problems. And we've partnered with NGOs and other stakeholders to fund research and advance sustainable circular end-use markets for scrap tires. I know there was some discussion earlier regarding rubberized asphalt, which Connecticut DOT has been using to some degree since 2018. This material is used by your neighbors in Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island, as well as many other states. In fact, it's a preferred road surface material in the state of California. And to address the earlier questions about leachate, several studies have shown that rubber encapsulated in asphalt binder has no appreciable contribution to metals and other compounds in roadway runoff. The most recent study with this finding was just completed late last year by the state of California. In addition to being a sustainable and circular market for recycling tires, rubberized asphalt produces less tire wear, in other words, cleaner stormwater, as well as safer, more durable roadways. I've expounded upon this and other sustainable markets in my written comments. I'd just like to reiterate our commitment to being a part of the solution. USTMA and its members share a goal that 100% of scrap tires will enter sustainable circular end-use markets. We support policies that will help us get there, but unfortunately, House Bill 5139 is a step in the wrong direction. I sincerely appreciate your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. I will, since Representative Piscopo has his hand raised, we'll go to John first with a question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you want to ask the question, I would defer to you.
No, you've been waiting patiently. Go right ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Moore, for your testimony. I look forward to reviewing your written testimony in more detail. I asked, I think the gentleman from Lincoln Tire about that hot asphalt. It's kind of strange that all our surrounding states are doing this, and we're not. Has there been an effort to work with DOT, sit down with them, our Department of Transportation, and can we sort of zero in on what regulations need to be talked about, or maybe a suggestion for how we can just introduce them to this concept to see if they may find it acceptable?
Sure, I appreciate the question, Representative. And yes, so in reviewing the asphalt usage reports from Connecticut DOT, it looks like they started using the material in 2018 and just experimenting with it on pretty small scale. I think they used more in 2019, somewhere around like 40 lane miles that were utilized, and then have done a little bit more in 2020 and 2021. It's a market that we would certainly encourage them to continue expanding. I know there's several different ways in which rubber modified asphalt can be used. And as I mentioned, my colleague John Sheeran is our expert on that, and he can speak a little bit more to a roundtable that he had pulled together with the Connecticut DOT to help familiarize them with the rubber modified asphalt material and the ways in which it can be used as a sustainable market to consume Connecticut scrap tires.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Piscopo. So I had a couple of questions, Mr. Moore. The bill you referred to last year was the original bill, I should say, was more of the manifest system, but I'm sure you're aware that our Department of Environmental Protection doesn't particularly care for the manifest system, in that other states that have been using it have had, I guess, in their opinion, sketchy results. But I had a question, and maybe you for me, or you would know off the top of your head, but I remember recently reading a report that said that there was technology developed that was going to be able to take old tires and make new tires out of them, and somehow subvert the vulcanization process. Did I dream that, or is that something you're aware of?
I'm not aware of the ability to essentially reuse vulcanized rubber in tires. I know that several of our members are investing in technology that can recapture some of the components, such as carbon black, which is used as a filler for the rubber, and recycle that into tires. But in terms of reusing the vulcanized rubber as part of the rubber compound, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that for me. I don't see any other hands raised in the room. So again, thank you for your testimony and for your patience.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Christian Allen, followed by Rob LaFrance. Yes.
All right, thank you. Members of the Environment Committee, thank you for serving Connecticut in the effort to better our environment. As human-caused pressures in the environment continue to shift, new threats and innovative ways to address those threats emerge. I am writing in opposition, or speaking today in opposition of Senate Bill 116, because one current threat that is currently destroying the balance of Connecticut's precious water bodies: aquatic invasive plants. Invasive plants, as many of you already know, non-native plants that have been proven to cause severe environmental harm, have been a priority of the state of Connecticut for decades. Connecticut General Statutes Section 22A-381A through Section 22A-381D tasked Connecticut's Invasive Plant Council to create an updated Connecticut invasive plant list every 2 years. The Connecticut Invasive Plant Working Group of UConn's Cooperative Extension Service provides helpful information for citizens and land care professionals on the best management practices to manage Connecticut's invasive plants. Upon examination of the evidence of how invasive plants corrupt Connecticut's environment, there is no sound argument for neglecting invasive plant infestations. The invasive plant Japanese knotweed, which often finds its preferred habitat along our state's rivers and lakes, grows through and destroys roadbeds, curtain drains, septic systems, and foundations. Hydrilla and Eurasian water milfoil easily break into small sections, clinging to boat hulls and propellers, allowing it to spread rapidly and to be ineffectively controlled mechanically. All of these aquatic invasive plants require the use of herbicides, utilized through integrated pest management for effective control. SB 116 would hinder the effective control of invasive plants throughout Connecticut water bodies. Well-meaning citizens, property associations, and municipalities can end up causing more harm to the environment than good by requesting applicators to apply herbicides on a specific date well in advance of weather predictions. In tandem, the legislation proposed in this bill forces the applicator to pick a date without having the ability to predict the weather on the date of application. Many products that are used to effectively control aquatic invasive plant infestations require the applicator to identify an application date that is optimal for effective control, no precipitation, and limited to no wind. If a date, even a series of dates as wide as 14 days, is picked in advance of application and all are not optimal, application cannot occur. Unscrupulous applicators, in addition, may decide to apply on the posted date, causing potential spray drift during windy days and runoff, well water intrusion, and diluted applications on precipitation days, in turn violating federal law. All of these factors would allow aquatic invasive plants to continue to proliferate while causing untenable harm to Connecticut's environment. In order to protect Connecticut's environment, I encourage all of you to oppose SB 116 and tackle invasive plants. Thank you very much. I'm open for questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Allen. And for my knowledge, you're representing yourself, or is it a group you're representing?
I'm representing myself and my company,
which is
Invasive Plant Solutions.
Thank you. And so you, let me pose a hypothetical. You wouldn't want to know the day or the time that a pesticide was applied to an area near your home, so that you could either not walk your dog there that day, or not let your kids go out and play that day?
I would, but under the current way this law is written, it would prevent the effective application of the herbicide, thus causing more applications to occur. And I would not be comfortable with that.
Understood. You have a question from Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and nice to see you, Christian.
Thank you.
I wondered whether, given whether there's some compromise somewhere in here, is there a way that would allow for, the effective application recognizing that invasive species are a massive problem, and I have learned much about that from you and others in our community. Is there a way for the public to have some notice, but to give an responsible applicator some flexibility in terms of looking at the weather? Can you suggest any sort of middle ground here?
Certainly. I think that we need to establish a window, appropriate window. I read a lot of the testimony out of Guilford where they were upset with a 71-day window. I know a lot of applicators who use very wide windows like that. I think that there should be a broader conversation between legislatures and applicators to see what an appropriate window would be. I know from my experience with terrestrial invasives that, as an example, between late July and into August of last year, there was 22 days where I could not apply. So even 3 weeks or 21 days may not be appropriate for aquatic applications. So I think that conversation would be appropriate, to have one-on-one between legislators and applicators in order to nail that down, as well as for the sake of, let's say, homeowner associations around a water body, for the applicator to be able to say, all right, I'm planning to apply, within this coming week because there's a good weather day coming up. That may be a good thing to add to the law. But that conversation would have to happen between the legislators and the applicators in advance of that.
All right. Thanks, Christian. I'll stick to my one question limit.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next question will come from Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Horn covered it a bit, and so did you, Mr. Allen. So I appreciate your testimony, but I am trying to figure out, obviously I represent the community of Guilford. So you can imagine where this bill proposal stemmed from. And I will say, it was pretty unreasonable to see this post in the newspaper and expect that the people of this lake community would not be able to recreate in their lake because they didn't know when these herbicides would be applied. And so I guess what I was going to say is, what do you, recognizing that there's difficulties with timelines and putting notice in newspapers, what do you think about providing notice in other ways in advance, at least a week in advance, knowing that you can look at the weather a week out and have a pretty good idea of whether or not you have good application conditions? And so that's exactly what I was going to ask. It sounds like that's something that you would be amenable to. There was also some conflict between postings, and this isn't just in Guilford. We've seen this across the state, and in what was applied, and some discrepancies between the posts. What the application calls for in terms of limited use of the area for fishing or swimming or, you know, walking an animal or what have you, versus what the actual signage says and calls for. And so I think that is something that we also need to pay close attention to and figure out how to eliminate those discrepancies and make sure that we are informing the public appropriately of what they can and cannot do in the advent of these applications.
Yes, certainly. I am amendable, and I think it would just be a great opportunity, and this legislation is a great opportunity to begin the engagement between the applicators and the legislature to find out what, you know, would be appropriate for all involved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thank you.
Next question is coming from our Vice Chair, Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Allen, the name of the bill specifies pesticides. Do you make any distinction between pesticides and herbicides when it comes to this issue?
So pesticides are an overall blanket term, whether it's a rodenticide, an insecticide, a fungicide, or an herbicide. So an herbicide is a subsection of pesticides.
Okay, great, thank you. And the reason I ask is that you mentioned hydrilla. So just as a follow-up, does your company have a stand, I would say, on other ways to treat hydrilla?
Other than using herbicide?
Yes.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Representative Palm, and thank you, Mr. Allen, for your testimony. Seeing no other hands raised, we are going to move on to our next testifier, who is Rob LaFrance.
Hey, good afternoon, Chair Grisco. Thank you. For
nice background.
Thank you. Yeah, this is in your hometown, so it's right around the corner from you, which is always great. So we always love being in Stratford and being with you, Joe. We really appreciate everything you do for us at Audubon in Stratford. Good afternoon, Chairs Cohen and Grisco, Ranking Members Minor and Harding, Vice Chairs Palm and Slap. My name is Robert LaFrance. I'm with the National Audubon Society, the state office of Audubon, Connecticut. If you take a look, I have provided written testimony on a number of bills, including House Bill 5141, 5140, and Senate Bills 120, 117, and 120. The first bill I want to speak about is the forage fish bill. I really want to thank the chairs and the whole leadership of the committee for raising this bill on behalf of Audubon. This bill is something we hope will actually help protect forage fish in Long Island Sound before they become overfished and before we have a problem with them. As folks know, I think Atlantic States Marine Fisheries does manage a number of different forage species, as do the Mid-Atlantic and Mid-Atlantic and New England councils, but the fish we're talking about are more localized. So what we're proposing here is a 200-pound trip limit to prevent the proliferation of an industrial scale fishery for these types of bait fisheries, for these types of forage fish. The types of fish that we're talking about, we worked with Dr. Oster from UConn to come up, and they include tidewater silverside, Atlantic silverside, sand lance or sand eels, and bay anchovies. The rationale for the selection of these species is something that Dr. Oster, who I want to thank here publicly, put together and provided in his testimony to us. In looking at the bill a little closer, we believe that these forage fish are important for marine ecosystems, but we believe that Section 2 of the bill is not necessary, as it regulates the commercial bait folks in terms of the dealers. That wasn't our intent. Our intent was to regulate the fishery in the water, if you will. And we also agree with the department's testimony that the bill might be better suited in Section 26.127. We've offered some testimony and are happy to work with the committee on that. Second, and I think this is a little bit more of a controversial bill in terms of folks here on the committee and maybe where Audubon's position is. We agree, this is the horseshoe crab bill. We agree with the DEEP on this particular bill, that proposal that states that there is no sufficient rationale to impose a complete ban on harvest, which would cause substantial economic harm. And I understand there's only about 12 folks who are actually holding these licenses. But there's also folks in the whelk fishery who are going to be impacted by the all-out ban on horseshoe crabs. So in essence, looking at also both the horseshoe crab and whelk fisheries, we think the proposal that's moving forward in a regulatory regulatory package that's before the Regulations Review Committee is the right approach. We also think that DEP needs to, and they've said this in their written testimony, they will continually closely monitor horseshoe crab abundance to make certain that the desired effects take place, and if not, they would take further action. I think that's the appropriate place for the committee to go and allow the regulations to move forward. On Senate Bill 120, I'm just going to say we support it because it is a reasonable way to reduce exposures to pesticides for birds and pollinators. And then on Senate Bill 117, this is the tree bill. We believe that in appointing an arborist to each state park and campground is absolutely necessary, and it's a correct priority. Yet in order to do that, I think everybody here has to recognize the really significant staff limitations that are happening at the department. And I think we heard earlier about the bill last year that required a study. I appended that to my language here to make sure available to understand that.
I'm sorry, Mr. France, your time is up. Thank you.
You got it. Thank you. And the last bill I was going to talk about, which I really appreciate being raised, Section 3, was Senate Bill 119 about climate resiliency. And Senator Cohen, I know that's one of your favorite bills, so I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on that. Thank you so much.
Well, let's segue right into Senator Cohen, and maybe she will indulge.
Thank you.
Well, I will indulge, but I have another question first.
Sure.
And since I can have one question on different bills, I will also ask you about resiliency. But let me first go back to the horseshoe crab ban and ask if you mentioned that it could be detrimental to the whelk and conch fishermen. I just wonder, is there, not knowing enough about this and knowing that I have whelk and conch fishermen in my district, but I have been hearing from them on a regular basis, and I have not heard about them, concerns about this. Doesn't mean that they don't exist. I'm just saying that they haven't reached out to me on this matter. And so I wonder, and I will certainly reach out to them as well, but I wonder if they are using other bait besides horseshoe crab.
So that's possible. Clearly, that's possible. My understanding is horseshoe crab is a preferred bait, particularly for whelk, and that there are different ways of actually putting it in. I think maybe the reason you haven't heard from the whelk fishermen is because the agency's proposal was not to ban it outright. And the proposal in front of you is to ban it outright. So the question would become, and I think it's a legitimate question to ask of your constituents there, is exactly how will this impact them in terms of reducing the amount of bait that they have available to be able to do their whelk fishing. The proposal will also restrict, depending upon the estimates that you have, is going to restrict the amount of bait available from the people who do that work in Long Island Sound. So you're going to have a restriction of bait that could have an impact on price. It could also result in being imports of horseshoe crab from other locations, as well as alternative baits. Alternative baits are something that we would love to see as well. But for the most part, the whelk fishery, I think, is for the most part relying on the horseshoe crab as for bait.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I will ask you about resiliency. And I would just like your thoughts. I have posed this question to Deep. I am a huge advocate of, funding resiliency and helping our municipalities in that funding, in that quest to become more resilient across the state and raise awareness on this issue. And I just wonder if maybe I could hear a little bit more from you on your thoughts about how the state can come in and what we really need to do, what we should be doing to raise awareness on this issue and get municipalities to really be taking action, not just in our coastal communities, but across the state.
So I think you've done some really great work. I think the department's done some really great work already, but we need to kind of follow it up with a little bit more work, right? So I thought what you did with the Coastal Caucus, bringing in folks and raising awareness of it, the fact that you're going to do another outreach to municipalities makes a lot of sense. However, I think, unfortunately, from the department's perspective, because of the staffing shortages, they really don't have the number of people that they need, even with the governor's budget moving forward. They need more resources. And think about it, the way I look at it is think about it this way. You want to bring in people who can write grants, who can help bring home money so that we can take state dollars that we have either in bond or appropriated money and leverage that to take 20% of a Connecticut dollar and make another 80 or 100% increase in utilization of that. In order to do that, I think I've heard this from municipalities and other places, We need to get expertise into how to write grants, how to manage grants, and how to do things. We're doing that at Audubon now. We're doing the Great Meadow Marsh project. We're learning how to do this work, how to apply for grants. And again, this is the kind of work that we're going to have to do going forward. I'm going to point back to what I think I saw during the GC3 process, where the agency worked very collaboratively with a whole bunch of different stakeholders, identified a number of people, and put together a report, the GC3 report, that talked a lot about these issues. The financing group in that particular thing focused on a lot of these issues. I think that it's time for another collaborative approach that we did earlier and focus our attention on getting the folks at the federal level to help us identify these dollars. I'm working with a woman by the name of Denise Savageau, who I think you folks know. And Denise is basically working with us to help identify NRCS funds. There's a whole bunch of different ways that we can figure out where the money is, but we need folks at the agency who have the authority to sort of sign on from the state perspective to be able to do it. I think the commissioner's testimony said they're looking at about 7 more people. I'm not certain that's going to be enough for the huge number of dollars that are going to be coming into the state, potentially.
Well, thank you, Mr. LaFrance, for that. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And Rob, I'm going to circle back to the horseshoe crab bill. And, there's going to be testimony after you're finished. You've heard some of it earlier today, and there will be testimony after you. And I specifically point to testimony from Professor Matei from Sacred Heart University, who has been working on Project Limulus for 20 years, who emphatically says that we should have a ban because of the reduction of numbers. Now, let's get a dose of reality here. I think even if we do a ban on horseshoe crabs, there's going to be enforcement's going to be the challenge, based on our conversation with the number of deep personnel that are retiring. So we're going to have that issue, whether or not we go to reduced regulations or. And I think that the individuals who are going to take the 12 permits or whatever else going forward are going to take what they're going to take, regardless of what DEEP says is the new regulation, or regardless of if this bill comes out of the Environment Committee and a ban is issued. I just think a ban is easier for not only DEEP, but the average person. Shout out to Jen Budai in Stratford, who monitor these horseshoe crabs, to say to people that are, hey, there's a ban in the state, you can't be doing this, as opposed to, this is only my quota here for this certain time. I just think that if you listen to the people that have the boots on the ground on this, a ban is necessary. But as we discussed before, I don't want to trample over the individuals at DEEP who have done the hard work to come up with the regulations to try to address the issue and to align with what Atlantic Marine Fisheries is asking us to do. So just your thoughts.
So a couple things. First of all, I think ENCON police officers, you've heard me say this many times, I'll say it as many times as I can during the session. The ENCON police officers, because of all the expanded responsibilities in the environmental conservation branch, are woefully understaffed. It's really a safety, I think it's becoming a safety issue. We need to get more police officers in the ENCON area out, and they need that's an appropriation issue. That's an issue for the folks who deal with our state budget, to basically make certain that we have probably at least another 5, if not another 10 officers. So that's just number one out of the box, Joe. And then in terms of what I think Dr. Matei is saying, I can't disagree with some of what she's doing. She's on the ground. I think what Atlantic States has said, and I think what the agency is saying, is we've had a fishery that's been impacted by COVID for a lot of reasons. We have a fishery that's been impacted by the loss of lobster. And as a result of that, there's a very little group that's left sort of doing this work. The numbers I'm looking at from what the agency is saying, you're talking about a reduction in harvest of anywhere from 50 to 60%, depending upon how you do it. You're reducing the numbers from 500 fisheries, 500 crabs down to 150. So, realistically, that's a major significant reduction. And you are also including some prohibitions on certain times when you cannot, there will be an all-out prohibition for certain times, for certain full moon cycles where you won't be able to take horseshoe crab. So I agree with you. I think the question is do you do it all at once, or do you give the fishermen in the industry a little bit of time to adjust and try and do a better job of management? On the management side, besides harvest, right, the other issue is not all of the shoreline is created equal. And I would agree with you, and I think Dr. Matei would agree with this. We need to take a look at the ecosystems themselves and maybe identify certain beaches that are highly productive. And that may be another way to deal with, which is to prohibit those beaches that are highly productive and great in places that the horseshoe crabs actually utilize. And I think we have some of those limitations already in statute.
Thank you, Rob. Representative Palm has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Rob.
Hi.
I was wondering, and perhaps you don't know the answer to this, but a lot of people have talked about how valuable this horseshoe blood is. Has anybody ever tried to replicate it in a lab? And the reason I ask is I know, for example, a cancer drug, vinblastine, is patterned after the vinca vine. I know because I took it when I had lymphoma. So my question is, we keep talking about the horseshoe crabs as the only source. Can it be synthetically manufactured?
Yes, it can be, and it has been, and it is in Europe, and has been approved in the pharmacopoeia, I think it's called, over there. We have not gotten that same approval here in the United States. Because of COVID, I think there was some real concern because of the way that the way they utilize the blood for testing certain vaccines and other things. I think the COVID issue really sort of slowed that down. But I think I've heard from many folks in the industry who work with the synthetic that they believe it's a better way to go. I don't know that in Connecticut we really have much of a fishery when it comes to actually the bleeding element of it. Ours is probably taken, my understanding is about 99% of the overall take in the Connecticut fishery is for bait.
And you couldn't make a fake bait, like, that fake crab that they sell as.
So that's absolutely true. It has had limited success. When I was at the public hearing, I heard from a number of the people who are fishing for whelk, and they have looked at other elements, tried other types of bait. They don't like them, or maybe they haven't been successful. There have been some studies on that as well. And it is a good idea, right? If there's an alternative bait, not to take the pressure off horseshoe crab, let's do it. But I guess we're trying to balance that with the industry. And that's why I think this sort of progressive approach makes sense, as there's less availability of horseshoe crabs, perhaps at higher prices. Maybe people start to think of alternative baits, which we also think is a good solution.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Palm. Rob, no other hands raised in the room. So thank you for your testimony. We're going
Thank you very much. And hope to see you all in person soon. Thanks a lot.
See you, Rob. We're going to move on to Dan Moyer, followed by John Sheeran.
Thank you, Chair Grisco, Chair Cohen, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dan Moyer. I am the Senior Manager for Environmental Policy at the Consumer Technology Association. CTA is North America's largest technology trade association. Our members range from startup tech companies to global brands, helping support more than 18 million American jobs. I'm here to share CTA's opposition to Senate Bill 115, the legislation on packaging EPR. As a trade association representing manufacturers and retailers of durable goods that would be subject to these requirements, CTA has concerns with Bill 115 in its current form. Our industry is still reviewing all the elements of this legislation, as CTA was not a part of the process of negotiating this language. We haven't yet been able to fully analyze this complex legislation and cannot support the bill. We believe that any recycling system should be built upon shared responsibility between all who have a role in this process, and that includes producers as well as recyclers, governments, and consumers. Any producer funding should focus on addressing infrastructure needs so the program addresses existing challenges in the current recycling system. One of our initial concerns is the need for clarity on the term consumer market in the definition of packaging, as it hasn't been clearly defined which markets will be impacted. We look forward to hearing more about how this legislation might be implemented since, as we've seen in other jurisdictions, many of the challenges in any EPR program come from the details in application. CTA is more than happy to engage in discussions going forward and how an effective recycling system might be implemented, but for now, we're opposed to the bill as written. Thank you for your time today, and happy to take any questions.
Mr. Moyer, thank you for your testimony. I'm looking, scanning the room. I don't see any hands raised. So thank you again for your patience as well. It's going to be a long day for everyone. Moving on to John Sheeran, followed by Ms. Harris. Dan? Oh, excuse me. Yeah, where are we? Anybody?
I think I was being introduced.
Here we go.
John, there. Good afternoon, Chair Cohen, Chair Grisco. Nice to see you both again, and distinguished members of the Joint Environment Committee. My name is John Sheeran, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the U.S. Tire Manufacturers Association in opposition to House Bill 5139. We appreciate the opportunity to provide our views. I'd like to address why the EPR program envisioned by HB 5139 will not address Connecticut's scrap tire management needs, including problems with illegally dumped tires. EPR systems for managing scrap tires add cost and bureaucracy without any significant benefit. The ultimate effect would be the replacement of a generally well-functioning scrap tire management system with a less efficient system that would not address the issue of illegal dumping, because EPR does not have enforcement mechanisms to address illegal dumping. EPR does not develop beneficial end-use markets for scrap tires, and markets are the key to scrap tire recycling. Furthermore, the bill doesn't have any mechanisms to address illegal dumping, yet it could be interpreted as making the Tire Stewardship Organization responsible for cleanup. The bill would provide 10% of funds raised to the DEEP for nothing but minor oversight and approval authority. The approval authority granted to the Commissioner of DEEP by this bill is so extensive that DEEP has veto approval of service providers. Basically, DEEP then gets to pick winners and losers in the marketplace. The bill takes no steps to develop scrap tire recycling markets, and Connecticut presently has almost no markets. The bill doesn't count energy recovery from tire-derived fuel as a recycling market, and yet the vast majority of Connecticut tires are entering that market. Basically, the bill tries to take a one-size-fits-all approach to EPR and force the existing scrap tire operations into it. Scrap tire markets have been developed over more than 30 years, and about 76% of scrap tires were delivered into beneficial end-use markets in 2019. USTMA has had no input into this bill, and our views were not requested prior to its introduction. There has been almost no conversation among stakeholders since the end of session in 2021. There's no attempt to tailor the bill to address the unique aspects of the tire industry, identify best practices, develop a working consensus, and solve the problem. We welcome the opportunity to work with Connecticut policymakers to help grow and develop sustainable and circular scrap tire markets, and to develop a licensing program to address illegal dumping of scrap tires. We firmly believe that this approach would yield far more meaningful results than an EPR mandate. Many states have programs to grow scrap tire markets by conducting research and implementing grant programs. Robust scrap tire markets are important as they create demand that pulls scrap tires through the system. Other states have addressed illegal dumping issues by implementing regulations on transporters and by actively enforcing these regulations against illicit scrap tire haulers.
Thank you, Mr. Sharon. I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sharon. You're going to have a question first from Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that, had a little background noise. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for coming in to testify. You mentioned about developing markets. And that's one of the criticisms of the bill. It doesn't address markets for the product. Can you expound on what kind of markets you'd be looking for?
USTMA supports sustainable and circular end-use markets for 100% of all scrap tires. By sustainable, we mean that the needs of future generations are not compromised by the actions of the current generation. And by circular, we want to maximize the use and reuse of those materials. Rubber modified asphalt fits that criteria quite well. It can be reused after the end of its 20 or 30-year life, and it would not compromise future generations. So we see that as a very solid market that has great growth potential. Other markets that have some circularity to them include tire-derived fuel in cement kilns, where the steel element is used to replace steel that would otherwise have to be added. And there are a number of other circular and sustainable markets as well.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Why are those markets not already viable in Connecticut? And is there something that the legislature can do to kind of goose them along?
Well, the use of asphalt in Connecticut is regulated by the Department of Transportation and its asphalt specifications. And while they have begun using very small amounts of rubber in chip seal, there are other categories, standard hot mix, open graded friction coarse, stone matrix asphalt, dense graded asphalt. Those typical standard asphalts are the ones we use most frequently. So it's gratifying to see the state beginning to use rubber modified asphalt, but they could use 100 times, way more than they have been using. And we successfully hosted a workshop in February of 2021 with the Connecticut DOT to identify further opportunities to grow those markets for the use of rubber modified asphalt in Connecticut.
Okay, so it seems to be heading in that direction. Is there anything that we as the legislature can do to move it forward?
I would ask the Department of Transportation to establish standards for the other types, other grades of asphalt that are used in the state to allow for rubber modified asphalt. Right now, in these other grades, there is no specification, and thus asphalt road producers don't use it.
Okay, so if the Department of Transportation developed these standards, is it your feeling that a lot of the tires that are otherwise being dumped around the state would be used for this product?
Well, the illegal dumping issue is a complex issue, but if we have markets that pull those tires into a recycling system, we're not going to see as many of them being dumped. And what we need to do is open the door and grow a new market, a circular and sustainable market for scrap tires. And one of the best that we see is rubber modified asphalt.
Okay, and you see as the hold up to that, you see that as the Department of Transportation not establishing a set of standards for that product.
I would say that is one of the biggest hurdles in growing the use today. Secondly, I would say that the contractors need to gain experience and comfort with the material. While in California and in Arizona, it's used on a daily basis, those contractors are very comfortable with the material. And until the contractors have the experience, the pilot projects, the demonstration projects, so that they really feel like they know what they're doing with this established and proven technology, it's going to be slow going. But the first step is to have standards that allow it.
All right, well, I appreciate that. The legislature can probably do something to help the Department of Transportation move along, but I'm not sure there's anything we can really do to make contractors get more experience. But I thank you for your responses, and hopefully we'll be able to do something to make some useful markets out of for this product. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Jablonski. Next, Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Shearing, for being here to testify today. I wondered if your manufacturers or your members participate in EPR programs elsewhere, like Europe or Canada, and how that works there.
Well, they do. Our members do participate in EPR programs in other nations, including certain nations in Europe and including certain provinces in Canada. They participate because they're covered by the laws that they've established. So yes, our members do have some experience with EPR in other nations, and we do not support it in the United States. Other nations can be very different than the US, certainly not as free market oriented, but also their behaviors can be very different. Illegal dumping doesn't seem to be as much of a problem in Canada because Canadians just seem to be cleaner. They don't dump as much stuff. That does not seem to be the case with Americans. Americans, we have a litter problem, let's just say that.
And I'm sorry, just to follow up on that, so that you don't see this as any sort of solution to that, and that perhaps they don't seem to have a tire issue because there is in fact an EPR program. You don't think they're correlated at all?
I think that the EPR programs that have been established in Canada may work for them, but I don't think they work for us here in the United States, particularly as respects tires, which has a long operating and well-developed system already in place. And while we could take steps to improve that system, and we support steps to improve that system, we think overthrowing it in one state in favor of EPR is not the right approach.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Next, Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Shearing, for your testimony. I glanced through your written testimony a little bit, and I saw you hit on stormwater infiltration. As an aftermarket for tires, can you elaborate on that? Because that's something that this committee has pondered over many years. We're trying to get a handle on how to treat our stormwater better.
Yes, thank you for the question. Stormwater can be treated through infiltration galleries. Those infiltration galleries have a media inside. Sometimes it's rocks or sand, large grain geologic material. And there's been recent research on the use of shredded tires from Humboldt State University out of California and in Minnesota as well. And this work is showing that stormwater infiltration galleries with tire-derived aggregate media remove pollutants from the environment, including nutrients like phosphorus and metals and the like. So we think that tire-derived aggregate has great potential in stormwater infiltration galleries and in other civil engineering types of applications, including stormwater retention.
Thank you very much for your testimony again, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Piscopo. And I just had a parting comment or question. One of your colleagues, David, earlier in the day today had expressed an interest in sitting down and doing something similar to what we did for the cylinder industry. And I guess the first step would be trying to clarify and classify the amount of illegal tire dumping problem here in the state of Connecticut going forward, with the idea that that group would come back with recommendations to the legislature as to how we move forward in trying to either go with an EPR system or make the current system better, or a hybrid of both. Would that be something that you would entertain?
Absolutely, we would entertain it.
Okay, Great. Well, again, thank you for your testimony today. No other hands raised in the room. We appreciate your patience.
Thank you. Good luck.
All right, thank you. Next, we have A. Harris. I don't know a first name, and followed by Abigail Shiston. Ms. Harris?
Yes, good afternoon.
There you are.
My name is Ms. Harris. Good afternoon to the members and chairs of the Environment Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. I'm speaking to you today against Raise Bill 115, an act concerning extended producer responsibility for consumer packaging. And I'd like to raise 4 basic points using the acronym DEEP, not for Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, but rather D, disinvestment, E, environment, E, engagement, and P, pump the brakes. Disinvestment has forced the closure of MIRA, the Materials Innovation and Recycling Authority. Now there's a heightened urgency. Many towns have not stepped up to provide an alternative location for those similar activities. In other words, not in my backyard. We, E, environment, we in Hartford, where I reside, and also serve in various capacities as a volunteer for our health ministry. At my church, I sit as the North Hartford Promise Zone resident liaison for our health and wellness initiative. I even serve as the chair of the Health Equity and Environmental Justice Committee of the Greater Hartford African American Alliance. But today I speak as a resident of Hartford and a concerned citizen of the state of Connecticut. Hartford has a landfill that blocks us from the river. We have a high incident of asthma due to some of the activities that happened at MIRA. And I asked this committee, have you participated in sufficient engagement? Has there been any community outreach to share this information that will directly impact residents and consumers in Hartford and other municipalities? I ask that you would pump the brakes, P, because we do live in a capitalistic society. Of course, any added cost to manufacturers will be passed down to the consumer. There are no mandates possible in this scenario for removing or even reducing packaging in order to maintain or even reduce costs. Therefore, without concrete data, which hasn't been shared with the public, we have every reason to believe consumers will absorb any increase in costs, even if unintended. Therefore, I respectfully ask that this body pump the brakes and reject Senate Bill 115 as written, an act concerning extended producer responsibility for consumer packaging. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And again, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Well, thank you, Ms. Harris, and thank you for your patience and your persistence. I guess there was a little bit of a glitch going back and forth between the waiting room and the panelist room. So we appreciate you sticking it out and giving us your perspective and your testimony. I don't see any hands raised in the room, so we are good to go on to the next person, which is Abigail Shiston, and then followed by Scott Cassell.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Abigail Stein, and I represent the American Forest and Paper Association. In Connecticut, the forest and paper products industry employs nearly 5,000 individuals in 46 facilities that produce packaging, sales displays, corrugated boxes, and other products with an annual payroll of over $342 million. The extended producer responsibility policies are typically applied as a solution for hazardous, hard-to-handle materials with low recycling rates. The industry has a demonstrated measurable record of success in making paper and paper-based packaging more circular and sustainable through market-based approaches. And so we must respectfully oppose SB 115. How do we measure our success? Nearly 66% of paper was recovered for recycling in 2020, and we have met or exceeded 63% since 2009. Furthermore, according to the US EPA, more paper by weight is recovered for recycling from municipal waste streams than plastic, glass, steel, and aluminum combined. Recycling is integrated into our business. Our members own 114 materials recovery facilities, and 80% of paper mills use some amount of recycled fiber. An impressive 100% of Connecticut residents have access to curbside recycling. The industry has also planned or announced around $5 billion in manufacturing infrastructure investments by 2023 that will result in increasing the capacity for recycled fiber by over 8 million tons, or 25% per year. So, for a highly recycled material like paper and paper-based packaging, EPR could disrupt efficient and successful paper recycling streams in an attempt to improve the least effective ones. Without sufficient protections, there's a strong likelihood that fees paid by highly recycled products will subsidize the low-performing ones. This would result in certain producers contributing fees with little benefit to their own products, but rather support infrastructure improvement for competing materials. AF&PA continues to support promoting increased participation in community recycling programs and other best practices. We believe Connecticut should take a more solution-oriented approach focused on problematic materials in the commingled residential collection stream. Paper recycling has enjoyed decades of success because of the industry's investments, consumer education, the wide availability of recycling programs, and the efforts of millions of Americans who recycle at home, work, and school every day. The paper products industry is proud to be part of the recycling solution by providing renewable, sustainable, and highly recycled products for consumers. We urge the committee to oppose SB 115, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Abigail. Thank you for your testimony and for the mispronunciation of your name. There was a Z stuck in there, so my apologies. I don't see any hands raised in the room, so we are going to move on to the next testifier. Again, Abigail, thank you for your testimony. The next person is Steve Cassell.
Yes, I'm here. Chair Grisco, Chair Cohen, members of the committee. My name is Scott Cassell. A lot of people call me Steve. I'm CEO and founder of the Product Stewardship Institute, and I'm here in strong support of SB 115. PSI is a 21-year-old nonprofit organization working exclusively on waste and producer responsibility issues, including packaging. Over the past 6 months, PSI facilitated a dialogue with packaging brands, packaging manufacturers, and representatives of deep and local governments. That dialogue informed SB 115. SB 115 bill is also consistent with PSI's best practices model to reduce packaging waste. Our model was also used to varying degrees in New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, Maryland, Illinois, Minnesota, Washington, Colorado, and other states. Connecticut's recycling system is fragmented. It's been severely disrupted by the loss of global recycling markets, and it's experienced significant recycling costs at the local level. Low-income communities and communities of color continue to be disproportionately impacted by waste disposal. SB 115 is essential for Connecticut. It's funded by producers. It will save municipalities $30 to $40 million each year. It'll increase access to reuse and recycling all across the state through investments to stabilize and expand Connecticut's recycling infrastructure. It will lower greenhouse gas emissions, create recycling jobs, and put the responsibility for packaging on those who actually make the decision on which packaging to use. It will create also a strong financial incentive for more sustainable packaging. And it will not increase consumer prices. We have seen no indication of that worldwide on these programs. SB 115 is similar to successful packaging EPR systems operating around the world for over 35 years. It's similar to packaging EPR bills PSI is working on with a dozen other states. And it has solid support from a broad range of stakeholder groups. And I'd encourage you to pass it favorably out of committee. If I may comment on two other bills, HB 5139, creating an EPR program for scrap tires. PSI supports that bill, but with modifications. We also support 5142, which is a program for EPR for leftover gas cylinders. Also, we support that with modifications. And I've submitted written testimony on all three of those bills. Representative Grisco, I want to thank you for your sponsorship of these bills, as well as Senator Cohen and also Representative Michelle. Thank you.
Scott, thank you very much for your testimony. I'm assuming that you've been on and listening for a little bit, and you heard some of the testimony before you, the rather uniform testimony of the position of individuals who oppose the bill, the EPR bill for packaging, and their concerns. You know, what would you say to some of the concerns that they had as far as prices going up and the like?
Well, I didn't catch everything, so but I did catch a good bit. And the concern and fear over consumer price increases, I say, comes up in every state testimony, in every state hearing. So through our research, we have not identified any verifiable increases in consumer goods prices all across Europe and Canada. This is programs in operation for over 35 years. And I did check in with our counterpart, or a colleague, Joachim Koden. He's managing director of an organization called Extended Producer Responsibility Alliance, EXPRA. And EXPRA was founded in 2013, but Joachim has experience for about 30 years in these type of packaging EPR programs all throughout Europe. And the Alliance, EXPRA, is an alliance of 26 packaging and packaging waste recovery and recycling systems from 24 countries. And his quote was this, he said I could use it. It is that in Europe, he says, we have not seen any noticeable increases in costs for consumers. At the same time, municipalities have avoided having to increase local waste taxes, even while services for the collection of packaging waste increased. So we're hearing it from someone who's representing the brand owners who would be very concerned about the prices of their goods going up. And he's saying they haven't seen it at all through the whole experience. We're hearing the same thing from Canada. And it's a fear that is just not justifiable. The other thing is that if there were any price increases, and we're not seeing them at all, it would be spread over all the states in the United States, and it would be fractions of a cent, as Tom Metzner had mentioned before, fractions of a penny spread across all goods sold in the US, all across the United States.
Scott, thank you. You have some more questions. We'll begin with Representative Oday.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, sir, for your testimony. I see that you were on the task force in 2016 when it was voted 6-3 not to pursue this. And I read the addendum 1 and addendum 2. Addendum 1 was in opposition to the extended producer responsibility for consumer packaging, and addendum 2 was in favor. I guess my long-winded question, and I'll have a follow-up if I may, Mr. Chairman, is were you one of the votes that were opposed to the extension of EPR? Were you in favor of it? So in the 6-3 vote.
I was one of the 3 votes that voted for EPR.
Okay, so I presumably then you were with Tom on that vote.
Correct.
Okay, so and as I understand it, Tom is on your board as the chief, as the head of the board. Is there a reason why kind of both of you are on this task force, if you know? You know, what was ultimately, was there one bottom line in reading these two addendums as to the difference in opinions? I know it's a detailed addendum, so I mean, there's a lot to it, but can you summarize it in a sentence or two as to the opinions and why they were different?
Thank you for your questions, Representative Oday. I was appointed by former State Senator Ted Kennedy. So I was appointed by him as a technical expert. We work nationally. We represent and work with 47 states and hundreds of local governments. And so our organization is known as a technical expert on EPR on 25 different product categories, including packaging. And so we were put on there. I would say that you know, the waste management industry was very strong in getting appointments to that committee. It was very political from the beginning. You could have taken that vote on day one, and that's the vote you would have had. I think that what this comes down to, having worked on producer responsibility for 21 years here in the United States, I'll tell you that there's a change in, you know, there's many that are very opposed to any change at all. And we've worked 15 years on packaging, and I'd say that's what it may boil down to, is that those that don't want to try to address the problem and make changes and share that responsibility. And so this is why it's moving in the United States now. You have the China sword, the market problems, you have global plastics crisis. It really brought it to a head, but it's the passage of the laws in Maine and Oregon on packaging that really got some of the producers to say, hey, we need to sit at the table and we need to work with the government. So that's Ameripen, you've heard from them earlier, Flexible Packaging Association, now the Consumer Brands Association, the Sustainable Food Policy Alliance. All of those producers have come to the table. Waste management companies from other states have come to the table. And I think it's that attitude, it's more of an attitudinal change and a shift that says, hey, we need to help out local governments. We need to make this work for everybody. And that wasn't happening at that time.
Thank you. And so, and you mentioned Ameripen, that was Dan Felton. I understand you probably have worked with him in the past. Hopefully you're willing to work with him going forward. And so I know we're limited to one question. Here's my follow-up with the two parts, but he had said that Maine was not a good bill, don't follow Maine. Oregon was better, but that Maryland would be even better. They're in support of Maryland. Do you agree with that assessment? And you know, my final question is: you recommend a minor modification on in your testimony 114 subparagraph D1, having an oversight third-party facilitator. Would that be your organization or someone like you going forward?
It could be our organization, or it could be another organization that provides that. We're seeing that some state agencies, and I don't know how Deep feels about this, but it could be a burden to manage the multiple and very strong interests that are at the table that have financial interests. So I think it's helpful to develop a process and someone that has that technical expertise, and the process expertise is very important to have. Let me just say that it was our organization that had brought in the producers into this conversation with the commissioner and all, because our organization is not just government. We have partners. Our board is just government, state and local, but we have over 120 partners. Most of those are businesses, and like the Flexible Packaging Association and others that we're talking about here are partners of our organization. So we always have a seat at the table. Ameripen was opposed to our organization and EPR for packaging for about 14 years. It's only the past year where they've come to the table. and we're welcoming that. Dan Felton and I were in Maryland last week on the same panel in support of the Maryland bill. And the reason they like that one better is because it gives them more control as a producer. The Maine bill, as I think he mentioned, is more of a command and control government approach to it. I understand why Maine did that. Maine DEP is a member of our organization, but the producers were not at the table at that time, so they had no negotiating partner. Now DEEP has a negotiating partner, and we're in a much different situation. And there's more and more companies that are interested in having the conversation and trying to figure out, it's really a problem-solving exercise. And people need to say, how are we going to make this work? How are we going to bring ourselves into a more sustainable future and lower the amount of waste we're generating and really truly bring back these materials into the circular economy? And that's what's happening here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of questions, but I'm going to defer. I know we got a late night ahead of us. I just hope that we can work with more of the stakeholders, and I appreciate Mr. Castle that you're willing to listen to Mr. Felton, and hopefully we'll go more towards a Maryland model. And at some point, maybe you and I can talk offline, Mr. Castle, about British Columbia and what's happened there. We've heard some conflicting testimony about what's going on there with how they've gone. And anytime I'm being told to look at these studies in Europe and Canada, and there's no studies in America, and you want us to be the leader, I have to say I'm a little cautious. So anyway, but thank you very much, sir, for your time. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Oday. Representative Dubinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Castle, for coming in. You had said that the packaging manufacturers didn't want to come to the table because they had a financial interest to prevent this type of thing from going forward. If they have a financial interest in not doing this, that sounds to me like it's going to cost them money, right?
Well, they need to internalize the cost of these programs, but there's also a degree of, now they see that they have a role in meeting their own goals that they've set for themselves in terms of recycled content in their products and packaging. And they understand that in order to meet those goals that they've publicly made, the Unilevers, the Marses, and other companies all over the world, they have to find a way to bring back those materials in an efficient and effective manner. And they're starting to support these programs in the United States.
Okay, but it will cost them money, right? You'll admit that?
Yes, it will cost them money. Let me also say, though, through the whole system, and we look at this holistically, as we all must, in terms of it will increase jobs, it will increase the prices that are paid for these materials. There'll be lower contamination, higher quality materials, more supply of materials. So that's just one example of there's an investment up front in the system, and there's huge benefits throughout the system.
I get it, but it will cost them money. And you just said that they get higher prices for the product. So they will charge more for their packaging.
What I meant is higher revenue for the recycled materials that go through the system. There's greater value for them.
Okay,
so less cost.
If it's going to
less cost, their costs will lower over time.
Okay, so it's going to cost them money, but it's going to cost them less money. Which one is it?
It will cost them money to pay into the system, but over time, because of the financial incentives, they're driven to more sustainable packaging, which will cost them less to into the system over time.
Okay, so if it costs them money, they will undoubtedly pass that cost on to the consumer, right?
Well, as I mentioned before, we're not seeing that has been the effect. If it is passed on, it's not noticeable and hasn't been at all a factor in the programs.
All right, well, when I hear somebody say it's going to cost more, but it's not going to cost more, it always raises red flags with me, because when you force somebody to incur additional costs that's making a product, they are always going to pass that additional cost on to whomever they sell the product to. Now, you're saying that at some point they're going to make more money. And when people raise prices, they make more money. So it sounds to me like under any of the scenarios you've just mentioned, that it's the consumer who's going to be paying for this system. And you say that there are studies that say that it doesn't cost the consumer any more money, that prices don't go up. I don't know, there are basic laws of physics and basic laws of economics. And when you make a manufacturer incur more costs, I have yet to see an instance where it doesn't cost the consumer more money. So, I understand you're advocating for your position, but it just, what you're saying seems to defy the basic principles of economics. And I'm not sure I'm buying it, but I thank you for trying.
Okay, if I may, Mr. Chairman, just to respond here briefly. I'm just putting forth the facts from our organization. I'm advocating, but the facts are there's one study from Canada that says there are increased costs. It's funded by industry. There is another one, RRS, that was funded by the government of Oregon that says no. And the producers themselves in Canada, in Europe, are saying that the consumer prices have not gone up. It's fractions of a penny spread across all goods in the United States. And it may be, it may have increased, but it isn't noticeable in the price that the consumers are paying.
Okay, well, I thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Next is Representative Mushinski.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kessel, I just wanted to ask you, is it possible to run this bill with only the sustainable packaging folks who are already willing to make changes? Could we do a smaller version of this that uses just those industries?
Well, I think what that would do is put a burden on those companies, because they would be picking up the same products from other companies that are not participating. So they would be picking up the free rider costs for the others. And the way that this bill is written right now, the companies that are more sustainable, like the Rand Packs of the world, which has just announced a big innovation facility in Connecticut. Our organization is working with Rand Pack and the Pack Green Coalition that they put together. I'm one of 4 business advisors with them. And they've asked me to join because they want us to be promoting their company as well as other green companies. And it's those companies that are making sustainable packaging that will pay less into that system. It's a financial incentive so that we're not putting in plastics that have no markets to them, or multi-material packaging that has no markets. And so this is a real change. And so that would actually be counter to the way this bill is working right now.
Okay, I understand. You'd have some free riders there, which would be unfair to the industries that are making the effort. I understand. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Representative Mushinski. Seeing no more hands raised, Scott, thank you for your testimony and your patience today. And we're going to move on to our next speaker, that is Veena Singla.
Good afternoon. My name is Veena Singla, and I'm a senior scientist with the Natural Resources Defense Council. And I'm speaking today about 2 major problems with Senate Bill 115 on extended producer responsibility. The plastic waste crisis is visible and real. There is no denying that. And extended producer responsibility could be a really important part of a solution for this problem, but only if it's done in a way that will actually reduce plastic waste and benefit people and the environment. The first major problem we see with the bill is that it includes so-called chemical recycling in the definition of recycling and as part of stewardship plans. Industry proponents claim that chemical recycling can miraculously turn hard to recycle plastics into feedstocks for new products. But the data that we have on existing facilities shows that this comes at a very steep price. And that price is that, yes, these technologies can generate a small amount of feedstocks. But with that, what you get is hundreds and thousands of pounds of toxic chemicals and hazardous waste that is sent to incinerators across the country that are disproportionately located in communities of color and low-income communities, or both. And this is a material flow that's moving plastic from the landfill in the ground to the landfill in the sky, burning it. And that doesn't solve the plastic waste problem. The second major problem we see with the bill is that it allows toxic chemicals in packaging to be recycled. That contaminates recycling workers, recycling facilities, and products using recycled content far into the future. For example, per and polyfluoroalkylated substances called PFAS or forever chemicals are linked to cancers and other major health problems, and they're widely present in packaging. Other states are already banning their use, but this bill allows these toxic chemicals to be recycled. Solutions that create new health and environmental problems are not really solutions. That's why SB 115 should not be passed unless it is amended to remedy these serious issues. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Vina. We appreciate your patience and your testimony today. I don't see any hands raised in the room. So again, thank you for sharing your opinions with us. Wait a minute, hold on. Senator Cohen has a question for you, Vina.
Well, sorry, I'm balancing between a couple of public hearings here, but want to say I appreciate your testimony, Vina, and please excuse me if you mentioned this at the beginning of your testimony because I just hopped on at the tail end, but I was curious about the advanced manufacturing process. Specifically, we've heard some concerns with respect to, the burning of plastics, and I'm just wondering, and specifically to be used in fuel. And I think we heard that, while that's not the intention, that is what the bill sort of states right now, is that would be could be a detrimental process for the environment. And I just wonder, I have asked this before, in our public hearing today, is there something between in the chemical process, that in the advanced recycling process, that's an in between? We have the mechanical recycling right now, which arguably isn't getting us to where we want to be in terms of recycling rates. Is there a process of advanced recycling that can be more environmentally friendly and gets us closer to that true recycling product, end product or end goal that is obviously the goal of this bill, or the intention behind this bill?
Thank you so much for that question. And I think, unfortunately, with the current technologies we have today, the answer is not yet. In that the facilities we researched, one of which is doing pyrolysis of polystyrene plastic to create feedstocks to make new polystyrene. That facility is generating about 500,000 pounds of hazardous waste every year that gets sent to incineration. And another facility that intends to perform solvent purification, which would separate plastic polymers from the plastic material, purify them away to make new plastic, is also registered as a large quantity hazardous waste generator. So that's over 2,000 pounds of hazardous waste generated every month. So I am hopeful that with technological advances and better processes, maybe there could be a way for advanced recycling to produce, to actually be a part of the circular solution, produce new plastics without having these other health and environmental harms. But unfortunately, we don't see that yet.
So just a follow up to that. So, I mean, I guess what's happening in British Columbia is in fact a chemical process. Is that that is a detriment to the environment? Is that's your take on it? Is that correct?
Is there a specific company or facility you're
well,
referring
no, I'm
to?
just saying, so the EPR process in British Columbia, which this bill is clearly modeled after because it doesn't mimic the bill that we have in that they have in Oregon, nor does it mimic the bill that's in Maine. And so the closest thing I have to compare it to is what they've done in British Columbia. And they are not using mechanical recycling processes. So they are clearly using chemical recycling. I'm just wondering, you know, is that something, are you opposed to what's happening in British Columbia? Or is, I guess I'm just trying to figure out, is there a way to get this bill to a better place? Because my understanding is that mechanical recycling is really not working very well. And chemical recycling, as it stands now, the process now is a detriment to the environment. So I guess what's the middle ground and how do we land there?
Yeah, so I'll say I'm not familiar with exactly what types of recycling processes may be occurring in British Columbia, but I will say that chemical recycling in general is an emerging technology. So I would be surprised if there was a large amount of it happening in British Columbia yet. I think what the bill does is leaves the door open for these technologies to be utilized in the future as part of this extended producer responsibility plan. And I think a way forward could be to put stronger safeguards into the bill around the health and environmental criteria that the recycling processes would need to meet in order to be utilized. Right now, there's some language around environmental evaluation, but it doesn't include a health assessment. And there's not a lot of specificity around evaluating toxic releases or hazardous waste that might be generated.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you so much. I know there's a lot of question marks around this and not a lot of experts in the industry, so it's really hard to decipher, you know, the best path forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Vina, for your testimony. Moving on, we're going to go to Michael O'Friel.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Michael O'Friel. I'm the Senior Vice President and General Counsel at Win Waste Innovations. Thank you, Senator Cohen and Representative Grisco and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today in opposition to Senate Bill 115. Win Waste has a number of facilities and businesses in Connecticut that play a key role in Connecticut's solid waste management system. We operate 2 waste energy facilities, one in Bridgeport and one in Lisbon. We operate 9 transfer stations, 6 of which are municipally owned. We have an ash monofill in Putnam and a waste hauling collection business serving 20,000 customers in Connecticut, and a recycling facility in Stamford that recovers 25,000 tons per year of OCC and 23,000 tons per year of other paper material. In the state, we have 430 employees. While we support recycling programs as the result of a collaborative approach among state, local communities, and the solid waste industry, we are opposed to Senate Bill 115 because we believe it takes the wrong approach. The reason is that it fails to recognize the importance of privately owned recycling facilities that contribute to Connecticut's high recycling rate within the state. The bill disincentivizes private companies from future investment in existing facilities and the development of new ones. As a result, an EPR program that does not take into account existing recycling infrastructure may in fact lead to lower recycling rates. An alternative approach is that the state and the local communities and the waste industry work together to increase recycling by reducing contamination of recyclable material, promoting recycling collection programs and education, and supporting improvements to the existing recycling infrastructure within the state. For these reasons, we ask you that you vote no on Senate Bill 115. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I had a quick question. You said the bill would disincentivize investment and reduce recycling. So when a shipment is brought to Bridgeport, and talk to me about what happens when that shipment comes in. Are you saying that you as a company source separate out recyclables yourselves, or does it all just go and get burned?
For Bridgeport, it does not have a recycling component to it. That's a mass burn facility. So all the waste that comes in there is combusted and then produces energy. The recycling facility that we do have in the state is in Stamford, Connecticut.
So if I'm a municipal client and you are my hauler, or you're the facility that I get my garbage hauled to, if I'm Stratford. So if you're do you take that waste to Stamford and source separate it and then bring the product back to Bridgeport to burn, or is it, because to me, based on what your comments were, there's a money to be had in source separating out the recyclables that you can make money off of rather than burn.
Yeah,
Am I wrong?
In the existing system, yes. So what happens is it is source separated at Stamford. There is some residual material that can't be recycled that does go back to the waste energy facility. But what happens is, because there is product that's now it's the producer's responsibility for recycling or reusing the product. That product will not come to us, and therefore there'll be less revenue for the recycling facilities within the state, and therefore less investment in those facilities.
Less stuff for you to burn.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Well, and recycle.
No, understood. And look, I understand that everybody's got to pitch in to recycle, including yourselves and the haulers. So I get it. That was my question. Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised in the room, Michael, but I'm sure I'll be talking to you very soon.
Yes, happy to answer any other questions you have.
So thank you. Next, we have Jen Eaton-Jones, followed by Ann Godwin.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator Cohen and Representative Grisco and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. For the record, my name is Jennifer Eaton-Jones, the Executive Director of the HRRA. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm representing 14 municipalities in Western Connecticut, and I am testifying in support of RB 115, 5139, and 5142. Starting with 5142 cylinders, all sizes, including 20-pound tanks, enter the waste and recycling stream and/or are disposed of at municipal drop-offs. All cylinders pose a risk and financial burden throughout the waste stream. We recognize the importance in the current refill and exchange programs throughout the state. The intent of this bill is not to change or hurt the current programs, but it's to enhance and improve a collection system and address where it doesn't work. And I want to give credit to AmeriGas and the industry for creating their location finder, but I ask you to test it. I have, and it's not completely accurate. And many of their retailers only want cylinders with an exchange or refill, not simply an unwanted spent cylinder. And lastly, on cylinders, I want to extend my gratitude to Worthington for their willingness to work with us. Regarding 5139 tire EPR, we recognize the current retail collection programs that are in place for tires at the point of sale. However, there is currently no safety net for the thousands of tires that leak out either from individuals or transporters who illegally dump them, leaving municipalities left with the burden to manage and pay for their disposal. This policy is not meant to change the current collection system, but to enhance and improve where it doesn't work to prevent illegal dumping and the negative impact to municipalities and the environment. That being said, I have recently begun work with Lincoln on a new study for better data, and I am pleased and hopeful with their promise to create a legislative proposal to address the problem. And regarding RB 115, I want to get back to the basics. We do have a robust working collection system in Connecticut. No one has denied that. We need our haulers and we need our MRFs, period. The problem isn't collection. And yes, markets have improved, but let's be honest, municipalities play the markets whether they go up and down too. Tip fees were $95 a ton less than a year ago. We have poor public education, there are language barriers, there are neighborhoods who do not have access to recycling, mostly in low income and multifamily communities, and many municipalities have seen hundreds of thousands of dollar budget increases. There are products and packaging that are not recyclable. And this bill doesn't replace the existing physical infrastructure. It's a shifting and sharing of the cost burden with the producers and the manufacturers, sharing the responsibility beyond us, the municipalities, the haulers, and the MRFs. So I want you to consider that just down to the basics and being practical. I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you for your hard work on all of these topics. And if we can go to the cylinders, I'll shoot my question for the cylinders. You heard some of the one of the testimonies before. Earlier in the day, it was, why are we included the 20-pound tanks if they are handled in a refill and an exchange program already?
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, we recognize the refill and exchange programs. It doesn't address the large number of tanks that are simply just unwanted. So the consumer, the resident isn't looking for an exchange or a refill, and they just want to dispose it. Many of those locations that they have listed, like CVS they have listed, they don't want the spent tank. They don't have room in their cage for those spent tanks, but we as municipalities can take them, and we're happy to provide the easy and convenient location, store them, and share the responsibility with industry to get them to the right location, just as we've designated collections for mattresses and paint. I also want to address the comments made in the written testimony that the companies like Perico will pick up municipal collections at no cost. That is not accurate. And collections are often inconsistent and they are free today, but they want to charge us tomorrow. So hopefully this program will include 20-pound cylinders so that residents, consumers have an additional location to drop them off at our local drop-off, municipal drop-offs. It's consistent, it's easy. We know who we can rely on to pick them up. They're not going through the waste stream. I hope you will look at my written testimony and see the images of what it looks like when these cylinders explode, including a 20-pound cylinder. They do pose a risk to our workers, to our material recovery facilities, to our scrap yards. And that's why it's important to maintain the 20-pound cylinders in this legislation.
So taking a cue from questioning from Representative Dubitsky, do you anticipate a price increase for these cylinders if we do this EPR?
It's a good question. I mean, so often they tell us it has value, but because they're metal and they often can get scrapped. I question that, and I would like them to define and explain to us how it will cost money when they can already collect them now. They're already saying they're willing to collect them at no cost. They're already saying they're willing to come and do milk runs at our municipality. So if they're willing to do that now, and they don't have that as an issue if it's a voluntary system, why is it an issue if it's an organized system through EPR?
No,
sorry, I'm giving you a question with a question.
No, I understand it was rhetorical, but we're going to move on first to Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Jen, for all of your work. I know you've really been trying to drive solutions in waste management, and so I appreciate your hard work on that with your municipalities, as well as trying to reach out to the committee and provide testimony. I wonder if you could just we're hearing a lot specifically on SB 115, the EPR and packaging legislation. It's a lot to sift through. Obviously, we're hearing about cost concerns and concerns with chemical recycling. I wonder if you could just provide a picture for us, if you will, of what is happening right now. I know this is very difficult to do, but in terms of waste management, because we are, we do have a crisis on our hands. We know we have a trash plant shutting down imminently within maybe a couple of months. And so I'd love to just hear your thoughts on why we need an EPR bill. And if you're concerned, because we're talking about all these costs to consumer right now because we do have a crisis. We're talking about, Representative Mashinsky pointed out in some of her lines of questioning about the tipping fees. And we're hearing the tipping fees are going to just keep increasing, and that's going to obviously be transferred to the taxpayer. I just wonder if you could provide from your viewpoint what we're up against here, how that might relate to what the residents of Connecticut are ultimately going to feel. And if you obviously testified in support of the bill, so I'm guessing that you think the benefits of this far outweigh the potential downfalls and the costs associated with not doing it. So I'd just love for you to provide your viewpoint on all of that.
Yeah, there's, like you said, it's complex and there's a lot that you could say, and that's packed with a lot. Let's see if I can condense my thoughts here. I guess I want to start by, I want to say that, as Scott had mentioned, there is no evidence in Canada product costs will be impacted by EPR. So how will that impact our residents, therefore consumers? And I think that it's really important for all of us to read the RSS study, the Resource Recycling System study. Their study addresses the question and the concern on cost to consumers when EPR for packaging is implemented. And I do know that study is posted on the Oregon.gov website. I think there have been some good questions today and valid concerns from the public. And I do look forward to Senator Minor's suggestion to have an informational hearing where you will invite experts from the industry from all sides who have experience with the current EPR programs to address some of these questions. From my own personal experience at the municipal level, what we are already seeing in the HRRA region with 14 municipalities that are not a part of the Hartford plant, we already see backups. Our Bridgeport waste to energy plant, where our material is sent to, is often backed up. It's shut down. Our material is diverted, and this is before Hartford shut down. We know that there is significant amount of recyclables going through the solid waste stream that could be going through the recycling stream. We know that lack of public education and outreach has a direct relationship to the lack of recycling that could be increased. We know that we have language barriers, and we as municipalities cannot always address the concerns around recycling and public education. We don't have the financial resources, we don't have the staff resources. So I think it's really important that we look at this solution as a way to address increased recycling, as well as this need to decrease our waste stream when we're going to lose a waste to energy plant. I feel bad because I can't completely address the issue on specific costs. That's not my expertise. But I do see the tip fees going from $0 to $10 to $95 back to $46, and municipalities are ones that are bearing that cost. That means the taxpayer. So someone has to pay, and it's not free now. By implementing a program like EPR, even if it's a half a penny on a cereal box versus $100 extra on a ton of solid waste, I think we can even use common sense to understand no matter what, we all are paying. No matter where it's shifted, we are all going to pay. But if we can share that burden with the producers and the responsibility, and we are not the sole ones bearing that, I think that makes sense.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Jen, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Next is Representative Mushinski, followed by Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Cohen read my mind and asked my question about the shifted costs. But Jennifer, I did want to thank you for coming in. When you come in, you speak for the municipalities, which is wonderful, because however the costs are shifted, sooner or later they land on the municipality. And that's really my interest, is trying to protect them and make the cost shift, make it a fair assessment of costs, and not push everything on the taxpayer, on the property taxpayer in the municipality. So thank you for coming in, and I will look for that study on the Oregon website, the RR.
Well, I would like to address that your comment there. I mean, I think that's something to think about, shifting the idea and the concept of every single taxpayer paying for solid waste or recycling costs versus the direct cost to the consumer. So there is something to say about each individual taking responsibility when they make a decision to purchase something. They've made that decision, and they are responsible also for disposal. In the programs and the infrastructure that we have now, every person is responsible. You're responsible for your neighbors' decisions and what products they purchase. I think this also helps us shift from the relationship of the direct consumer and the producer and manufacturers in this system.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming in, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Mushinski. Next, we have a question from Representative Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Jennifer, thank you for the information that you bring to us. I didn't commit to memory the name of your organization as you introduced yourself. Could you share that again?
I represent the Housatonic Resources Recovery Authority. So we are a regional governmental solid waste and recycling authority representing 14 municipalities in Western Connecticut.
Okay, and do you know, are they or you members of the Product Stewardship Institute?
Yes, yep.
Okay, I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, we have a question from Representative Rabimbus, followed by Representative Oday.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Just a few follow-up questions. I know that you had indicated cost sharing into the individual. So how much would this actually cost each individual, if you know?
Well, I think that that's a really important question, and a question that has been sort of raised this afternoon from many folks testifying. And I go back to hoping that you will honor Senator Minor's request to have an informational hearing where we can hear from experts who can address that question specifically. My expertise in material management has to do with negotiating contracts and the impacts to our municipalities, public education and outreach, and trying to solve the problems like cylinders and tires in our communities. The direct cost to consumer products is not my expertise, and I hope that you will have that opportunity to hear from those experts.
Okay, and regarding the municipalities that you've represented that are in support of this, I believe you said that there was 14. What's the cost to each individual in those municipalities?
The cost of recycling disposal?
Correct, through the proposal that you're making.
Out of our 14 member towns, 13 of them have private subscription hauling, and one of our towns, the town of Newtown, has curbside collection. So the costs vary. So it really, and this is across the state of Connecticut, right? So we have many communities that have private hauling and many communities that provide collection for their residents. Newtown's cost went from $10 a ton to $94, $95 a ton almost a year ago, increasing their cost.
Sorry to cut you off. I was talking about under this new proposal, not their current expenses.
I'm sorry, zero. It would be zero. So they're going from paying anywhere from, maybe if they're a small town, $5,000 a year because they just have a municipal drop off and they're paying their cost of disposal at their transfer station is maybe $5,000, to the town of Newtown where they spend hundreds of thousands of dollars a year recycling. That cost goes to zero. The intent of this bill is to put the cost on disposal to the producers and manufacturers of the products.
But wouldn't that have a trickle down effect on the actual products themselves, the costs?
I think that was the question that's been asked several times today. And my understanding and being part of some of these study groups and the conversations is that because the fees on the various products are so minimal, you're looking at maybe a half a penny on a cereal box or 1.5 cents on a plastic bottle. And it has to be determined by the retailers and the producers whether they are going to increase that product from $3.99 to $4. If again, you got to look at that RRS study where they looked at 90 products in Canada across the province when EPR was implemented, and they did not find a difference between those 90 products where there was EPR and those same 90 products where there was not EPR, because the market balances out in the competition just like now. And even where in my community, I can go to Big Y in New Milford or go to Big Y in Danbury and buy the same product, and there's a 50-cent difference. It all depends on the community in which you buy the product. So it's a really hard study to, I believe, to be able to analyze whether there's impact. What's the impact? Is the impact the EPR program, or is the impact the cost of labor being minimum wage or higher energy costs? I think it's really difficult to find out what is the impact, except to ask the producers themselves, will you increase the cost of your products?
And of course, their response to something like that would depend on exactly what additional burdens and fees that we're putting on them.
Right.
So I guess that's a circular. The only other question I want to follow up is I've heard numerous of times, and I think you've mentioned it at least several during your testimony, relationship regarding language barriers. Could you explain to me exactly what type of language barriers effect it has on recycling?
Absolutely. So I can speak in our community, like the city of Danbury has a large population of residents that's, I maybe even Representative Harding can tell me what it is, 40 something, 50 different languages. It's in a very large population of many languages that we can't translate in. So our recycling education is typically English, Spanish, and Portuguese. And we're not meeting the needs of so many residents who, we need them to understand what can and can't go into a recycling container. We have transient populations who are moving in and out into our larger cities in the state, and we can't reach them because we can't communicate with them. My hope is with this legislation is that manufacturers and the producers can help us financially reach those communities to recycle better, to recycle right. And we need our haulers, we need our material recovery facilities that exist. And my hope is that they can see that, and they want good product. They want material that they can process and sort and bale and get back into the circular economy. We can't do that if we can't reach the public.
Okay. The only thing I would say is I would caution making any references of individuals whose primary languages are not English and in some way that they can't understand or educate themselves as to what the laws are regarding recycling and or guidelines in that regard. And I'm very familiar with the Danbury community, and I'm very familiar with many different languages. And there are a lot of community resources that would happily translate whatever it is that you feel would be necessary. But again, I just want to caution people that to insinuate in some way, and maybe not purposely, but that someone of a different language does not understand the importance of recycling or how to recycle properly is a bit offensive. So thank you for your testimony.
I thank you for that comment. It's totally not meant to be offensive. It's to address a concern that actually happens even within our office of trying to help our residents. It's truly an outreach to say we need support and help, because, and perhaps maybe the barrier is on my side. I can recognize that as well. So, it is a true fact that we need to be able to reach folks that I can't communicate with.
There are many different agencies that's available in the state of Connecticut that you can pick up the phone and call them, and they'd be more than happy to translate anything for you, whether free or for a fee. So I would
Thank you.
suggest that your agency does that.
Okay, and maybe I can reach out to your office as well, and you can help me find some of those resources. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Next, we have Representative Oday.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much for your testimony and your, it's coming from a different perspective, and I very much enjoy it. I'm learning a lot today. So I know we're limited to questions. I know you work or you're on the board with Mr. Castle's organization, and in his testimony, he wrote that there's about a savings of $30 to $40 million for municipalities in the recycling costs. Is that consistent with your understanding?
That is consistent with what I have been told through the study through Connecticut DEP.
Okay, so do you know how that's calculated? I wanted to ask him, but I didn't want to take up more than one question with four subparts in respect to my good chairs. Do you know how that's estimated?
Yes. So my understanding is that the Connecticut DEP looked at each of the different individual municipalities and their current cost, whether it was a town like Newtown, who has curbside collection, and what is their actual cost now, or the city of Stamford or Hartford, and then small towns like Bridgewater or Kent. And taking their current costs based on current fees, if EPR was implemented, what would be the cost savings? And that is how that number was formulated based on current costs.
So so if a town doesn't have any cost of collection, well, I guess every town would have some cost because they have to have some place to put it. But if they don't do pickup, the cost savings would be less, obviously, than if they have the pickup costs. Okay. So that's 30 to 40 million per year for all municipalities. Got it. All right. Thank you very much for your testimony and appreciate it very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And seeing no other hands raised, Jen, thank you for your testimony and for your good work for the HRRA. Next, we're going to.
I'm sorry, Representative Grisco.
Yes.
May I take 30 seconds? I just want to have a moment to extend my gratitude to Senator Minor.
Well, you could take 35 seconds.
All right. I just want to publicly extend my gratitude to him, to you, Senator Minor, for your commitment to the environment and to the communities we both serve. And I just want you to know that I appreciate your support, your advice, and even your criticism. And I'm sorry, this is your last session.
Well, Senator Minor is probably juggling multiple committees, as are a lot of legislators. On his behalf, I'm sure he'd say thank you.
Thank you.
I second that, Jen.
Yeah.
Thank you. Have a great, good luck for the rest of the day.
And night, Jen. Next, we have Ann Gadwa.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Cohen, Representative Grisco, and all the distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Ann Gadwa, and I'm the Advocacy and Outreach Organizer for Sierra Club Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. The Sierra Club is committed to defending everyone's right to a healthy world by tackling the serious challenges of a warming climate, unprecedented levels of pollution, the waste management crisis, biodiversity loss, and the dangers of toxics. To effectively tackle these challenges, we must do much more to address these issues with real solutions. Sierra Club Connecticut supports SB 120. Chlorpyrifos has devastating impacts on our health, our children's developing brains, and our environment. It's been linked to neurodevelopmental issues in children, reproductive problems in both men and women, and increased risk of Parkinson's disease. It's toxic to honeybees and harmful to fish, birds, and other wildlife. Neonicotinoids kill bees. This threatens both our ecosystems and our food system. Neonicotinoids also kill birds, and they have been shown to harm endangered species, fish, deer, and other wildlife. They may also be harmful to human health, as research linked them to potential neurological, development, and reproductive harms. We do recognize the need for the recommended language changes to the bill that were noted earlier. Sierra Club supports SB 118. Expanded polystyrene is not recyclable here in Connecticut, breaks up into microplastics, polluting our waterways and threatening our marine life. They are a single-use item that contributes significantly to our already overburdened waste stream, ending up at the incinerators in Hartford, Bridgeport, and other cities in our state, adding to municipal waste management costs. We do have a couple recommendations to strengthen the bill that you can refer to in our written testimony. Sierra Club supports HB 5142 and could support HB 5139 with changes that are also addressed in our written testimony. The need to have producers be responsible for the life cycle of their hard to recycle products will help reduce the strain on households, individuals, and municipalities, and on the environment, of course. Sierra Club does oppose SB 115 in its current form. It's not an environmentally sound bill as written and leaves open loopholes for chemical recycling, or what they call advanced recycling, within the definition of recycling in this bill. This chemical recycling uses high heat and chemical processing to turn plastic into fuel. This process releases harmful toxins and carbon dioxide into the air and will certainly harm the communities that live closest to the facilities. You can see our recommended language changes on the definition of recycling in our written testimony. We do support HB 5143. We do need to get a handle on the aquatic invasive species in the state, so I think this is a good first start. And finally, the Sierra Club also supports HB 5140. Horseshoe crabs have been around for 300 million years, making them older than the dinosaurs. And the thought that a young species like humans could cause their extinction by overharvesting and encroachment on their habitat is inconceivable. We must do everything we can to protect them. Thank you for your consideration of my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much, Anne. It looks like you got it in just in 3 minutes. I saw the assistant clerk's hand go up there. So appreciate your timeliness there and your testimony today. I don't see any questions from the committee, so thanks so much for coming out.
All right, thank you.
Senator Cohen, I just wanted to say that we have the next person to speak. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know if there's any. It's just for Senator Cohen. I'm sorry, not for you, Anne.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Were you saying that number 57 is with us?
Yeah, we have tried to promote number 57 and a number of individuals after that through the 60s. But some people are not accepting that. So I just wanted to once again remind that they'll have a little box that'll go up and just to hit the join button.
Okay, so if we could just remind all of the attendees as they're nearing their time to testify, you are we're trying to get you admittance into the room so you become a panelist, and you just have to click that blue join button in order to be promoted to panelists so we can hear your testimony. And so we'll wait just a minute. I do see Mr. Jorgensen has his hand raised. Gaia, perhaps you can communicate with him in the room there, and we will move on because I do see Daniel Raquel. Am I saying that right?
It's Rochelle, but close
Rochelle.
enough.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry
close,
about that.
yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you all for having me. Thank you, co-chairs Cohen and Grisco and other members of the committee for this opportunity to speak. My name is Dan Rochelle. I'm acting director of the Natural Resources Defense Council's Pollinator Initiative, and I'm here today to testify in support of pesticide restrictions, and this is relating to SB 120. So I think there's been a little confusion with the bill. There are two parts. There's the chlorpyrifos ban, which applies to golf courses and other ornamental uses. And then there's the portion of the bill that relates to neonicotinoid pesticides. And I believe what the intention of the bill is to do is to prohibit non-agricultural outdoor uses of those pesticides, similar to bills that have passed in New Jersey and Maine, and another bill that is currently proposed in California. I think the current text of that portion of the bill does not do that. It makes neonics restricted use, affecting some of those indoor products, while the outdoor products are already restricted use in Connecticut. And what that means is those products can only be applied by certified applicators. But as we know, a huge portion of that neonic use in Connecticut and elsewhere around the country is applied by certified applicators. So think, pesticide control specialists, landscapers, etc. They account for a huge bulk of those pesticide uses. So just very quick, and in terms of context and why we're so concerned about neonics, the first is that they're phenomenally toxic to bees and other insects. They're among the most toxic insecticides we've ever created, at least with respect to insects. Just 1 square foot of turf has enough active ingredient to kill 1 million bees or more. They're also exceptionally good at permeating entire ecosystems. They're designed to permeate plants, their leaves, their pollen, their nectar, everything. And when they're applied, most of that pesticide remains in the soil for years, where it expands into new soil or into water supplies every time it rains, contaminating those plants and contaminating that water. Third problem with the pesticides is that they are used all over the place, often in places where people live, work, and play and drink the water. And we do see these pesticides appear in Connecticut water. And we know from CDC monitoring that they also appear on any given day in about half the bodies of the American population. And as other speakers have noted, there are all sorts of ecological concerns and human health risks associated with these pesticides beyond just the known harms to bee populations, which in and of itself is problematic. So again, we think some changes are warranted to the bill. I believe there are some amendments that have been proposed. Again, the models of New Jersey and the bill proposed in California are good models. And we hope to see some form of SB 120 passed in Connecticut and strongly support it. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rochelle. I see Representative Michel has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rochelle. I just wanted to ask you, and thank you for testifying, how easy is it to get certified to apply those chemicals?
Oh, good.
How difficult or how easy?
I'm actually not sure how easy it is. I know it's a process. There's sort of minimum restrictions set by EPA, and each state has its own restrictions or processes for getting certified. I know that there are a number of certified applicators out there. And again, the problem with neonics is not misuse of these pesticides. It is that the approved uses of the pesticides are harmful to the environment. So even if you have a certified applicator that is exceptionally well trained and they are following these labels to the T, those EPA approved labels, again, at the EPA approved label, 1 square foot of turf has enough active ingredient to kill 1 million bees. The problem here is that EPA has allowed uses of pesticides that are killing bees and harming the environment and posing risks to human health. And that's what, we hope that the legislature acts on.
Thank you. Thank you very much for testifying today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Mr. Rochelle, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do we?
Dave Jorgensen is here.
I see Mr. Jorgensen. Perfect. Welcome, Mr. Jorgensen.
Sorry about that. Troubles with the mute button. Always gets me there. Senator Cohen, Representative Grisco, Senator Minor, Representative Harding, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to submit testimony in opposition to SB 115. My name is David Jorgensen, and I'm a resident of Hartford, Connecticut. In 2016, the Connecticut General Assembly was weighing this very same issue and concluded that it would be most prudent to thoroughly and thoughtfully study this, as well as other methods for reducing consumer packaging that generates solid waste. Special Act 16-6 established a task force to study methods for reducing consumer packaging that generates solid waste. 9 task force appointments were made by legislative leaders of both caucuses and chambers, and also the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, to ensure that all sides of the issue were represented. This is highlighted by the fact that the task force was co-chaired by Victor Bell, president of Environmental Packaging International, a strong EPR proponent, and Will Flower from Winter Brothers Waste Systems. I was a member of this task force, having been appointed by House Democratic leadership. Over the course of almost an entire year, spanning from February to December 2017, our task force considered testimony and presentations from advocates who extended producer responsibility, as well as from those who oppose the program. We studied the economic impacts that it would have on the state of Connecticut and residents, the efficacy of our existing infrastructure, and whether this would be beneficial to the environment. Our task force voted 6-3 to recommend not pursuing EPR for packaging for the state of Connecticut. I'm proud of the work that our task force produced. However, this legislative proposal ignores the hard work that we did. Like every member of the task force, I volunteered many hours on the task force in order to carefully study the issue. Now, proponents of the bill ignore the work that our task force performed, and in fact, advocate that we should adopt EPR for paper and packaging when the study and then study the issue again. This defies logic. A bipartisan, diverse group did this work already and found that EPR for paper and packaging would do vastly more harm than good for our state. Since this task force last met and gave recommendations, Connecticut may have changed. In my opinion, it has for the better. Connecticut is better suited with the infrastructure investments made in our recycling systems, and the general public is more at risk to the rising costs of implementing an EPR program for packaging. I urge you to oppose SB 115 that seeks to discredit the work and recommendations of the task force to study methods for reducing consumer packaging that generates solid waste. Our diverse task force rejected this program 6-3. I would also encourage you to read our final recommendations that we made on the task force, and that was titled Task Force Recommendations. That was produced in December 2017. With that said, I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jurgensen. I see Representative Oday has a question for you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Mr. Jurgensen, thank you so much for your testimony. I'm looking at that report. I've been referencing it throughout the day. I don't know how long you've been on for, but I see that you're at least at the time of this study, you were vice president of Morgan Stanley as a background.
Yes.
So you don't have any vested interest in whether the financially anyway, in whether it goes forward or not. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. In fact, I'm a resident in the city of Hartford who, has a vested interest by virtue of being a resident and taxpayer who tries to comply with recycling and processing waste as best I can.
Were you on when Mr. Castle testified by chance?
I was not.
Okay.
But I remember Mr. Castle.
So he to paraphrase, he said that the task force, he was one of the three that voted for going forward with the program. And he said that the task force was very much political, and you could have voted on day one, and everybody would have voted where they did. And I guess my question to you is, you were an appointee of, you said that who appointed you to the task force?
Democratic leadership.
So
Representative Ritter.
All right. So you had no skin in this other than being a taxpayer and someone who, so you voted against going forward with the program. Can you tell us in a sentence or two what the concerns were going forward and why you voted the way you did?
Well, I mean, to summarize, it just seems like a solution in search of a problem. And, there are so many things that are already, so taxing in this state and make it difficult. And I just felt like I didn't really understand. I mean, we have all these if we just enforced our current laws and encourage compliance and did more education and outreach, even things as small as expanding the size of the recycling bins. In a city like mine in Hartford, we have these tiny little bins that you can't even fit, anything in. And, you have some of these larger recyclables that people get now, especially with the boxes and, the quote unquote Amazon effect. If we made it a little easier for folks to recycle, I think, we could do so. And I just felt like this whole EPR thing was just sort of, like I said, a solution in search of a problem, and one that I thought would be very expensive to the residents in the state of Connecticut.
All right, thank you. We're kind of limited on time here. I just appreciate the chairs, and thank you, sir, very much for your testimony. You stick by the task force recommendations and believe that they were done on a good faith basis, not because of any industry's pros or cons?
Absolutely, 100%.
And how many hours do you think you put into this?
Oh, geez. Probably had to be, it was a couple of years back, but I would say probably 30 or 40.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. And Mr. Jorgensen, if I may, I just am curious, obviously this task force was convened in 2016, and it seems to me that the landscape of solid waste management has changed significantly since then. We knew, I think, at the time that we were headed towards some issues, but even we just heard from Resource Recovery leader who was telling us about the changes in the prices of recycling. Obviously, we're feeling the impacts of the whole China sword situation, and now you said you're a resident of Hartford, and we have this imminent shutdown of the Mira plant. And I just wonder, is it your view that this should be revisited by a task force? Is this something that you think we need to explore other solutions to the problem? I'm just curious what your take would be on that.
Yeah, I think, listen, I think that this, things like this tend to come up over and over again when folks, have an agenda and want to push them forward. And I just think that there are other ways to do it, possibly. And, I don't know exactly what the answer is, but I just feel like this is not it.
I just out of curiosity, because you just said it, whose agenda do you think that this is pushing forward?
Well, I think that there are people who are proponents of EPR and always will be, and will continue to try to push it forward time after time. And, I think if folks really feel like it's that much of an issue again, and they want to have another task force on it and study the issue again, merely 5 years after it was done, then fine, but I feel like the work we did looked far enough into the future to do that, and it might be another waste of time and taxpayer money.
Okay, I appreciate those thoughts, Mr. Jorgensen. I do think there's been, and again, I'm not an opponent nor a proponent of EPR, just simply trying to gather information, as are all of my colleagues here on the call. But I do think there's been significant changes in the solid waste landscape here in Connecticut, and the Mira shutdown is just one of them. In fact, after your task force made recommendations, we had a shutdown of Mira, a temporary shutdown of Mira that caused a significant backup in waste management across the state, and we had lines at all of our trash facilities, and it was really what prompted us to have more and more discussions around waste management on this committee. And so, last session we had conversations on anaerobic digestion and separating organics, and I think this is another discussion around how to reduce waste. And I don't know that it's necessarily just an EPR discussion. I think we really have to have a serious discussion about solid waste management on the whole, without, folks with agendas, as you say, just purely in the interest of the environment and in the interest of the taxpayers across the state of Connecticut. So I thank you for your time today and the time that you put in on the task force. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, I have Siglan Gadwa. Madam Clerk, do we have number 59 in the room?
I had her, no, I do not have 59 checked off. I do have, I'm trying to think, but I have 60.
I see. Yep, perfect. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Lewis, Diane Lewis, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Diane Lewis. I want to thank you and the distinguished members of the Environmental Committee for allowing me to speak today. I am a mother, grandmother, and a lifelong Hartford resident. I am also the communications director for the Voices of Women of Color, who you've heard from several members of our organization. So I'm not going to repeat everything that they already said, but I do want you to know that I oppose SB 115 and any bill that would increase the price of groceries and beverages. Low-income families, mostly Black and Brown, will feel the most impact. This bill would add further hardship to families that are already suffering in the worst way. I've heard several times people saying, oh, it's just 50 cents, oh, it's just 5 cents. When you have nothing, those pennies are a lot to people that don't have anything. So I would like to thank you for your time and your attention to this matter.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lewis, for your time and testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Do we have Craig Cookson with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Mr. Cookson. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, Chair Cohen, Chair Grisco, and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Craig Cookson. I'm the Senior Director of Plastic Sustainability at the American Chemistry Council. The American Chemistry Council is a national trade association representing the U.S. chemical industry, including the leading manufacturers of plastic resins. ACC strongly encourages the committee to support Connecticut's interest in ensuring that greater amounts of our post-use packaging materials, especially plastics, are recycled and converted into feedstocks for new plastics and other useful products. ACC is not opposed to this bill that would establish an extended producer responsibility program. However, in order for EPR to be successful in Connecticut, we strongly support ensuring advanced recycling technologies are regulated as manufacturing facilities in the state. Advanced recycling helps us decrease plastic waste, support continued progress towards zero waste, and our sustainability goals. We respectfully request that this committee and the Connecticut legislature support advanced recycling legislation that'll be introduced by the Commerce Committee. With advanced recycling, residents in Connecticut will have the opportunity to recycle greater amounts and types of plastics packaging. Advanced recycling takes harder to recycle plastics and refers to several different technologies that convert used plastics into original building blocks to produce new plastics, waxes, and other valuable products. Right now, Connecticut and much of the United States does a fairly good job of mechanically recycling our soda and water bottles, as well as milk jugs and detergent bottles and some tubs and lids. However, it is challenging to mechanically recycle hard to recycle plastics such as pouches and tubes. These plastics, though, have been crucial in benefiting people's well-being, especially during this pandemic. Think about home test kits, for example. In order to reuse these valuable plastic resources and not landfill or burn them, we need innovative solutions like advanced recycling. And let me state clearly for the record that these technologies convert used plastics into valuable raw materials and are not incineration. So I want to discuss that further in questions. Let's talk about a few examples. Just recently, Wendy's, who doesn't love Wendy's or know Wendy's, right? Announced that they were switching from their lined paper cups to an all plastic cup made with 20% certified recycled plastics thanks to advanced recycling. Herbal Essences, one of the highest profile brands of Procter & Gamble, has announced a partnership with Eastman to produce 5 shampoo and conditioner bottles made from 50% certified recycled plastic. And finally, as manufacturers, these technologies are heavily regulated and are subject to a litany of federal, state, and local environmental regulations under the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act. So we strongly encourage Connecticut to use this opportunity to recycle more types and greater amounts of plastics. 15 states now, including Pennsylvania, have enacted legislation very similar to the bill raised in the Commerce Committee, encouraging advanced recycling. Neighboring states, New Jersey, Rhode Island, New York, and New Hampshire have all introduced similar legislation. New Hampshire's passed the state Senate unanimously yesterday. I ask that you consider how a producer responsibility system will increase supply of post-use packaging and how advanced recycling will complement this system by driving that demand that's needed to create markets. Thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to take any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Cookson. Could you expand upon the advanced recycling process a little bit?
Sure.
I've had lots of questions on this today, but not a lot of people know the answers to it.
Yeah.
I know we have mechanical recycling here in the state of Connecticut, and I think there's a broad spectrum of advanced recycling. It's not just one process. Am I correct?
That you are correct. And you're right. I'd be happy to talk about that. I have been to many advanced recycling technologies across this country and abroad in Canada. So oftentimes, hear testimony and folks haven't been to a facility or asked a question. So I'm happy to discuss. So let me talk about a couple different processes. I think for mechanical recycling, first of all, what happens is take milk jugs. They would sort those at a materials recovery facility. They would go to a facility and they'd wash them and they'd melt them into, melt them and then re-extrude them into new pellets, right? That's mechanical recycling. Those would go into durable applications like railroad ties and park benches and things like that. What mechanical recycling can do is take a heterogeneous mix of plastics. They take those plastics, they've been sorted out of the waste stream, and they heat them in, let's say, the pyrolysis process. They heat them in the absence of oxygen until they melt, and they continue to heat them until they turn it into gas vapors. They cool and condense those gas vapors, and what you have is a liquid feedstock that goes to a chemical manufacturer to make new plastics. So that feedstock is an alternative to virgin crude oil or natural gas. So by doing this process, number one, you're keeping these plastics out of landfill or in Connecticut, waste energy facility, but then you're also displacing a virgin feedstock. The technology of gasification is very simple. They use a little bit of oxygen, and so therefore they have different end products that they produce. They can produce different things like methanol, which can actually go back into plastics, and other things like windshield wiper fluid. So there's a variety of technologies that can take different types of materials and produce different types of outputs.
So how are we protecting our environment in this process because you mentioned the vapors, gasification seems like these sound like not great terms when we're talking about the environment. So how is the environment being protected as we talk about advanced recycling?
Sure. So, again, I'd say number one is you are taking plastics, right? And instead of, you're converting them to another raw material. So you're keeping them out of landfill. You're not combusting them in a waste energy facility, right? So that's number one. Number two, you're displacing the need to drill for an extra unit of oil or gas. And then when you look at the environmental performance of the facilities themselves, it's very good. As I mentioned, there's no combustion, right? The only thing that happens is there's a little bit of process heat that's created at the beginning of the process. Think, a little bit of natural gas, which is no different than a boiler, right, that produces heat or steam for your house for a hot shower. You get the process started. It's in a closed environment, so there's nothing leaking into the atmosphere. And, so no different than, let's say melting candle wax, you turn the plastics into a molten liquid, turn to gas vapors, and then cool and condense them. Again, all in a closed environment. We've looked at the emissions from the processes, and they're not much different than what you would find at a hospital or a college like Yale University, right? Because Yale University uses a little bit of natural gas to make sure that the students have hot showers and heat during a cold winter. So we would like to submit for the record. There's a company out of Eugene, Oregon, called Good Company that has looked at all the permitting, that has actually visited these facilities. I think again that's important. Has actually visited these facilities and has modeled the emissions off of real data and shown that again sort of very similar to colleges, universities, food manufacturing, things like that.
All right, I appreciate that explanation because we've yet to really receive a good explanation of the process. So I do appreciate that. I wonder, why we have so many environmentalists speaking out against this, if it's not a non-environmentally friendly thing to do, but that's neither here nor there. So I will thank you for your testimony, Mr. Cookson. I don't see any other questions, so we'll move on. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Is Denise Best in the room? After Denise, we have Siobhan Hamilton.
And Senator Cohen, I just wanted to say that I've worked to promote Denise Best, so I'll work on that again and promote her again to see if she can look for that pop-up window.
Yeah, just a reminder to the attendees waiting to be promoted to panelists to testify. When you see that blue button to join, just click on that and you will be promoted into the room so that we can hear your testimony. In the meantime, I see Siobhan Hamilton is with us. Welcome, Ms. Hamilton.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to the chairs and all the other members of the Environmental Committee. My name is Siobhan Hamilton Burgess, a Hartford resident, the founder and executive director of Hartford Health Initiative, and testifying today in solidarity with the voices of women of color. I strongly oppose SB 115 in the understanding that I am a public health professional, so I do understand the importance of being environmentally conscious, as it does have a direct impact on the health outcomes of the communities that my organization serves. I also understand the state of Connecticut is at a pivotal point in solid waste management, as many towns are experiencing increased costs for recycling operations, and EPR is seen as a solution to provide financial relief, but at whose expense? As many people have said throughout this public hearing, that the concern is the cost to the consumer and the disproportionate impact that it will have to low-income residents. I feel to accomplish the goals established by this bill, irrespective of an EPR policy, it is imperative that we consider the following. Evaluating why current solid waste management policy has not been successful in achieving established consumer recycling rates, investing in statewide recycling education and awareness. For example, the 2017 Connecticut rack recycling program that showed results. Hold on, okay. That 2017 Connecticut rack recycling program, a campaign that focused on the greater Hartford area. Following months of outreach, audits, and material collected at retail stores, the outcomes were an 11 percentage point increase in the amount of plastic bags collected, a 7 percentage point increase in the amount of other film collected, and a 23 percentage point decrease in non-film packaging contamination. And lastly, effectively collecting statewide data to officially monitor results. So in conclusion, as many people have said, is that we have heard of minimum cost to consumers, but we also want to be direct in having using an equity lens, because minimal to me is different from minimal to anyone else. And so we always want to have that in mind, that when we're speaking in general, that we're speaking for the totality of the whole state. So thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hamilton, for your testimony. I don't see any questions from the committee, so thanks again.
Yep.
I'm not sure if we had any luck promoting Denise Best into the room.
No, I did not, I'm afraid.
And is Michael Comiskey with us? For number 65, Sam Schlake?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
Fantastic.
Yes.
All right. So I know it's a Friday evening and there's nowhere else you would all prefer to be other than here. But I'm going to try to be very quick with my testimony here. My name is Sam Schley. I am counsel for government affairs of the Flexible Packaging Association, and I am here in support of SB 115. I just want to make two very quick points because we have submitted our written testimony, so I would direct you to that. If you have any questions, also obviously feel free to reach out to us and follow up. But point one, EPR for packaging, it is complicated. It's a complicated concept, and this bill was not something that was actually just modeled quickly off of British Columbia or Maine or Oregon. This is the product of a lot of work, a lot of hours, probably some eye rolling. A number of stakeholders. You heard from product stewardship. You heard from Ameripen, and Deep, obviously, and so FPA, Flexible Packaging Association. More often than not, we actually are coming out against packaging EPR bills right now. This bill, however, we think is really a good piece of legislation, which is why we're here in support of it. So we think that under this bill, you'll actually have a system that'll be meaningful, it'll be efficient, and it will provide the opportunity for investment that's much needed in the infrastructure of the recycling system in Connecticut. That being said, the second point I wanted to make very briefly is just that the staff over at DEEP, we cannot stress enough how amazing they were working with us over the last year, and other stakeholders as well. They are rock stars, so they're fantastic and absolutely deserve a pat on the back for all of their efforts. So with that, I would like to again thank you for your time and respectfully, excuse me, urge your support for Senate Bill 115.
Thank you. I see Representative Oday has a question for you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, sir, for your testimony. I see that your organization is from Maryland. I don't know if you heard Dan Felton's testimony from Ameripen.
Yes, sir. I've been with you all day.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, and I'm sorry, but
I'm sorry. I just realized I wasn't on video. I apologize for that.
So you heard Mr. Felton from Ameripen say that the Maryland legislation being proposed is much better, or at least in his opinion is better than this legislation. Do you hold that same opinion? If not, why not? And if so, what's the difference?
Well, so thank you for your question, sir. So as a Marylander, of course, instinctively, I'm going to say, that's obviously the better piece of legislation. But no, that joke aside, so there's three states really that we've looked at that are offering up EPR legislation right now, that we are viewing as kind of model legislation. So that would be this bill here in Connecticut. Vermont has a great bill, and Maryland. As to what bill is the best, I'm not trying to skirt your question, sir, but every state is very different. For example, are MRFs owned by municipalities or counties, or are they privately owned? So there's a whole lot of nuances to take into account, and I think that is going to kind of govern what might be the best approach as to these three models. That being said, I will say that all three of these bills are very, very close to one another. The general structure and how they work, the definition of producer, which is one of the biggest issues that we've seen in states where we're kind of pushing back against some EPR legislation, is there's some issues in the definition section, to say the least. But I apologize if that didn't answer your question.
No, I guess there's a little too much complexity is what I'm hearing from you on the difference really between Maryland and the Connecticut proposal here, 115, which is fine. I'm learning a lot now. So I figured since you worked hand in hand with DEEP in this, that you might be able to expound on the differences between Maryland and Connecticut. But again, I'm not trying to pressure you. My last question on follow-up, if you can answer that, great. If not, no worries. You heard obviously some opposing testimony if you were here all day. Particularly, yes, we got some conflicting information about what's going on in British Columbia. And I am skeptical of studies of Europe and Canada and told we need to follow Europe, we need to follow Canada. I'd like to follow the US. So as someone an expert in the US, as you are, maybe you can tell us, or enlighten us on a little about the BC model and why it either works or doesn't work, and why there's conflicting information there, and if you're aware of any studies from the US on this. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So there's quite a bit to kind of unpack in that question there. So I'm sorry, are you asking what works and what doesn't work about the British Columbia model specifically? And because I know that someone did earlier make reference to the Connecticut bill being modeled after British Columbia because it's clearly very different from Maine and it's very different from Oregon. And so obviously we look at all models, but again, this was, stakeholders meeting, I think it was every 2 weeks for the better part of a year with DEEP, and it was differing opinions and a lot of hard fought battles back and forth to create a piece of legislation that we think was fair and going to be efficient moving forward. So in my estimation, I don't consider the Connecticut bill, SB 115 that we put forward to be modeled necessarily after the British Columbia model.
All right, so I guess I'm sorry for the compound question because we're limited in time here. If we go the same route that we're going, we're here till midnight, and I know I'm going to make some more enemies if I do that. So just basically, you heard Frank Antonacci, I think, testify, and he was saying how the BC model was somewhat of a disaster for the independents. So I guess my only open-ended question to you is, do you believe if we go this route, it's going to have the similar disastrous effects, or is the BC model not bad and it wasn't a disaster, or is not a disaster?
So I'm gonna have to kind of simplify this, I guess, a little bit. So I would say that to my understanding, one of the big issues with the BC model is that everything was completely turned over to the PROs to run the system and everything. So it didn't really leave any room for private haulers and material recovery facilities, things of that nature. I do not believe that will be an issue with this measure here.
Thank you very much for that testimony, and thank you for coming, and thank you, Madam Chair. I tried to go quick, and I ended up making it longer than I wanted to. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Well, and I apologize for my long-winded answers.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. And I believe that is it, Mr. Slice. So thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very much.
And I'm just going to ask, Madam Clerk, do we have number 67 or 68?
No, Senator Cohen, we do not. So we have number 69.
Okay, and I see number 69. We have Fiona Regan Lefebvre. Welcome, Fiona.
Dear Madam Chair, dear Mr. Chairman, dear members of the Environment Committee, my name is Fiona Regan Lefebvre, and I am a third grader at Hamler Elementary School in Witter Street. And I am here to support Senate Bill 118, an act concerning the use of certain polystyrene products. Every day when I get my lunch at school, I have to use single-use polystyrene trays. And I actually learned in first grade that styrofoam was terrible for the environment. For instance, it takes 500 years to decompose. Animals can mistake it for styrofoam for food and die when they try to eat it. I read it made with chemicals that are harmful for our health. I read that it can be bad for our kidneys. Also, I was going on a car ride near the sea and I saw some polystyrene floating in the water, and any fish can mistake it for food. This is why I'm very confused that my lunch is still served on styrofoam trays, when we all know that styrofoam is dangerous for the environment. I started a campaign in my classroom to ban styrofoam trays. I really hope that styrofoam trays in school are going to be banned soon. You need to be more ambitious. We need to completely ban styrofoam. There should be no exception. This is why I trust you to amend your bill so that the environment will no longer be harmed by styrofoam. Thank you for your attention.
Well, Miss Fiona, that was fantastic. And I really appreciate you waiting and being so patient to provide your testimony for us today. You, as a third grader, give me tremendous hope for our future. So thank you for being such a savvy environmentalist. I see Representative Palm has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Fiona. Question for you. When you in your school tried to organize some opposition, and I agree with you 100% about how we need to be more ambitious. I like that word. What did you do in the school, and how did the teachers and your fellow students and the administration react?
They thought it was very nice, and they tried to help.
Because we had another young person today talk about trying to get her school to get rid of these, and I don't think it went too well from the sound of it. So I'm glad to hear they were nice. Is this something that your friends talk about, or are you the only one who worries about it?
I'm pretty much the only one who worries about it.
You think we should help other kids learn about the dangers of things like polystyrene?
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you so much for being with us. I like your guitars.
Thank you, Representative. And Ms. Fiona, I think what we could say is that you being a spokesperson for this at your school is going to spur others to gain interest in the subject and perhaps join forces with you. So that's fantastic. I see the good ranking member, Representative Harding, has a question for you.
No questions, Fiona. I just wanted to comment that I'm very impressed, as I'm sure I speak for the entire committee in saying how impressed we are with your intellect and your well thought out testimony today, and for your advocacy at such a young age. We're very impressive, and thank you for sharing your thoughts with this committee today. We're all better for it, so thank you.
Agreed. Incredibly articulate. So thank you, Fiona. I don't see any other questions. So you're free to go enjoy your Friday night. All right, next, I do see, Madam Chair, I see Saskia Braden has her hand up in the attendee section. So perhaps you could, have you tried to promote her? Madam
I have
Clerk?
not, no, but I can actually, I don't know if that was, she was on, or, oh, I hope I just tried to promote her just now. I believe she'll be coming over.
Great. Terrific. Ms. Braden, are you with us? Oh, it looks like, all right. Madam Clerk, if you want to try and promote her again, it looks like she's still on the attendee side. And in the meantime,
I think she just came over just now.
Okay.
Let's see.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
Hi. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Saskia Braden, and I'm an undergraduate student at Yale University. It's an honor and a pleasure to testify in support of Senate Bill 118. This bill would ban polystyrene, freeing our communities from both a public health hazard and a dangerous environmental contaminant. Polystyrene is a toxic substance that generates hazardous waste during manufacturing and leaks styrene, a cancer-causing toxin. Every day across our state, students who eat lunch off of polystyrene trays or who drink off of styrofoam cups are putting themselves at risk. Low-level exposure causes external and internal irritation, but chronic exposure has been found to cause hearing loss, depression, and to even disrupt kidney function. Children still developing bodies are more vulnerable to these dangerous side effects, so it is particularly appalling that we still allow this toxic substance in our schools. Polystyrene foam's characteristics also make it particularly hazardous to the environment. It is easily dispersed long distances by the wind and can severely harm and even kill animals that eat it by mistake. While polystyrene foam only makes up about 1% of all waste, EPA estimates show that it may make up around 20% of trash and waterways. Furthermore, the hydrochlorofluorocarbons produced during polystyrene's manufacturing process deplete the ozone layer, worsening climate change. It also adds a significant burden to Connecticut's current waste disposal problems, with Connecticut already expecting landfill space in the Northeast to drop by about 40% by 2026. Polystyrene will add to that crisis. Moreover, it's extremely slow to degrade, it cannot be recycled, and it releases toxins when incinerated. I have seen the global impacts of this material firsthand. I spent last spring working at an extremely remote research station in Central America. We were hours away from the nearest small town, and yet the beaches were littered with trash from around the world. Styrofoam was both the most prevalent material and the hardest to remove. It easily broke into small pieces and buried into the sand. I know that this policy will have a major impact both on our local communities and on the world as a whole. There's quite simply no need for polystyrene in our state when there are numerous alternatives, from paper products to biodegradables to recyclable metals, that are all safer and more sustainable. Connecticut must join the many states and cities around the world, from Portland to San Francisco, that have passed polystyrene bans. It is well past time to get these toxic materials out of our schools and businesses. So I strongly urge you to protect our children, our communities, and our environment by supporting this critical legislation. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Ms. Braden, for your testimony and advocacy on this matter. I don't see any questions from the committee, so thank you, and thanks for being so patient with us.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have either Tanis Lazarus, Evelise Correa?
Yes, that's me.
Oh, great. Welcome.
Oh, yes. So before I begin my 3 minutes, I wanted to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak and point out that the point out to the legislative committee that every Black or brown person testifying today regarding SB 115 has opposed the bill. And now I shall begin. My name is Evelise Correa from BLM 860. I've heard a lot of testimony kind of being ignored and questions coming from people who do not come from the same neighborhoods I do, and bills coming from an environmental committee that does not resemble myself, my family, or my neighbors. The city of Hartford, especially the North End, is famous for being a food desert. There was existing food insecurity before the pandemic. Why can we not legislate what packaging is allowed in Connecticut like California did this past October? That would mean less of a money grab for the state general fund that ignores segregation in Connecticut, food insecurity, and the lack of options in neighborhoods with people who wish to recycle but have no alternatives and have the smallest recycling bins that municipalities can provide. I keep hearing reassurances that families will not notice the increase or experience one, yet I question if these same people making these reassurances have considered that companies may feel the same way if the impact is as minimal as they claim. What is their incentive to make change for our planet if the cost is as minimal as you claim that low-income families stretching their food stamps will not feel it? Studies in British Columbia and Seattle are not studies in Connecticut and in the state that has the highest rate of income disparity. It is disturbing that no one has taken the time to consider how this bill will affect inner city residents, and not one Black or brown person given testimony today wants to be lab rats for this social project. The median income in Hartford is $36,000. That's about a third of Seattle. The median income in British Columbia is $84,000. I don't know what the median income is in your towns, but I'll guess it's higher than the average household income in Black or brown households in our heavily segregated state. Telling Black and brown residents they don't care about the environment if they want to feed their families is really rooted in white supremacy and nothing more than white savior syndrome. Thinking about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, people need to eat before they care about what happens with the garbage. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Correa, for your testimony. And I certainly, in just response for not having testimony considered, I would hope that, all of our members here today are considering all of the testimony before us. That is the purpose of the public hearing. And to understand more from all communities, including the BIPOC community, BIPOC community. So I'm really grateful for your testimony and want you to know that I take it very seriously and under consideration, as I believe all of our members do. So I really appreciate everything that you had to say. I do see some questions. I see Representative Dubitsky has a question for you.
Yes.
Thank you. Against my better judgment, I'm going to ask you, what was the purpose of that screensaver?
Which one?
The one that you
the
had up there in the
screensaver. I had
testimony?
to switch over to my notes in order to read my testimony. So my friend made me the picture, so I thought it was kind of cool, so I switched it.
So is that your face with Che Guevara's silhouette?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So it's I just thought it was an awesome picture. So I set it up there, just, you know, basically thank you for making it for me.
Representative Palm.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Hi, Ms. Correa. I just wanted to ask you if you think it's possible for folks to be both environmentalists and people who care deeply about communities of color and underserved communities. It sounded a little bit like you felt there was, you know, them and us, or us and them, and you had to choose which camp you're in. Did I misunderstand you?
Well, every single Black or brown person that's hopped on the Zoom call, I'm not saying you guys don't care. You know, you probably donate to the United Way. You probably sit there and you vote the right way on certain bills. So that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, you know, there's, you're saying it's pennies. And I'm telling you that, you know, the city of Hartford, 100% of the students get free lunch. There isn't a grocery store in the north end of Hartford. So they already have to go to bodegas that cost way more than a grocery store. You guys have access to fresh fruits at your grocery stores. There isn't a grocery store on this side of Hartford. So what studies have been done in order to figure out first, how will this affect Hartford residents? Instead of looking at studies where they do have access to grocery stores.
I couldn't agree with you more about food deserts. I lived in Hartford and raised my family in Hartford and until recently. So I agree with you about that completely. I would just say, on behalf of people who believe in environmental justice, it's impossible to separate, for me and for people who believe as I do, environmentalism from anti-racism, because it is people of color and people in cities who are most affected by
deserts. You're right.
By bad, yes, heat deserts and food deserts. So I just would, you know, I was looking forward to asking one of the folks from the Voices of Women in Color more about this, but I guess she didn't stay on or couldn't get on. Anyway, I appreciate your being here. I just hope that you will leave with a sense that we need to probably, we in government, we in advocacy, we in neighborhoods, we in business, whoever we is, need to stop seeing a bright line between environmentalism and social justice, because they are very inextricably wound together.
Right. I mean, we've been working with the Sierra Club recently and many others, Sunrise, Connecticut. So we're fighting against this. I mean, we want to fight against high asthma rates. I mean, we're doing things on Earth Day. So it's not like we aren't actively doing work in order to help climate change. You know, PFAS is definitely a problem as well. But change the packaging. Don't pass the cost on to people that can barely afford food now, because that's really the reality here in Connecticut. We have, you know, a city that is poverty stricken, surrounded by Glastonbury, which is doing pretty nice, Newington, Wethersfield. So people may love Hartford, you know, you may sit there and donate toys on Christmas, who knows? But this is real dollars and cents that will add up. We already pay elevated food costs here. So, you know, I know someone from Comores Cultural Corner, she submitted testimony. If you go to her Facebook page, she recently had a community conversation about this where we were all talking, and you'll hear bullets in the background. So someone got shot 9 times the other night on Wednesday. So that's the type of stuff we're worried about. Yes, we're worried about packaging, but just go ahead and ban it without charging us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And Representative Reyes. Representative, yep.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to reach out and first of all, compliment the young Miss Korea for her advocacy and standing up for the communities that of color. That I wanted her to know that there are many people that sit on this committee, environment committee, that have to walk that fine line between environmental justice and environmental and social justice, and I'm one of them. And I wanted you to know, Ms. Correa, that I live in a neighborhood pretty much similar to yours. I represent a very poor district in Waterbury. So I wanted you to know that you don't stand alone, that there are people here that share your same sentiment. And but we do walk that fine line between environmental justice and social justice. But I wanted to thank you for your advocacy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And thank you, Ms. Correa, for your testimony tonight. I don't see any other questions.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Do we have Janine Barragets?
Yes. Sorry, I do see 71 here, yes.
Great.
Yeah.
Hi, Janine.
Good evening, Senator Cohen, Representative Grisco, Senator Minor. I do want to echo Jennifer Heaton-Jones' admiration and congratulations to Senator Minor, and to hello to Representative Harding and the Environment Committee. My name is Janine Barragets. I am representing BYO Connecticut. We are a 24 Connecticut city organization working on waste reduction for municipalities. And I'm speaking about Senate Bill 118 today. And we are, our testimony is to ask you to strengthen the bill. And based on, and I know that Representative Reyes has lived the styrofoam polystyrene bill for years, maybe a decade. He can clarify that. But this is not a new bill. This is not a new issue. We've heard from Brianna and Jonah and Fiona and several other people about the dangers of styrofoam and polystyrene. We talked about, or the kids talked about, the polystyrene in the school trays, but we are asking you to, we have 6 issues that we'd like you to look at. The first is line 5 of the bill, section 1, and we're asking you to strengthen the bill, not to only address the styrofoam, polystyrene trays, but also the bowls, the cups, and everything else. The environmental hazards and the human health hazards don't just stop at styrofoam trays or polystyrene trays, so we're asking you to address that. We're also in line 20, section 2. We're asking you, we've done some research. We have 4 BYO Connecticut towns and cities that currently have polystyrene bans in place. They've been in place for 2 years. The most recent one is 1 year. So we have Norwalk, Stamford, Groton, and Westport that have active polystyrene bans in schools, hospitals, government events, so forth. So we're asking, we've done a lot of audits on grocery stores, restaurants, asking them about an effective date. All of these ordinances have gone into, have been effective in 6 months from the date of the passing of ordinances. And we asked many of these different organizations whether they keep a year of stock on hand. And all of them said no, they have decentralized distribution centers and they are not keeping this type of inventory on hand. So we're confident that a transition to a polystyrene ban would happen in 6 months or less for organizations around our state. Also, we're asking you to expand the polystyrene food service product definition. Each of the ordinances that I just stated all have included in there serving transportation of food, beverages, and have a similar explanation to what you have in the bill, but is a little bit more specific. Next, we're asking.
Say this, but your time is up.
Oh, sorry. I have so much.
You want to just wrap it up, Janine? Do you have a wrap-up sentence?
Well, my last wrap-up sentence, I'll go right to the, we would like you to also add a protection for the current ordinances, because there are no ordinances that we have in the state of Connecticut that are less strong than this. All of our ordinances are more strong. They cover more organizations and more products. So we're asking you to protect the current ordinances that exist.
Okay, yeah, if I recall, we had done something similar to that with the plastics ban, and I have heard from a couple of legislators with that concern as well. So I appreciate that. I see Representative Michelle has a question for you.
Great.
Madam Chair. Hello, Janine. Thank you very much for testifying and for all your work. Just a quick question. Could you send over to the committee your suggestions, or were they sent by written testimony?
Yes, they're in written testimony, and I think they're under Betty Ball, actually. So I think they got registered under Betty Ball, but I'd be happy to send those again. So I just also want to say that there have been a lot of states that have been mentioned today: Maine, Oregon, New Jersey, Massachusetts, and so forth. For the EPR bill, but I just want to also state that all of those states have polystyrene bans. They're not managing that waste. They have already gone ahead and banned polystyrene. So Oregon has several cities, Maine has banned polystyrene, New Jersey, New York, Massachusetts has 50 cities that have banned, and Maryland has banned polystyrene as well. So none of those states have this material that they're managing in their EPR bills. If they have been outright banned.
So we would not be the first ones if we were to outright ban it.
No, not at all. And LA County is one of the largest, Newark, New Jersey, they're all incorporated into the ban of the polystyrene.
Thank you very much, Janine. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. Okay, thank you, Janine, for your testimony. I don't see any other questions.
Great, thank you so much.
Sure.
Good night.
Okay, number 72, Mr. Peter Hurd.
Thank you, Co-Chair Senator Cohen and Representative Grisco, Vice Chair Senator Slapp, Representative Palm, Ranking Members Senator Minor, Representative Harding, and other distinguished members of the Environment Committee. I'm the Executive Director of the State's Council on Environmental Quality, which is a 9-member board that works independently of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. Tonight, I'll be testifying about House Bill 5143 and Senate Bill 117. Both topics relate to special reports that the Council issued this month regarding invasive species and tree removal. With regard to Bill 5143, the Council supports the concept of establishing the Office of Aquatic Invasive Species within the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station. This month, the Council released a special report called Invasives, Previously Described and Newly Arrived, which is an update to its 20-year-old report on the topic of invasive species in the state. Two of the recommendations of that special report, which is linked to in the written testimony that we sent in for this hearing, correspond to the first two provisions of Bill 5143 to coordinate research efforts throughout the state and to control eradication of aquatic invasive species through education and reduce duplication of efforts. Also to establish a repository for data on invasive species within the state. Most importantly, if we believe that if the state is to get a handle on control of invasives, additional money will need to be spent on education and activities of DEEP. From personal observation at Candlewood Lake and at Squan's Pond, it seems that the largest number of invasives are at the state boat launches. So the DEEP does have a provision for inspecting and educating boaters about cleaning their boats, and expansion of that program would be very valuable. With regard to SB 117, the council received a very large number of complaints about the Housatonic Meadows tree removal, as did, I know, members of this committee. And SB 117 seems designed to address that issue and to prevent it from occurring again. And it includes a number of provisions, including notice, specific notice of tree removals at specific locations, the opportunity for public hearings, receipt of testimony of stakeholders, consideration of the unique characteristics of a location where tree removal is proposed, publicizing the agency's final decision regarding removal, and allowing for emergency tree removals. It's the council's position that the state's current Connecticut Environmental Policy Act applies to all of DEEP's tree removal activities. Attached to our written testimony with regard to 117 is a white paper that outlines the legal underpinnings of that opinion of the council. It's important to note that SEPA does exclude emergency actions. It's also important to note that the action that led to the Housatonic tree massacre had involved thousands of trees throughout the state and many months in occurrence. So is that the sort of emergency that the commissioner referred to in her testimony, which would be a bucket truck and removing hazardous branches? It's not. It was a major program that certainly would have been appropriate to be analyzed through the Connecticut Environmental Policy Act. Thank you for your time. I'm available to answer any questions, and the council is available to provide any assistance with regard to either of these bills.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hearn, for your testimony. It's nice to hear from the council. Representative Harding, the good ranking member, has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hearn, for your testimony. I started speaking about an issue that's of great interest to me, and I know Representative Palm has her hand up. It's great interest to her as well. And that's the invasives and your recommendations related to, excuse me, education at the boat launches, et cetera. Is there any specific, practices that you would recommend in that regard? Just because, I know there's currently education on way currently, and what's been going on clearly has not been working. So I'm not sure if you have any expertise in regards to what you would, specifically recommend in relation to trying to better educate boaters at the boat launches in terms of invasives, as well as some level of better enforcement to ensure that invasives aren't transported into the lakes.
Well, with regard to enforcement, there's probably a couple of recommendations in the council's report that I could mention. One would be the consideration by the legislature, if not this session, perhaps at a future session, of allowing municipalities to declare invasives in certain locations to be a public nuisance that would allow for public action to remove them in situations where the property owner either can't or is unwilling to act. And those would be situations where the invasives are spreading onto other properties, creating what would literally be a public nuisance. With regard to education, there's probably a number of things. We do mention some things in the council's report. Education is always problematic, but as long as DEEP has people who are at the boat launches educating boaters, things like floating keychains that have a QR code that could link to the state's invasive species, to DEEP's invasive species page. Another thing we recommend is duplication. I know that the bill talked about not duplicating efforts, but if you go to the agricultural experiment station, they have a number of very great data on certain types of species. And if you go to the DEEP site, they have a lot on boater education. So you've got the agricultural experiment station talking about what kinds of invasives are sold at the aquarium stores, and you've got Deep talking about cleaning your boat. Well, people don't necessarily go to both sites. So maybe I've got an aquarium and a boat. And it would be nice if those sites duplicated each other so that someone trying to get information regarding invasive species could find it readily.
All helpful information. I look forward to working with you in that regard, as well as in regards to the Housatonic Meadows or the tree removal bill. I agree with many of your comments, and I hope that you can be a partner and your organization can be a partner in helping to craft legislation that hopefully will pass through this committee and on the House and in the Senate. So thank you for your testimony today, Mr. Ahern.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Palm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Ahern. I want to echo the good ranking member's comments. He actually stole my question. Thank you, Steve. Great minds thinking alike. So I will use my one question to ask you, what has changed, if you can just give us a very, very, couple sentence executive summary between the previous report and this one. And I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to read it yet. I know it just came out, and I'm very eager to see it, and I appreciate your doing it. So what were some of the highlights of what you've seen change in since you did those two reports?
In a short a way as I can express it, 20 years ago, the council thought there was a problem with the invasive species. And in our report, we listed all of the ones that were listed in the prior report, and a phenomenal number of new species that weren't in the state 20 years ago. So we have the occurrence of the ones that were there are still here. And we've got a lot newer ones. And the problem's only going to get worse with climate change. We have not only plants, I know this bill deals with plants, but insects are also a major invasive concern, and they're all exacerbated by our warming climate. So there's no reason to expect that invasives are going to go away. The focus is going to have to be on containing and controlling them in areas where they are the greatest problem.
Thank you very much for your work. And Madam Chair, may I ask a question about the other bill he mentioned?
Please do.
I think it's one per bill. So, Mr. Ahern, about the tree cutting situation, I've been looking into the SEPA exemption for emergencies, and I agree with you that one could argue certainly that a precarious limb that is about to drop on someone's head is clearly an emergency, but that 20 healthy trees in the middle of the woods, probably less so. In your opinion, do you think we need to revisit that provision of SEPA and perhaps tighten it in some sort of future session? And by tighten it, I mean be more explicit about what an emergency is, or do less of a carve out for clear cutting.
Well, as I mentioned, an emergency tree cutting is one thing, but getting rid of thousands of trees in multiple locations across the state, is that an emergency tree cutting? I think that what is needed by DEEP is for them to develop their own environmental classification document. So the way SEPA works is that every agency can create its own list of actions that would require a review under the SEPA process. DEEP doesn't have one. The Department of Transportation has one. So DEEP is bound by the broad provisions of the generic ECD. And it would be great if DEEP developed its own, and then they could specify exactly what constitutes an emergency. Is it one tree? Is it 10 trees? Is it dead trees? Is it limbs? None of that is specified. So because of that lack of specificity, DEEP is bound by the current ECD, which is any action that could significantly affect the environment should go through the SEPA process. And we'll be meeting with OPM and with DEEP to see if we can come to an agreement with regard to exactly what type of tree cutting qualifies as an action that would significantly affect the environment. But it's the council's position that most tree cuttings of any scale are actions that significantly affect the environment and should go to a SEPA review. If they go to the SEPA review, then there's provision for scoping, public notice, public input, comments by experts, response by the agency is required, and publication of the agency's final decision is required. So it really is the solution, I believe.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your insight. Very valuable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gucker.
Forgive me, folks. I've been on 2 Zoom meetings at the same time, listening to public hearing, not only here in environment, but also planning and development. I want to thank Mr. Hearn for all the work that he's done. I know he was very instrumental in the invasive species bill that we got through a number of years ago. But I do want to ask one question about going forward. Mr. Hearn, do you believe that with having officers or people at the boat launches to not only educate people dealing with invasive species, but maybe also be able to check to make sure that they're up to date with their invasive species stamp, so that the state of Connecticut can, recover the money that we need to continue to fight that in our lakes and streams?
The stamps turned out to be very valuable. Last year, DEEP distributed $360,000 worth of grants to primarily to nonprofits, to lake action groups for the elimination of invasive species. So yes, certainly if it's worth it for an NCON person to be as part of the routine duties to check for those stamps, for sure.
Well, thank you, because I know in our area, we have, as well as Representative Harding, we have a mutual love of Candlewood Lake. And we know that a lot of our lake is inhabited by people from out of state. So to be able to have somebody there to, check to make sure that they are compliant, I think we could even grow those coffers more, so that maybe we can have more funds coming back to help us. But thank you again for your work as always.
All right, thank you, Representative. And thank you, Mr. Hearn. Again, I don't see any other questions. So next we have Justin Carnes, or Carnes.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Welcome. I'm Justin Carnes. By the way, thank you for good evening, and thank you to the Environmental Committee and the chairs for allowing me to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 115 this afternoon. I'm Justin. I am a resident and a site manager with Murphy Road and Recycling. I manage a location in Berlin, Connecticut, which is soon to be the home of the most advanced recycling facility in the country. I am proud of the investment this company has made in my state and excited for the many environmental benefits that we will achieve with this new equipment. Senate Bill 115 will take away the choice for towns to send their materials to the recycling processors of their choosing and leave that up to the plastic and paper packaging manufacturers. It is hard to say whether or not the product stewardship organization will care that Murphy Road invested in the equipment and reduced contamination and collect more plastics. It is hard to say whether or not the PRO will care that Murphy Road pays fair wages and invest in employees' health and safety. It's hard to say whether or not the PRO will care that the current recycling facility in Connecticut employs thousands of people that would be affected by this bill. Connecticut is already a top state for recycling because of the dedicated employees and the private investment. That system should not be overhauled for an untested legislative trend. I just ask that you oppose Senate Bill 115.
Thank you, Mr. Carnes. It seems I hear what you're saying. It seems that we're hearing from a lot of folks in the recycling industry that there's a disregard for the current or existing infrastructure as it relates to hauling waste now. And I'm just wondering if you think, and I've asked this of some of your colleagues as well, if you think that there is the possibility of working with the stewardship organization to ensure that the job still exists and that there is still that hauling infrastructure necessary to move these recycled products.
With the amount of information that's available, it's skeptical. It's hard to say. We just need more information to really answer that.
Okay, I appreciate that. I don't see any other questions, so thanks so much for your testimony.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Next, we have Jacob Cassidy, followed by Jamie Soya.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Cohen, Chair Grisco. My name is Jacob Cassidy. I am the Director of Government Relations for the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers. AHAM represents over 150 companies who manufacture major portable and floor care appliances, as well as their suppliers. Our products are generally known as durable goods, so they're not really seen in the residential waste stream as others are more frequently. We are in opposition to SB 115. I do want to thank you for this hearing today. It has certainly brought a lot to light, including this notion of a stakeholder process, which is really concerning considering during the previous stakeholder meetings about 6 years ago, 5-6 years ago, my colleagues at AHAM were regularly in the state of Connecticut participating with the task force and adding whatever contributions we could. This also goes for what we've heard on the so-called Maryland amendments and whatever's going on in that state as well. We're certainly involved in this issue throughout the United States and Canada. And that experience, especially with Canada, is what we bring to the table. And let me just talk a little bit about Stewardship Ontario and their 2020 report. It's detailed on page 4 of my testimony, and it includes what they put in their own report. And if you look at it, you'll see that the fees have gone up since it was initiated in 2004 from 41 million to the most recent numbers of 2019, which was nearly 129 million. So an over 3 times as much money is being collected in fees by their organization. Meanwhile, from 2010 to 2018, recovery rate has decreased from 68% to 60%. So 3 times the money for less the recovery rate. These are the things that we would bring to the table. We look forward to this process and being part of it and really coming up with a solution to this packaging waste issue that we all face. Thank you. Thank you for this marathon hearing. Thank you for being here and hearing from me. It's great to be part of at least this process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cassidy, for your testimony. I don't see any questions from the committee, so I appreciate you being here. Next, we have number 76, Jamie Soyak. Am I saying that correctly?
Yep, that's correct.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you so much. My name is Jamie Soyak. I am a graduate student studying climate change and resilience, and I work with the Norwalk River Watershed Association. We work to improve and protect the water quality and fish and wildlife habitats of the watershed. And the pesticides in Senate Bill 120 are known to negatively impact water quality, aquatic life, pollinators, and human health. It's great to see it come to the Environmental Committee today, so thank you so much for being here. I'm here to express my support for Senate Bill 120 to strengthen Connecticut's 2016 Pollinator Protection Act by prohibiting these wasteful use of pesticides on residential landscapes such as lawns and golf courses. In a 2020 report by the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, DEP collected over 250 samples of surface water and groundwater at 123 sites throughout the state, finding at least one neonic in over half of the samples tested. Most detections were above federal benchmark levels for harm to wildlife, and this mirrors previous federal water testing. Water quality tests show that all the pesticides addressed in Senate Bill 120 show up in our streams and are harmful to aquatic life and human health. We need to ban the use of these pesticides for non-agricultural, purely aesthetic, and cosmetic uses. Neonics are highly water soluble compared to other pesticides. This allows them to move easily in rain or irrigation water through soil and into water supplies. Once in the water supply, neonics can directly harm human health and hollow out ecosystems by eradicating aquatic insect populations that birds, fish, amphibians, and other animals depend on for food. Norwalk, for example, has an important oyster industry, and these pesticides could threaten that. According to the EPA, once a neonic has contaminated water, long-term exposure to only 10 parts per trillion is enough to harm aquatic insects and other invertebrate species. That would be like 10 grains of sand in an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Drinking water is also a concern as conventional chlorination treatment does not remove most neonics without additional filtration. Neonics degrade in the environment and can react with chlorine during water treatment to form potentially more toxic substances, some of which could be more than 300 times more toxic. Emerging research now links neonic exposure to elevated risks of developmental and neurological damage in humans, particularly in infants and young children. The science clearly shows these pesticides cause adverse effects, so why do we continue to use them for cosmetic purposes? It's time for Connecticut to enact comprehensive laws to protect people, pollinators, and aquatic life from harmful pesticide used for cosmetic purposes. We must update Connecticut's 2016 Pollinator Protection Act to keep neonicotinoids off Connecticut lawns and ban chlorpyrifos on golf courses. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Jamie. I don't see any other questions, so I thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you. And I believe Representative Palm, our vice chair, is going to take over chair duties for a few minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next on the list, I believe, is Jason Davidson. Madam Administrator, do we have Jason Davidson ready to go? I see him there.
I do have him in, I do see him in the room.
Hi, Jason. Go ahead, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Great. Thanks so much for the opportunity to testify today in support of SB 120 with amendments. My name is Jason Davidson. I'm a senior food and agriculture campaigner at Friends of the Earth. Friends of the Earth is highly supportive of the amendment referenced earlier by others, and I hope the bill can move forward in regards to neonicotinoids with a ban on non-agricultural uses with a few exemptions for some indoor uses. However, most of my testimony will focus on chlorpyrifos. Chlorpyrifos is a neurotoxic pesticide associated with a myriad of harmful effects to children's developing brains, including attention deficit disorders, lowered IQ, working memory loss, and autism. And the first petition calling on EPA to ban chlorpyrifos was filed way back in 2007. Then EPA scientists recommended revoking all food tolerances of chlorpyrifos in 2015 and 16, but the Trump administration reversed course. Last year, following an order from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, the Biden administration did revoke all food tolerances effective actually this coming Monday. EPA has found that there are virtually no safe levels of exposure to chlorpyrifos, and yet EPA's recent rule only addresses food and drinking water. EPA has even stated that they, quote, found that they could not determine that there is a reasonable certainty of no harm from aggregate exposure, including food, drinking water, and residential exposure to chlorpyrifos, end quote. But without a looming court order, the fate of non-food uses remains unclear at the federal level. In addition to these human health concerns, chlorpyrifos is extremely damaging to wildlife, including pollinators. Chlorpyrifos is one of the most toxic pesticides to bees, and a Fish and Wildlife report buried by the Trump administration found that chlorpyrifos jeopardizes the continued existence of more than 1,200 threatened and endangered species. There are a number of alternatives to chlorpyrifos for turf and other non-ag uses. Perhaps most importantly for golf courses in Connecticut is the annual bluegrass weevil, for which chlorpyrifos is a popular treatment. But a recent survey of US golf courses found that the weevil was developing increased insecticide resistance, even with rotating active ingredients and modes of action. Entomologists have identified multiple less toxic alternatives for golf courses as a response, and one of the most effective treatments writ large is to overseed turf with non-bluegrass, reducing or eliminating the need for an insecticide altogether. Of note, Hawaii, California, New York, and Maryland have all banned all uses of chlorpyrifos, and there have been no reports of turf management challenges as a result. Given the substantial risks and available alternatives for both neonicotinoids and chlorpyrifos, Friends of the Earth urges a favorable report for SB 120. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I see any questions by members of the committee? Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Jason. We're going to move on. I appreciate your being here. Next up, we have Nathan Froling, followed by Peter Brown, and after that, Kevin Boudris. So Nathan Froling, are you in?
Yes.
There you go.
Thank you, Representative Palm, and thank you to all the members of the committee for hanging in on one of these long Friday hearings, and thank you for the opportunity to quickly express our support for a number of bills. I'm going to keep my comments very short, but mainly go on the record about what we support. And that is HB 5143, Senate Bill 119, 118, and 117. And we offer qualified support for House Bill 5140. I wanted to start with 5143, establishing an Office of Aquatic Invasive Species. TNC has been involved in invasive species management for many years and know how critical the issue is. We've heard a lot about it today. A new office that focuses on aquatic invasives would be a wise move and certainly a help to this problem. We have additional provisions that would strengthen the bill that is mentioned in our written testimony. I won't go on about them right now, but just a written testimony has those additional strengthening measures. We also support moving on to Senate Bill 119, the Climate Resiliency Fund bill. In addition to the new Infrastructure Act, we are pleased that the Connecticut legislature and governor have taken steps in recent years to advance funding and programmatic support for climate resiliency. And SB 119 helps assure that Connecticut is proactive and attentive to these opportunities. Next, we support SB 118 concerning the use of certain polystyrene products. And although waste management is not typically our focus, it is an extremely important issue, and we want to lend our support to this bill. We have consulted with our partners and understand the serious threat that polystyrene products pose to marine ecosystems, wildlife, and human health. We're also in support of Senate Bill 117 concerning tree removal on deep properties. Recent events that we've heard a lot about today have revealed that we need a better defined and informed process regarding the relative merits of cutting trees on state parks and campgrounds. We appreciate the need for this measure to be practical and support further discussion, as was mentioned with the commissioner earlier today, but we do support the bill. Finally, we offer qualified support for House Bill 5140 regarding the hand harvesting of horseshoe crabs. TNC is dedicated, as hopefully most of you or all of you know, to protecting Long Island Sound and its wildlife. Horseshoe crabs are the epitome of what it means to preserve both the ecological function of the sound and the importance of one species that has survived 450 million years. They are in serious decline, and we need to take action to sustain them, including the benefits that they provide to humans. So with both ecological and human interest at stake, we agree that appropriate constraints on the harvest of these animals make sense, and as such support 5140. We're also aware that DEEP has recently published regulations that address this issue, and that a complete ban on harvest could impact those in the horseshoe crab and whelk fisheries. So finding the right balance is key. So we offer support for 5140, but if the regulatory approach is deemed sufficient, we would also support that approach as a more measured action with less immediate impact on those affected. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you for doing such a great job covering so many bills in the allotted time. I appreciate so much your support. Can you summarize ever so briefly the suggestions that you might make to the invasive species for the benefit of those who haven't read the testimony?
Sure. Greater funding for DEEP's invasive washing stations infrastructure that includes signage at all boat launches, support of a public education initiative or program that would help DEEP explain clean, drain, and dry, that program. And then also the idea of a license plate in this issue where funds raised could help support these educational efforts. I think that's a good idea. And this issue of penalties for knowingly discharging water containing aquatic invasives, I think that also deserves attention as well. So those are the additional measures we're thinking deserve attention.
Thank you, Nathan, so much. I'm looking to see if I have any hands raised. Anybody else on the committee have a question for Mr. Froehling? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to move on. Thank you, sir, very much.
Have a great night. Thank you.
Do we have Peter Brown present and ready to go?
Yes, I am. Okay.
Good
evening, Chairman Cohen, Chairman Grisco, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Peter Brown. I'm the owner of Lone Oak Campsites in East Canaan, Connecticut, and I'm also the immediate past chair of the National Association of RV Parks and Campgrounds and a board member of the Connecticut Campground Owners Association. I am speaking to you today in support of House Bill number 5145, an act concerning the use of portable wastewater containers. I would first like to express my sincerest thanks to Chairman Cohen, Chairman Grisco, Senator Minor, Representative Harding, and members of the Environment Committee for raising this bill. Your efforts to deal with this issue in a positive manner is very gratifying. We have submitted almost 50 letters of written testimony in support of this bill from both campgrounds and individual campers who seek and appreciate your positive support. I would like to make a couple of points for your consideration. The use of portable wastewater containers, otherwise known as Blue Boy tanks, is approved in state-operated campgrounds, but not in private family campgrounds in Connecticut. This has resulted in numerous complaints by campers who camp in both state and private family campgrounds. This causes a great deal of confusion as to why it's okay in one situation, but not in another. According to the National Association of RV Parks and Campgrounds, the Blue Boy tanks are allowed to be used in private family campgrounds in every other state in the country. Connecticut regulations, section 19A-2A-29, do not specifically mention or prohibit the use of Blue Boy tanks in private family campgrounds. They do mention allowing the use of honey wagons, campground provided pump out services. The Connecticut Department of Public Health interpretation of regulations has been that honey wagons are allowed, but use of Blue Boys is not. Again, no specific mention of Blue Boy tanks exist in the regulations. Blue Boy tanks are commonly used everywhere camping takes place. They are designed specifically for the purpose of bringing wastewater to proper dump stations. As it relates to possible spillage concerns, campgrounds already have safety plans in place in case of a leak from their honey wagons, which would make cleanup of a potential Blue Boy spill much easier and more effective than somewhere else that has no plan in place. The campground industry in Connecticut is a significant economic contributor with almost $250 million of expenditures annually, $86 per person per day, or $344 per family per 4-day period spent in the community. Almost 1,000 direct jobs with $36 million in annual direct wages as a result of these small businesses. We ask for your continued support for this important industry. I'm ready to answer any questions you might have. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, very much. I see we have a question from Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first, thank you for being here this evening, Peter. And when we talked about this issue as leaders, I have to say that I think for most of us, it wasn't as clear as perhaps it might now be given your explanation. But am I correct that the purpose of these tanks is to facilitate the movement of this material from what is probably a parked camper on a pad or a location, so you don't have to unpark the camper and take it over and drain it into what is otherwise an approved holding facility?
Yeah, that's true. Typically, when a person leaves a campground, they would stop at this dump station I talked about. But say they need to remove some waste before they leave, to unhook and go through the rigmarole of moving a trailer to the dump station is a lot of work. That's where the waste tanks that we're talking about, that's why they were invented as long ago as I can remember in this industry.
Thank you. And again, thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. To the esteemed House Co-Chair, Joe Grisco, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Peter. I just had a quick question. For the private campgrounds that you mentioned, these honey wagons, do the private campgrounds make money off of making these honey wagons available to people as the convenience, like a Blue Boy, and thus could be the reason why it's allowed in public but not allowed in private, because they make money from you using the portable system?
I'm not sure I totally understand the question, to be honest. But campgrounds typically do charge for the honey wagon service, and the Blue Boy tanks, a camper would be more of a do-it-yourself operation.
I guess what I was trying to get at was, the private campground owners might not want to let the Blue Boys be used in their private campground because I'm making money by charging a fee for the honey wagons. Is that a possibility?
To be honest, I think we are in favor. We've been using the Blue Boys for as long as I can remember, and this all got triggered. I think there was a complaint at a campground somewhere, and we were told we cannot use them anymore. So we want to give our campers the convenience of using them.
Understood. Thank you, Madam
If that
Chair.
makes sense.
I understand. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Horn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And nice to see you, Peter. Thanks for
You too.
And being here at the end of a long day. My question really is kind of related to what Representative Grisco was just asking, which is just trying to figure out why, if you have a speculation as to why this distinction between public and private was created in the first place. Do you?
I have no idea. I'm not sure. I guess that would have to be asked by, you'd have to ask the health department. They put a cease and desist on us using them back in 2018 when there was this complaint. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here, to be honest.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I'm glad we're having this conversation, and thanks for being here. Nice to see you.
Good. You too.
I don't see any other questions from the members. So thank you, Mr. Brown, very much for your testimony. We're going to move on to Kevin Boudris, followed by Case Darby and Louise Washer. Mr. Boudris, are you here?
I am. Thank you, Representative Palm, and thank you, members of the committee. My name is Kevin Boudris, and I'm a senior attorney with Conservation Law Foundation, or CLF. CLF opposes Senate Bill 115. Now, to be clear, CLF supports EPR for packaging programs that hold producers accountable for their packaging waste. When done right, these programs can reduce packaging waste, improve recycling, and incentivize reusable packaging without raising costs. But SB 115 has significant flaws that would do more harm than good here. The most serious of these flaws is the loophole that you've heard about for plastic burning technologies like so-called chemical recycling. These technologies are not what their proponents hold them out to be. This process involves heating plastics to extreme temperatures to break them down into synthetic fuels and byproducts. In theory, they can also generate a small amount of feedstock that can be turned back into plastics. But in all instances, these processes create fuels and byproducts, all of which are burned. These are not closed loops, especially when you factor in this burning. And the emissions here are significant. They include climate damaging gases, heavy metals, nitrogen oxides, dioxins, and more. What's more, as you've actually heard from the American Chemistry Council tonight, industry lobbyists are pushing legislation that deregulates these kinds of facilities and allows them to operate without meaningful oversight or emissions controls. And by design, many of these facilities are being built in environmental justice communities, communities of color, low-income communities. This loophole would mean that packaging producers could try to hit recycling targets by shipping plastic to be burned at deregulated facilities in environmental justice communities. That is unacceptable. These high heat technologies don't promote circularity, and they only increase the demand for virgin plastics because they are principally used to justify the continued use of unrecyclable plastics. If certain single-use packaging cannot be recycled without relying on a dangerous technology, then it is time for that packaging to be phased out. Bottom line. Again, CLF supports EPR programs that hold producers accountable, but without closing this so-called chemical recycling loophole and without addressing the other issues that I detailed in my written testimony, CLF cannot support SB 115. Thank you very much for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Kevin, so much for your very clear explanation of your objection. We have heard a great deal about this bill today. Members of the committee, does anyone else have a question? If not, thank you. We're going to move on and appreciate your hanging in there with us. And again, for all of your knowledge. We're going to jump ahead to Louise Washer, followed by Calvin Lacan and Susan Eastwood. So Louise Washer, are you with us?
Yeah.
Madam?
Do you see me? Hear me?
I hear you. It's all right. Go ahead. Yes, there you are. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you for the chance to testify. I am testifying tonight on the part of the 90 Connecticut towns that are on the pollinator pathway and on the part locally of the 7 Norwalk River Watershed Association towns. I'm testifying in favor of SB 120. There's been lots of testimony today already on why chlorpyrifos and neonics need to be kept out of the environment, especially when use is for cosmetic purposes. What I think might not be as clear is what the current restricted use status for those pesticides means. There's so much data on the harmfulness of these pesticides that Connecticut has already made them restricted use. And what that means is that individuals cannot go into Lowe's and buy them. So over the counter, they're restricted. They can still be used on lawns and commercial properties in landscapes outdoors by certified pesticide applicators, which includes most lawn care companies. So the goal of this bill is to close that loophole by banning non-agricultural uses on residential and commercial landscapes. We know from New Jersey, which has pesticide data that we can use that we don't have in Connecticut, that the vast majority of neonicotinoids are used by pesticide applicators on lawns. So there's language proposed by Beyond Pesticides that we support that would achieve this goal and would also include carve-outs, exceptions that Dr. Stoner had mentioned for pet care products, for personal care, for in-home roach killing, for research and that sort of thing. So we support that change in the language. I just want to stress also in my last minutes that we need to act now on these issues. It was mentioned that Connecticut needs to establish a digital database for pesticide permits. We do need to do that. We need to be collecting data in Connecticut for future decision making. Also, Dr. Stoner mentioned that we have a state statute that requires a pesticide advisory council to meet annually. That would be set up by DEEP and would include the Ag Experiment Station, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Public Health, and the University of Connecticut. That group would make the sorts of decisions that we're trying to deal with this bill. That is my understanding that group hasn't met in 29 years. So that needs to happen, and the digitalization needs to happen, but I don't think we can wait for those things. We need to act now to turn off the tap for the cosmetic and non-ag uses of these pesticides that Connecticut has already deemed needing to be restricted. We've already looked at the mountain of data at how harmful neonics are, the ones as defined in the 2016 Pollinator Pathway Act. It's our Pollinator Protection Act. It's those same neonics that will be covered in SB 120 and also chlorpyrifos. So we know that.
Sorry, but your time is up.
Thank you for letting me testify.
Thank you. Thank you very much and for your important work. Do I see any questions from committee members? I don't believe I do. Let me just check. No, I think we're all set. Thank you, Ms. Washer, very, very much. And next up, we will have Calvin Lacan, followed by Susan Eastwood and Anya Goldsby.
So can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
So good evening. My name is Dr. Calvin Lacan, professor in the Faculty of Environmental Studies at York University. I'm presently director of the Waste Wiki project and have spent the better part of a decade researching issues surrounding EPR and sustainable waste systems. And it was also part of the team that developed the fee model used to calculate the producer obligation for Ontario's Blue Box program. Based on recent legislative developments, three key themes have emerged: uncertainty with respect to data, uncertainty with respect to impact on consumers, and uncertainty regarding the effectiveness of EPR. Lack of data remains one of the biggest obstacles to the adoption of EPR legislation. At present, we don't know how much packaging waste is being generated, how much of it is being recycled, what does it cost to manage by material type, steward sales, etc. These are just a small sample of the data considerations that are required to develop and administer a producer responsibility program. As of now, we don't know the size, scale, and scope of the issue, and we need to gather baseline data first. While there remains considerable debate regarding what impact EPR legislation has on consumers, preliminary modeling shows that the adoption of EPR can increase consumer basket of goods costs by between 4 and 9%. Stated alternatively, the adoption of EPR will increase grocery costs for a family of 4 in Connecticut by between $33 and $75 per month. These impacts are most acute in vulnerable communities, as low-income families consume more packaged goods as a proportion of their overall budget. An RRS study that found no relationship between the presence of EPR and the price of consumer goods was methodologically flawed, and as a result, came to an erroneous conclusion. This isn't a matter of opinion. Given the way the study was designed, it is not possible for the study to make any statements regarding the effect of EPR policy on packaging prices. In order for the authors of the study to make the statements that they did, they would have to control for all variables that could potentially increase the price of a good, and then specifically isolate the effect of EPR on packaging prices. Given that many of these explanatory variables are collinear, they would need to establish controls for interdependency, which in layman's terms, the findings were bupkis. The elephant in the room is that there's considerable uncertainty regarding the effectiveness of EPR programs for packaging. While there are examples of successful EPR programs for waste streams such as waste electronics and white goods, packaging is a heterogeneous waste stream. As such, the administrative complexity of developing and administrating the program can be prohibitive. Based on almost 2 decades worth of data from Canadian jurisdictions, EPR from packaging waste has largely been unsuccessful at achieving its intended objectives. While the Recycle BC program is often touted as best in class with respect to EPR legislation, recycling system costs have increased by 43% over a 3-year period, while overall recycling rates for packaging materials have stagnated or are trending down. A similar situation is observed for Ontario's Blue Box program, which has seen program costs almost triple since program inception, while recycling rates have remained largely unchanged. What have we learned from Canadian experiences with EPR for packaging waste? EPR has not directly led to an increase in recycling or diversion rates for packaging. People who claim otherwise are erroneously interpreting the data and ignoring the relationship between recycling rates and system maturity. EPR has not resulted in the development of new recycling end markets or end-use applications. EPR has not encouraged design for the environment or incented producers to opt more recyclable materials. And EPR has not resulted in taxpayer savings or resulted in system cost containment. By no measure can EPR for packaging waste be characterized as a success, and adopting legislation that emulates what has been done in Canada is likely to result in bad public policy and repeat the same mistakes. Thank you very kindly, and I'm happy to answer any questions. My apologies for rushing.
No apologies needed. We're all trying to cram everything into a shortened space. I see both Rep. Harding and Rep. Oday. I believe Rep. Oday got his hand up first. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Sir, thank you very much for your testimony. So, Dr. Lincoln, we're kind of limited because of time on our questioning. I have a lot of questions for you. I'll reach out to you offline, but I don't know if you heard, there was a speaker number 75, a few ahead. I was in the car, so I couldn't write down his name, who was talking about there was actually an increase in costs and a decrease in the recycling. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes, I did.
All right. Is that consistent with your findings where you said there was an increase to 43% in costs and a decrease in recycling?
Absolutely. That's the situation for both BC and Ontario. And we have a situation where we're actually abating less carbon than we did 3 years ago, despite the fact that our program costs significantly more.
And what data, so you may have heard Mr. Castle testifying that seemed to, his data seemed to be different, that there was actually a decrease in costs and an increase in recycling. What data are you referring to? And I don't know if you heard his testimony and how you would differentiate the two.
So I think there's a lot of smoke and mirrors accounting. And so what I would tell people is just look at the annual reports for the programs. This isn't, you don't need a degree in statistics. If you look at the annual reports for the programs, you can very clearly see recycling rates trending down and costs trending up. And this has been independently verified by multiple parties with these studies being shared publicly. So I'm not too sure what the other speaker was referring to in terms of his data, but the data from our perspective is quite clear.
And when you say data from your perspective, and I'm just about done, Madam Vice Chair, sorry. Can you be specific in what data you're referring to? And is there a place where we can get that data or you can point us to?
Absolutely. So both Stewardship Ontario, which is Ontario's Blue Box program, and Recycle BC, they publish annual reports dating back to program inception. So if you look at the annual reports published by those agencies, you can actually track year-over-year performance. And so when I say the data is public, it's provided by the programs themselves. And so I think, once again, it's a very transparent process and can be easily replicated by other stakeholders.
So my last question, the program in British Columbia, then you don't believe is working and actually cost to municipalities have gone up? Is that what the data shows?
Absolutely. So not only did the university publish a study that came to that conclusion, but an independent study conducted by Chaz Miller, who's an expert in the space, also reached the same conclusion. And once again, we are using the data provided by Recycle BC. This isn't like some internal mathematical wizardry. We gave Recycle BC the opportunity to provide clarity, and maybe we're misinterpreting their results, and they chose not to participate in the process.
Thank you, Doctor, very much for your testimony, and thank you, Madam Vice Chair, very much.
Thank you, Rep. Oday. The esteemed ranking member, Rep. Harding, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, Doctor, thank you for your testimony this evening, and thanks for sticking it out so late. Just to kind of follow up on what Representative Oday was talking about, I mean, it seems like British Columbia has been discussed a lot today, and it seems like you've done some extensive research into that formula. Could you talk about what your research may have shown in that regard related to how much the cost was trickled down to consumers? Did you do any research on that? Were you able to look into that at all in relation to British Columbia?
Yeah, absolutely. So we did that for both British Columbia, Ontario, and some US jurisdictions. And so what we wanted to understand was the relationship between system cost increases through the adoption of 100% EPR and the impact on consumers. There was an earlier speaker who claimed that the fee model was inconsequential and you're talking about fractions of a penny. That's a fundamental misunderstanding of how the fee model works. By definition, any increase in system costs is immediately built into the fee schedule, which is immediately built into the prices paid by consumers. So by mathematical definition, consumers pay the cost for any increase in the program. There's also indirect and tertiary effects. And this is kind of where the mathematical modeling gets a little bit more complex and perhaps beyond the scope of this conversation. But just think about it this way, is that, you're taking $10 out of a system or $10 million out of a system. There's the direct cost, which is the $10 million, but there's also the indirect or tertiary impacts as a result of reduced investment, increased prices of, consumer goods. And when you do that modeling, you quickly see that, that's supposed, incremental increase in costs actually manifests in a fairly significant increase in the price of consumer packaged goods. And one thing I really want to stress is that lower income people get hurt the most from it. They consume more packaged goods relative to higher income families. And so this is truly a form of regressive tax that hurts the most vulnerable people.
Doctor, well, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your answer. And I appreciate your analysis. I look forward to reading your testimony as well. I think it's very informative. Thank you, Madam
so much
Chair.
for the opportunity.
Thank you both very much. Moving on to Susan Eastwood, followed by Amy Goldsby and Scott Gray. Ms. Eastwood, you are up.
Good evening, Representative Palm, Senator Cohen, Representative Grisco, and all of the members of the Environment Committee. Good to see you tonight. Well, you've heard so much today. I'm just going to focus on my comments. I've got a written testimony submitted. I'm supporting HB 118 on polystyrene, and my suggestion for that would be, though, that you include more of the products, all of the products if possible, and that you have no preemption for towns that have ordinances or would like to have ordinances in place or in future, and if they're stronger, all the better. On the chlorpyrifos, I'm supporting that bill without any comment. Also supporting 5143 on the aquatic invasive species. That's great. And on the tires and cylinders, I have a couple of comments. Tires are so toxic, they're considered a hazardous waste until you chop them up into pieces and put them into children's playgrounds. I think any EPR program, which is likely to be managed by the manufacturers, that should make sure the bill has cautionary and restrictions as far as the hazardous waste and the toxicity of the tires. I think that's really important. And for the gas cylinders, those are so dangerous and cause fires and explosions in the MRFs. And those are, if you've seen the video, it's so difficult to extinguish them. They have to come 5 people with different extinguishers and try over and over again. So I think the public just doesn't really realize this. I think it would be important to have public education put into that EPR bill for gas cylinders because I think people understood that they'd be a lot more careful with it. And also the disposal places ought to be easily accessible for people. I am opposing 115, as many of my colleagues have. You know, I'm a member of the Zero Waste Coalition here in Connecticut. And as a zero waste advocate, I believe that this bill, I so wanted to support this bill, frankly. And I think it has a lot of good things in it, but I cannot support it with a definition of recycling that includes advanced or chemical recycling. Burning plastics for fuel or otherwise is no solution, no better than the dirty waste to energy incinerators we already have. They're hazardous, they're linked to cancers and organ damage, creating, as Kevin just was talking about, creating a demand for more plastics for the facilities, and we'd have to truck it to the south, at least as far as now. There's no facilities around here. They're in low income in communities in the south, like Kentucky and Georgia. So I did put in a little link of the zero waste hierarchy into my testimony, and you can see that I really think we should look at all the bills that we have before us that will do what the International Zero Waste Hierarchy suggests. First, redesign, then reduce, then reuse before you even talk about recycling, composting, or whatever. Of course, those are very important. So I think that's the strongest and most effective way to reduce our waste stream. Can do it by almost even up to 90% some places. So banning those single-use plastics that are before us right now would be one of the greatest things we could do. And I urge you to advance those bills and not those which perpetuate environmental and public health disaster. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan, very much. I actually have your testimony called up, and I would urge my colleagues to take a look at this very clear infographic that shows the hierarchy of the inverted triangle and how stopping that kind of waste at the source is always the best way to go. I have a quick question. In your testimony, you said that you hoped that we would not preempt any local ordinances working on a polystyrene ban. Are there certain municipalities that you wanted to call our attention to who you think are doing a good job? Or are you just saying in general, you don't want to limit anyone who might be doing a good job?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to limit anyone. I mean, I'm not the expert on this. I think Janine did an excellent job on her testimony, and she mentioned the preemption issue as well. I just, that was not in the bill in the past, and I don't think it's in it this year as well. So I think, you know, sometimes preemption is used as a way to try to keep from getting like a quilt full of slightly different ordinances all over the state, right? So I can understand that, but I would, at this point, at any rate, I would certainly like to see bills being able to be stronger, include more products, for example, if this bill goes through as written.
Yeah, thank you. I think we saw that with the plastic bag ban. We had the same concern. Thank you. Any questions from committee members? If not, thank you, Susan, very much. We had a couple of folks who have not joined, so we're going to jump ahead a bit to Nicole Rivard, followed by Lori Brown, and then William Lucy. And I just want to give folks the heads up that in 10 minutes, we need to do a very, very brief shutdown and reboot just because of the timing out of the recording. Those of you who are in attendance do not have to do anything. You will not get booted out, but our clerk has to do some technical stuff, it'll just take a minute. That's 10 minutes away. So you can all take a break at that point. But in the meantime, Nicole Rivard, Friends of Animals, are you here?
Hi, yes,
There you
I
are.
am.
Hi, Nicole, go ahead.
Good to see everyone. I'm honored to speak for Friends of Animals on behalf of Horseshoe Crabs. It's alarming to us that the Commissioner of Connecticut's Wildlife Agency's written testimony shows more concern about inconveniencing 15 licensed commercial bait fishermen than protecting horseshoe crabs from functional extinction. And what a punch in the gut today that National Audubon never mentioned how killing horseshoe crabs negatively impacts migratory birds. Thankfully, Connecticut Audubon cares about Connecticut's ecosystems and supports HB 5140. Horseshoe crabs have figured out how to harmonize with the environment to last 500 million years. Our own wildlife agency could really learn a thing or two from them. We're grateful to the Environment Committee for raising HB 5140. Seeing the writing on the wall, your own co-chair, Representative Grisco, championed a ban in Stratford after Westbrook, West Haven, and Milford were declared no-kill zones by the Atlantic Marine Fisheries Commission. Yet, Connecticut's annual quota is still an appalling 48,689. The horseshoe crab is functionally extinct in Long Island Sound, and that's according to a member of the International Union for the Conservation of Nature's Horseshoe Crab Specialist Group, whom Connecticut is actually lucky enough to have as a biology professor right here at Sacred Heart. Let that sink in. That means horseshoe crabs no longer play an effective role in their ecosystem, and that negatively affects many other species. DEEP's new regulations would still allow each permit holder to kill 150 horseshoe crabs per day from May 22nd through July 7th, excluding weekends and 5 days around the full moon in June. But that means theoretically each license holder could still kill a staggering 4,350 each season. And these numbers don't address poaching, which is clearly going on from all the written testimony. Humans don't need to eat eel and whelk to survive. However, migratory birds do need to eat horseshoe crabs' eggs, especially the threatened red knot. In 2021, fewer than 7,000 red knots were found in Delaware Bay, and that's their key spring stopover habitat. That's less than a third found in 2020. Without sufficient horseshoe crab eggs to feed on, migratory birds run out of energy and die before reaching their breeding grounds. Sea turtles also feed on horseshoe crabs. Connecticut's residents anticipate and love seeing horseshoe crabs. You can see from all the testimony, last time I checked, it was 52 people testified in support of the bill. So for all of these reasons, please ban the senseless killing of horseshoe crabs in Connecticut, just like New Jersey did in 2008. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole, very much. Rep. Michel has a question. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Nicole, for your great testimony. And I just wanted to make a comment on the fact that you're really focusing on the links between one species and other species, which is extremely important. And it reminds me of herding hatchlings, sea turtles, to protect them. And one time, and I'm sorry, I'm going to be brief, but a crab actually stole a sea turtle hatchling from me, and I kind of fought him about the sea turtle hatchling. I did save the hatchling, but I felt bad because then I was interfering and actually perpetuating the human factor, which I should not have. And the crab was not happy. But the crabs are also having a problem because the sea turtle hatchlings are less in, and then the same with the seabirds. So I just really appreciate that you brought this very important linking of all species and the importance of biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Butterfly Effect Michelle. We appreciate that very much. I see that we have been joined by Anya Goldsby. Are you here?
I'm sleeping over.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Anya. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. And good evening, Senator Cohen and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Attorney Anya Goldsby. I am a resident of Cromwell, Connecticut, but I also am here standing in solidarity with the Connecticut Voices Women of Color. I truly believe that Senate Bill 115, an act concerning extended producer responsibility for consumer packaging, should be opposed for 3 reasons. And I want you to think about some of these questions. Why should Connecticut residents be forced to pay for a problem that doesn't currently exist? Who will be paying for the increase of these costs? And what evidence do we have to show that this program is beneficial to Connecticut residents? The first reason is that EPR for PPP in Connecticut seeks to solve this problem that doesn't exist. We heard testimony from numerous people earlier today. In 2018, this legislature's EPR packaging task force reported that EPR for packaging programs will not increase recycling. It's not going to reduce toxic waste or increase recyclable packaging in the state. And if this program is designed to really assist in recycling items, I really don't understand why we're trying to solve this problem that doesn't exist when we know that Connecticut ranks one of the top 5 states when it comes to recycling. Reason number 2 is that data shows that other EPR for PPP are not effective. We heard about British Columbia and Germany. Both of those countries instituted programs that are not super effective. And in fact, Germany is on its 8th iteration of this program, and it is not successful. Where is the evidence that shows that this program would work in a state like Connecticut? We can't keep taking these copy and paste approaches. Finally, number 3, the cost of the packaged goods will increase by 6% and have a greater impact on lower income residents in Connecticut. So EPR is essentially this progressive tax. If you take the cost and put them together, $700 per year of grocery costs for an average Connecticut family of 4 has a major impact on the issues that they could actually have going forward. So if you think about the lower income communities that this will affect, it's going to have a broader impact on them going forward because they don't have the money to afford it. We're just coming off of this pandemic and people are still struggling. So to conclude, I believe that this bill is redundant. It's going to cause more harm than good. And in an effort to fix a problem that doesn't actually exist, I believe Senate Bill 115 will just simply increase costs and add an unnecessarily burden to communities that need more help instead of causing them issues. So I urge you to do the best thing for all Connecticut residents today and oppose Senate Bill 115. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Goldsby. We have a question from Rep. Mashinsky. You have the floor, ma'am.
Hi, Ms. Goldsby. I wanted to ask you on your number 1 point, why do you say the problem doesn't exist? Are you not following the news that we will have no in-state capacity within a very short time?
Nope, I'm very well aware of the news, but where I think the issue comes is that it sounds to me like Connecticut has a good recycling system. You've heard testimony from many members of this community and people that actually work in the recycling industry. I'm not an expert in this space, but I know what I read and I know what I heard earlier today. And based on my research, I don't think this is a large and major problem here in Connecticut. And particularly the actual products that we're seeking to include seem to be already included in what we already have in terms of our recycling programs. So we have infrastructure to back up our current recycling system, and I'm not seeing that Connecticut has a major problem in comparison to other states in the US. And so that's particularly why I think we're trying to solve a problem that doesn't really exist. It's kind of like a cost-benefit analysis. I'm not saying that we can't be better. We could be better at everything in this state, right? We can always make the better argument. But what I'm saying is when we think about the cost at the end of the day, I think it's going to end up doing more harm than good.
Well, when Mira shuts down, where do you think the trash that was going to Mira will go? Because it's not all recyclable. That's why it goes to the trash plant at Mira.
Yes, I understand that, but we also know that this would also increase taxes for municipalities. I know in Cromwell we have our transfer station, and so I think that's going to obviously have a major impact. And again, like I said, I'm not an expert on this, but I do think we need to focus more so on what the needs of are on all Connecticut residents. And I just think they continue to put these things and these policies in place in the name of environmental protection, and they're not thinking about the overall impact it's going to have on the communities as a whole. Money is a problem. We can't continue to add these taxes when people don't have the money to pay for it.
No, I agree. Money is a problem, and I am most worried about when that plant closes. My town, your town, Hartford, all those towns will have to ship their waste out of state that is not recyclable. That's what I'm worried about, and I didn't know if you were aware of that.
I am well aware. As I said, I'm not an expert in this space, but I do believe that we need to think about the greater cost and not just particularly on one specific issue. So that's why I was testifying today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Goldsby, I just have one quick question. You said that you are aligning your comments with the voices of women of color. And I wanted to ask this of the director, but she apparently didn't come. A lot of the talking points that were said by that group today repeated the same comments over and over again. And when I looked on the website, they were there, including, quote, "Don't let your legislators be misled by national groups." Do you know which national groups the voices of women of color believe that this committee is being led by?
I don't specifically remember the names. I'd have to look back at my notes, but I think it's not a surprise that we know larger groups all across the nation are kind of pushing this narrative as if EPR is sort of this one size fits all copy and paste model. Connecticut is a unique state. We don't have the same problems that I would say Oregon would have. So we have to start thinking about Connecticut kind of in its own box. We're in our own category sometimes. And I'm not saying there shouldn't be some level of comparison, of course, but I just don't see evidence that this program is actually working. If I saw evidence that we knew that this was going to actually have an impact and actually decrease costs instead of increase costs to consumers, then I would say we can consider it. But I think there needs to be more research conducted. And I think we need to pay more attention to what the consumers want and what they need.
Okay, thank you. I would only counter that. I agree that Connecticut is unique, but it's unique in its having the worst wealth gap in the nation and in being one of the smallest states. And that means that underserved communities are cheek by jowl with wealthy ones, and yet they seem to be the ones paying the price. And again, the environmental justice advocates among us would believe that solving poverty and solving ecological disaster are very intertwined. But I thank you for your testimony, and I don't see any other questions. Oh, yes, I do. Rep. Bimbis has her hand up. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I actually, to that last speaker, I wanted to say that there was nothing that she said that I think countered what you just said. I think she said it the same way, just in different terms. She just doesn't see some of the proposals that's before this committee as solutions to those items that the good Vice Chair just highlighted. So I just wanted to thank you and commend the speaker here today for sharing the knowledge that she actually knows with this committee as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Rep. Oday.
Thank you. Just real quick, I want to thank Attorney Goldsby. Thank you so much. I actually, my community, New Canaan and Wilton areas, you know, the 4 to 9% increase in cost that was cited by the doctor, you know, $33 to $75 a month, I will admit is not as big a deal in my community as in communities of color. And so, you know, the data shows, as far as I understand, that that you have an increase in costs and a decrease in recycling. So, you know, I hear what you're saying. I appreciate your testimony, and I'm going to try and research more data, and I'll try and make it available on my page. But I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. And my last point would just be, you know, I understand we obviously all want the best for our residents. I just want to ensure that we're thinking about Connecticut as a whole. We have a lot of different type of people that live here and at a lot of different income levels. And so I don't think it matters where you live in the state, but we do need to think about what are the repercussions for all residents and ensuring that not solving one issue or one problem creates a problem on the other end. So thank you so much for allowing me to testify.
You're welcome. I agree. Thank you very much. No other questions? Okay, we're going to move on to Lori Brown, followed by William Lucy, and then Drew Tower. Ms. Brown, I see you there. You have 3 minutes,
Yes,
ma'am.
thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Representative Palm and also Representative Grisco and Senator Cohen. It's great to see all of you and spend the day with you today. My name is Lori Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. And on behalf of the League, thank you for the opportunity to weigh in on several of the bills on your agenda today. And I also want to thank you for putting such a robust and proactive set of environmental bills forward this session. And I really look forward to working with you on many of these going forward. We've submitted written testimony on 6 of the issues on the agenda today, but I'm just going to be commenting briefly on 2 of them. The first bill, 5143, would establish an Office of Aquatic Invasive Species. And this would make a huge difference in our state's ability to tackle the growing problem of invasive species in our rivers and lakes. And there just has not been a consistently staffed and funded effort to manage an effective response to this program. So an Office of Aquatic Invasive Species within the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station could efficiently coordinate and manage the many responsibilities of a meaningful program. The office would assemble research, serve as a repository for statewide data, perform regular surveys, and educate the public about aquatic invasive plants. As you know, invasive species are causing major environmental and economic damage all across the state, and this bill would set up an appropriate framework able to address the problem of this magnitude. The second bill that I want to speak to is SB 117. That's been addressed today by many experts and advocates who are really very angry at the aggressive tree cutting program that is apparently still in progress. Deep's tree cutting program lacks really consideration for the value of trees to people, wildlife, and ecosystems overall. We're already facing massive tree cutting by DOT and Eversource, and we just cannot have Deep compounding the problem in our parks that are supposed to be protected. So we believe that SB 117 is a step in the right direction. At a minimum, it should require that the outside professional arborists are involved in determining the need for cutting trees at every state park, and that there be a higher consideration of the environmental and wildlife impacts of tree cutting with input from the local community. But I also just want to point out, reiterate something that Peter Hurd said at the Council on Environmental Quality, that they determined that their forestry management and tree removal actions are subject to CEPA, the Connecticut Environmental Policy Act. And that has very specific requirements for public scoping, environmental impact evaluations, if they're required, responses to community comments. So we really hope that Deep will abide by CEPA going forward. And as Peter had suggested, they really do need to put forward an ECD, the environmental classification documents. So I think I'm just about out of time. I just wanted to say again, all of our testimony is on the site, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori, so much, always for your expertise and respecting the time of the committee. Do we have any questions for Lori Brown? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on. Thank you again very much for staying all this time and being with us.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, do you want me to do the stop, turn on and off for the
yes.
YouTube live?
Thank you, Gaia. Yes, please. We're going to just take a very brief break so Gaia can reboot something. You don't have to go anywhere. But we're going to
stay where they are. I'm just going to turn YouTube live on and off.